What up, team? How you guys doing? Let me make sure we have let's make sure we have some sound here. If you don't see live at the bottom of your screen, you're on an old video. You are not hearing this or seeing this live. We have sound. You know how comfortable it felt and how I just contemplated not wearing a shirt coming on here because it felt good. It felt like I could make some really good money if I was just, it felt good. And I'm like, man, I got to put on a shirt. I got to start the camera up. Hope you guys hope you guys got some sleep. Um, got some news this morning. Um, so, sorry, I'm just getting everything ready. Let me get this. Let me get the spy up here. I will at like probably 8:50, 9 o'clock. We're gonna run through some stocks. If you guys have any tickers, throw them in the chat. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. If you have plays, throw them in the chat. You have any comments? Throw them in the chat. Want to see what happens. Another beat, guys. Another beat this morning, but with Morgan Stanley, Bank of America. Bank of America actually reversed, guys. We're trying to get to 100 subscribers. Please, if you could, like, share, subscribe, especially if you feel as though I've earned it. All right? Whether that be you learned something, you got a trade idea, whatever it may be. That's our goal here. All right, we trade live Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 4. We'll be covering some earnings calls. I will set up the Bank of America earnings call. It doesn't. Hold on. Wow, look at this, guys. TiVo Therapeutics, it's dripping. Man, we starting early. Starting these runs early. I wonder if it's going to hold. I'm not sure what it means. We'll have to wait and see. Well, I'll put this on the watch list. There's a couple things running today. We'll go over it. Let's look. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over the SPY. We're going to see what we said, what we thought happened last night. Now we've regained yesterday's support. Let's go take a look. We can go to futures. All right. So look here. All right. You see that? It looks better on the actual S&Ps than it does here, but tried to make it resistance. Now it's turning into support. So you're gonna have to watch this level to hold now. We'll have to see what happens if the banks. Now it depends if what Bank of America says, what Morgan Stanley says, like what some of these companies that just reported say. Because they can come out and they could have a terrible earnings call. They can still have a terrible earnings call. And if you look at Bank of America, it's still just holding up here, guys. It's holding up. It's not. It was up, I think, 6% this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, see, and there we go. It broke. It broke. So I wonder what's going on here. Why is Bank of America breaking? These are the things you got to look. And what's this going to do for JP Morgan? Or is this just a Bank of America issue? Right? Yeah, JP Morgan's breaking down off of that level, guys. So I'm going to put JP Morgan down here also on the list. So I've got a few stocks on here that I'm watching. Oh my gosh, come on. Everything's falling on me. So I've got a pretty big watch list this morning. Let's get into it. So what do we think is going to happen with the SPY? Well, first I need to know what's going on with Bank of America. All right, first I need to know what's going on with Bank of America. Why did we beat earnings and now the stock's coming down? So let's find out. Let's go through CNBC. What's going on? Bank of America top analyst expectations amid higher tops analysts amid higher interest rates. Well, interest rates actually help banks. For those of you who don't know, banks should actually do better in a higher interest rate environment. The thing is that the yield curve is inverted. You can still have higher rates, just it doesn't have to be inverted. What that means is that the shorter term rate is higher than the long term rate. Okay? The short end of the bond is higher than the long end. Because banks borrow on short-term rates, lend on long-term rates. It's how they get their spread. And from let's see. So I want to know we'll look into this. I'm gonna get all my levels first. That's what I'm gonna do first, guys. And if you guys have plays, questions, anything, throw them in the chat and I will be sure to get to them. And it looks like the S&Ps are going to break down also. So I think I cleaned my charts up yesterday. So I have State Street in my head, the commercial, which also had a downgrade yesterday. You know that commercial with the cavemen. Burner. We've just been gapping like crazy, guys. Check it. Check that out. We've just been gapping like crazy. Look at the volume, guys. Pay attention to the volume. Look at this sell volume, guys. I think we get some selling to step in today. I really do. I think yesterday, with Bank of America telling us that it couldn't hold, good earnings apparently, but couldn't hold. Kind of funny. So we got the 15-minute chart up. Let's go a half hour or even hourly. So I'm going to run through these charts. If you guys have any questions or anything, just let me know. I don't really know how many people, are on here, how many people aren't. So we also have economic data getting ready to come out too. We have some Fed speakers today. All right. You have retail sales. And I thought we had Red Book. Yes, we do. Red Book. Wasn't sure if it was Beige Book or Red Book, but Beige Book comes out in the afternoon.
Advancing a market update. S&P futures down 3.25. The Dow futures down 25. Nasdaq down 18.
Well, we had a feeling yesterday that we would come into we could have a down day. Gold's ripping. What is the dollar doing, guys? That's the first thing we need to do. Not the first thing, but it is. Where is the dollar? Look at this double bottom on the dollar. Wow. I would watch out. Look at these tails. What is that? Huh? That's so weird. I don't understand it. That's so fucking weird. Damn, the UUP would have been a great short, man. How did I not get UUP short? Just wonder if the trade's over now. The dollar is down at 99 now. All right, I need to turn this down. This should help bring Bitcoin up as well. Man, that's crazy. It's just gotten slacked. This is the next leg down. It's trying to hold up here at this little double bottom it's putting in. Gonna have to keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on it. Where's the VIX at? So you guys can always use the VIX as a hedge, guys. It's, you know, it's not in a bad place right now. All right, not in a bad place. It looks like it's trying to curl itself up. All right, let's get back on track. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Throw them in the chat. I am here. Don't know. Look at the head and shoulder. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. This might be a failed breakout. I'm not sure. All right, not sure, but this 373 area is where we want to see it get to. So here we go. Here we go. Man, what a rally. I told people before, I said, guys, this market's going to take off. It's going to take off without you. You're going to look back a month from now at whatever, and you're going to be like, how did I not take advantage of that? How did I not take advantage of it? We literally just don't have much but going up, you know. We really don't. We don't have much. Excuse me, sorry. I just had to. So I will be looking for a pullback. I just want to know how we're going to get a big one. It could come from these banks. But like I said, if you don't know, Bank of America, it looks like they are turning around. Let's see here. I pulled this up yesterday on the SPY. It's still like, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. Let's do this. Sometimes it is better to have pre-market off. Sometimes. Burn out. Bounce. God damn it. It's not going to be perfect. If you guys have any tickers or any questions, you guys can throw them in the chat. I'm kind of just getting my levels here. Doesn't seem like we have much, as you would figure. You know, there's not really any. This is actually pretty ugly. You know, it's pretty ugly. You got a nice little level right here, but it's not doing much to make it. Like, what is this? Like, you want to see something that's like, you guys know what I mean, where it's putting in support and resistance. Like, you have a pivot high right here, and now it pulled back to it. You know, like, this is what? Like, what? This is, it's not touching here. It's ugly. It's ugly. So I want to get a pullback to these major areas. Like, if I pull up the 30-minute or so, like, this is better. Okay, this is something we could work with. Maybe we get some decent movement with, you know, with Bank of America and whatnot, like on this earnings call. You know, we still have not like really repivoted or regained this previous pivot high. Like we haven't regained it. You did a little bit here, but like you just broke it. You sat on it, you broke it. You want to see the pullback. I still want to see a pullback here. Doesn't mean we'll get it. Might mean we just get it at a later date. Nothing there. There's just nothing. You guys see this? There's just nothing. It's like not clear. It's actually pretty ugly. This is pretty ugly chart. The ES, the same, but still. It's the same same ugly chart, you know. Kind of got to look at it at a bigger picture. Like these wicks, I hate when you get like when you start seeing like wicks, like this can't hold itself up off of this little ass wick. Oh, and this little wick is not going to make all this price action support of this. You know what I mean? And this ain't going to hold that up from crashing into this. You know what I mean? So start thinking about it that way. Because it really works like that. You know? You had 2 seconds. You had just a revert back off of the level. And it's not support. This is going to be a level that will be revisited. I promise. I mean, you know, you pulled through it. You pulled back sharply. And boom, 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 boom. But that's the break. That's the pullback. That's the break through the level. And the intraday pullback. You want like a day or two to draw some new money in there, pull it back, see if the new money is still coming in, see if the buyers are still there. You know, if they're not, chances are the level doesn't hold. You'll start to see these things over time, even in bear markets. So I got my levels there on the SPY. Let's go to the SPY. What do I want to see today? What do I want to see? I told you guys yesterday what I felt like we were going to have a down day, or we could get a gap down, maybe an inside day, depending on what the bank said. They came out, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, they all had beats. But apparently something's going on because they're not holding. And JP Morgan couldn't hold that level either. I need to get some coffee. This level here too, I want to have on my watch. I want to have this on my watch. There was a level yesterday that I had mentioned. Not on the live or anything. It was on the live, but it was on like this stream. Okay, I'm good. Got that. Right here, this level here. It's like now it's trying to hold. It feels like, but we'll have to wait and see. It's a waiting game. See, that's still ugly. It's like you have this pivot high back here, and I thought I put it up. So you have this long base, and it's like, what? There's just nothing that, like, if it came back up, like, you guys know what I mean. It's not clean. You know, this price action is not clean at all. It's a dirty little beep. I hope you guys were able to get your sleep last night. I got a little bit, finally. I was finally able to get some sleep. Or I was just wore out and I just couldn't take it anymore. So this pre-market level right here, we'll see what happens. All right, so what do we have? So we have our top side yesterday. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this. If you guys want to do it too, it helps you remember it. Whatever helps you. I'm going to put a dotted line turquoise. Bang, yesterday's high. Give me yesterday's close. That way I know I got a game plan right off of those levels. All right, that's what I'm going to do. That is what I'm going to do. There's a level there too, and that's probably pre-market resistance. I hope you guys are great though this morning. And again, if you guys have any questions, you're just seeing this stream for the first time, throw it in chat. We'll get to your questions. We're going to go through the plays and everything now. So I'm going to go through these stocks. If you guys have any questions, just let me know. Looks like Bitcoin's trying to hold up. We're getting ready to get we're getting ready to get these retail sales, guys. All right, retail sales are getting ready to come out. Hold on 1 second. How about me? Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? You gotta be kidding me. Shit. What was it? Retail sale. 0.2. Actual 0.2 versus a previous of 0.5. 0.2, 0.3. Alright, so it's lower. Still positive, but lower. And then lower than consensus and estimates. Let's look at the SPY. Boom. Let me see here. Sorry, guys. I need to go over these damn charts. I got to get all these tickers ready. Like, I can't be sitting here playing around, whatever. Not really. I didn't think it would have that big of an impact today, honestly. I think you would have to have a number that came in was a big surprise. Or a beat, or like something crazy. So I'm going to go over, let's look at NVIDIA, guys. Let's go to the 4-hour real quick, the daily. It's still extended. You see it's extended here. Bada bing, bada boom. Come on, man. This fucking, I think I'm going to switch. This is a nice, break. I'd like a pullback. Wouldn't mind a pullback. Staying high.
And that supplementation with NR demonstrates promising effects. That's Charlie Delta X-ray Charlie.
So I'm not sure what's going on with NVIDIA, but it broke past up the level. They had a strong day yesterday. it may just keep going, guys. I wouldn't fight it until you see some really big volume come through there. I know we have some volume that came in on the SPY, but we have a down day. It could, this could be a stock that could trade sideways or not go down as much because, look, and here goes the SPY. It feels like 150.38. With Nvidia being strong, you want to lean on the strong stocks and then lean on the weak ones when the market's down. And, you want to hedge yourself. That's what I like to do. Because it'll, see, look, it's going to come down. But you could have a day where it decides to just stay flat or go up on a down day when the markets go down. Now, depending on the down day, you get a bear market type of, day, everything's getting slacked. Everything's coming down. So, keep that in mind. I guess we'll look at that prior base up top here. Just know your levels. Know where you closed, opened, all that good stuff. That way you know what's going on. That's all. Down day, gap up, pulled back, had an up day. That's what we do. So I wanted to mention too, guys. Yesterday when I was showing you guys those charts on that downtrend, double bottom, that the down day with a gap up, though all those days to the left weren't down days. I didn't say that in the live because I was trying to get through it, but a lot of those days were sideways, if not up, and it was just gapping down overnight, and selling off in the morning. So that's what I mean by like a day where the market is selling off throughout the whole entire day, a down day. And I didn't clarify that, and I didn't realize that as sometimes I'll make mistakes. I have ADHD, so it will show itself and, new to doing this, and it's live. It's not like I can go back, edit, and then add it, and whatnot. There it is, right here. So I did just want to clarify that. So we have Nvidia. I'm not sure. Let's look at, I think Roblox. I want to be where is the strength? Look at Roblox. And it's smacking that level. So we might look for Roblox to be short. All right. I've been waiting for roadblocks for the past month or so, and it hasn't given it to us. It's broke the gap and it's put in a double top up here. So it might be running out of steam. Look at the volume decreased on the way up here. As it gets up here, look at that volume decrease. I really wouldn't doubt it if we start seeing some actual selling come in. I don't understand what's going on with, JP Morgan. That's the other one. So we had JP Morgan, because JP Morgan, unless these banks turn around, or it's just meant to have a down day. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So double bottom or double top at the gap fill here. It just doesn't seem like it can get through that level. If it does, then we watch out. We're long. I still have Carvana and AI and those type of stocks on my list. Double bottom. So it could still break. I don't know if there's any news this morning or not. I'm going to look. Let's see here. So we have that. Look how it's just hitting that level. So I'm going to pull it up. Live news. Roblox shares are trading higher. Stocks pull back from recent strength. Roblox expands to Meta's Quest VR headset. Brings immersive gaming to a growing community. Alright, so Meta Platforms announces Roblox beta coming to Quest. Alright, so there we go. I figured there was something with Roblox, so I'm gonna have Roblox on my list. I will come up with a game plan for that here in a little while. We could look for the pullback to, we'll see what happens. We'll look for the pullback to prior day's close. Prior day's close, which is yesterday's pivot top on the 5-minute, or this is a 30-minute. I'm sorry. So we have here. What is this? This is 4505 psychological number with this double top right here. I would look for that to be support right here. All right. So I did want to say, look, Bitcoin's just it's just tailing down here. So I'm keeping my eye on that as a leading indicator. Um, Look here, I can't believe
GMPX, Genprex signed exclusive license to
we'll,
additional
we still have some time.
technology
It's
leader
8:30.
Bloomberg.
I'm not going to make any predictions right this minute. I'm going to wait till about 9 o'clock. All right, unless I see some clear direction. So far, that this area is resistance for Roblox. Where does it find support? Could potentially find it. Oh, I am on a 15-minute. I'm so sorry. It's just one of those mornings, I guess. Settings. Bada bing, bada boom. What this will do, it'll show you your gap ups if you take. So look, it's putting in a double top or a double bottom right on this brick wall that was resistance. All right, if I draw a line here, it's holding up. Like, look at this pennant. You know, I don't need to draw it there because there's already one there. Look at that. Look how nice that is. Abby, you're gonna have to wait, or I'm gonna let you out. Hold on. She's just wanting to play, but I gotta get to work. You know, she wants treats. She don't realize I gotta go to the store and get them. But it is what it is. So we'll look for this top end here. See if Roblox holds it. See if you wick back into yesterday's close, which is gonna be around 44.50. Let me go to the daily chart. So what you can also probably notice is if we go to the daily or weekly. She's so I just can't like ignore her. I don't know why. I mean, I can, but when she's going crazy at the door. So we filled this gap. We wicked below the 90 EMA on the daily. What are we going to look for? So we're up here. Let's see if we can hold yesterday's close. That's what I'm going to look for. That's what I'm going to look for. See if we can see if we pull back into yesterday's close. Give me the line. Come on. Right here. Alright, we'll see if we can get that. We'll see if we pull back into it. Off the open. We're going to pull back into it. And what we'll do is we'll look for the long. So risk reward. And we'll see the volume that comes in there. If it can hold. We're not just going to take it and run for the hills with the long. But, you know, it's got some news behind it. It'll have some liquidity. We've been waiting for it. We'll also watch this downtrend line. There also is an uptrend. Like if I actually do this, guys, look at this. Boom. It's fucking perfect. It's perfect. Like, why do they gotta have the box right? Okay. I was like, why in the hell do they have that box right there? Seriously? Maybe it's not. So that was just me. Whatever. So, all right, let's do it. We got that. We got that. We got that. We got that. 5 minutes. Equity. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. We gotta hurry up. Run through them. Run through them. Run through them. That's all I can say is see if we get the support. See if we get the support. If we do, then we look for further upside. And even if we get this $5 move or $4.50 move, or not even that, it's like 50 cents. But let me see. Did I say the volume or was that the SPY? The volume dying out. The volume is dying out up there. I can say that. So it may not be time. Volume's dying out. So that's Roblox. Now again, I'm looking at this because it had news. News is going to bring money. News is going to bring institution. News is going to bring liquidity. My spreads are going to be there. You know, like I'm going to have a nice spread. Like this is why you guys want to look at this stuff. And then we can always play our AMDs and NVIDIAs, you know, but you also want to play something that's going to give you a nice run. And I missed this run yesterday with Roblox, unfortunately. I've been looking to take advantage of it, and the days it's ran, I wasn't there. I was looking at it on days like these, you know, these little, you know, not doing anything type of days. All right, so what do we have next? And if you guys have any questions or tickers you want to throw in the chat, you can toss them in. We're gonna look at J.P. Morgan just to see where it's at real quick, and I'll cover that in a minute. B of A. We'll need to look at. Let's see. Come on. So is it holding up? It's trying to. It's trying to not. Right, and then there was MR Marvel. I actually tried to go long this Friday, and I held off. I held off on it because I didn't want to take. Don't take options, even if it looks good. I mean, unless I can't tell you what to do, but I don't take options on days on Fridays because of the obvious reason you're going to get $2 of decay. All right, and then you don't know if you're going to get a downtrend up or a gap up, gap down. You know, you could always get news over the weekend that would be headline risk that could mess you up. So if you look at Marvel, MRVL, look at this pennant. Okay, you've broken out. We're looking for the retest of this pennant right here, or that pivot top right here. It's like a double top. All right, you closed. It was resistance. You broke back above it. It's trying to hold it as support. So if you look, that's also another good reason to look at the daily chart because you're trying to read the story. What's going on? All right, what's going on with the stock? So you know the direction. It's not just like a break and retest. You popped up off of the news. You sold off. It gapped down. All right, it pulled back up, and you have this somewhat of a double top here and here. This is your pivot top. Double top, whatever you want to call it. So now it's like holding it. It's holding this area here. Does it end up breaking? Does it break? Let's look at the volume. All right, the volume's actually looks like it's increasing up here. So these are like some of the things we want to be cognizant of. I've been using that word oddly here lately. It's getting low. Yesterday's volume was pretty low, but so let's see. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go to Meta. We can get look at that break and retest of this double top here, like I was telling you guys on the daily. You know what I mean? It just rallied its tail off behind it. Now look at it. Is it putting in a double top here? Possibly. Is there news? I'm pretty sure there was. MRVL analyst Marvel Tech short interest. Marvel Technology and two other stocks are insider are selling. Semiconductor Q2 earnings preview. Analysts calls AI shining pillar of strength. Flags three companies for favorable risk to reward. Lower. So it feels like they're pretty bearish on it. What blah 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 are doing with Marvel? Who cares? All right, so I gotta say it may come down. I don't know if this thing's gonna give us a move. I had to look at it because look at the gap up, and it started rallying. This is why it was on my list. So it could have just been a day two continuation. If you look at Marvel, you may get this thing back down to 63, 65. All right, this is a good level for it. You know, you want to see if you can break through this close here, you know, and see if it just puts in another double top and hangs in this range. This is a nice range trade, guys. This is money. If you guys think you missed something, you have a trade possibility right here. All right, you want to wait for see if it pops up off the bell, all right, and then you put your line up here and just say, you know what. Or give me a square. I could use a square too. That if it gets over that level, you're short into strength, and it breaks it. It breaks it. It is what it is. But we can see that we think it's putting in I think it's putting in a range for now. I really do. Why do I think that? Because there's less volume on the daily. We see what it's doing on the daily. It broke and now it's holding. Does it try to put a double bottom? Like, it's not. This level is a tough area. This level's a tough area. This was the sell-off day, and then it gapped down off of that day. So. So we'll go into we're gonna go into some big tech real quick, and then we will just get a couple of these ready. AMD had a nice day. I gotta get rid of some of these lines on AMD. It's driving me insane. It really is. It's driving me crazy. I was looking at AMD, right, and I was saying, man, if this level holds, look at these tails here. Like when we wicked down yesterday, I was also like aware that this level might start holding and acting as support. Like we could get a bounce off of here. I would not be surprised if we bounce off of here and start trying to move to the upside. Would not surprise me one bit. Matter of fact, I kind of think that's what it's going to do. This is a nice rally resistance. We pulled back, 4-day pullback. We're rallied again. 1, 2, 3, 4-day rally. You see this 4 is coming into play here with AMD. Rallied, it just pulled back because we're so overextended. So you really brought in some sellers here. It picks back up and now it's holding. All right, rally, pull back. You broke the level, this level. All right, now you're built like what that is. It's building. It's building support, building a stable long, so that new money feels comfortable coming in. Hey, we broke the resistance. It's holding. Look at all this wicks down here. All right, so that's AMD. Let's go to the 15-minute chart, and I still got to get rid of some of these damn lines. There's so many lines here. It may be a little difficult for you guys to see. So we'll watch this level. All right, if that level does not hold, what are we going to look for? We'll look for a pullback into this area here, this 115.75. Why is that? Okay, if we go back to the daily or 4 hour, whichever, same difference, we'll see that that's where the rally, you tried to put in the resistance for the prior base, pulls back, boom, it rallies and it regains it. The thing is with this candle, that is crazy. All right, that's crazy. Now we might have issues when we get up here, but usually these candles, I think of it as like a like someone with a golf club, right? And it goes like the all right, so like I said, this tail here, if you think about it like a golf club and it comes down, um, think about somebody swinging it, right? And then it goes like this. All right, I'm gonna draw a line. Like think about it like they're like putting it, and then that, like you're doing it off of a cliff. That's how I always picture these candles, especially with this long tail. You want to boop, and then it goes up, and then it rolls over. And then the hammer candles are the actually opposite. Like if you have like a candle that looks like that, and you have like the square up at the top. Think about it holding the sledge, and you're hitting the like bottom of something here, and then it goes up. Like you're hitting it, and it's flipping it, and it's flipping up. It's just how I remember them. It's just how I remembered them. You do it how you want, but there's Red Book. So that's gonna be my plan with AMD. If what I'll do is I'm gonna look for the bounce back, obviously to the close of yesterday or the high, which is right around in each other, and then we'll see if this level can break, and we get another 2-3 day pullback. Okay, we get another 2-3 day pullback. This might be a good day. We'll see what happens with Meta. We have earnings coming up. Now it looks bearish as all hell, doesn't it? May not be. This may just be for looks, and it could sit here and consolidate from there to here. We could get that. Oh, I'm always switching up the damn line, so it is what it is. Right here. All right, it could just sit between here, but we know we're a seller, we're a buyer. It's hard to say. I mean, this is a pennant. Let's look at the daily, so we know what we're seeing. We're seeing a common theme here on decrease in volume. I mean, look at that selling pressure. Look at that selling pressure. It's we'll have to see when they have earnings. Meta's. We'll see if we can get a little bit of downside on it, but you got to watch, man, because it's pulled back, and now it might start putting in its base. All right, we could use the RSI as well. RSI is putting in a lower high. See that? Each time look at that. You put in an extension. That's a blow off top there. I want to look for meta low on that now, or short. I want to look for meta short now. All right, that's pretty. Oh my goodness, that's this is a pretty good setup, I feel like, guys. So we're gonna put metal on the list to the short side. Yeah, I'm gonna go make my cup of coffee real quick. So, do you guys see why I would think Meta would be good to the short? If we look on the daily, where institutional ownership is on the daily, all right. Again, the MACD. What it is you have this extension, and this is like being able to read what's going on in the markets. Like as far, sorry, my cat's. Abby, you have food. She has food. She has all the stuff she wants. She's got the window open. Like she's just being a pain in the butt. If you want to come up here, come on, please. Um, blood wall off top, right there. Shoot, shoot, shoot. You know what I mean? You gap up, gap up, gap up. Look at the RSI. Finally put in a lower low. Or a higher low. Look. 1, 2, 3. Especially off the blow off top. There's no energy there. I mean, there it looks like you got some volume and stuff, but you know, so well I kind of like Meta to the downside originally. You know, that's just my thought. So let me go make this cup of coffee. We will go over these levels one more time. I'll give you the numbers. I'll put this up. Let's do maybe a 30 minute. We could do a 15-minute to see it even clearer. But you guys can see this pretty clear, guys. There's this flat top resistance. And this is why it matters if like what time frame you use. Man, if it holds, God, I would love a rally to get back up to there and try to take it short. You don't want to front run the move because you can just, you know, it. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Come on. And like I said, where do we want to take this? We want to look to get this back to this previous double top back here. Right here. Boom. That's our target right there. All right, so we'll be taking profits on the way down if we get this trade. Again, that's just how I feel. I'm bearish here at you know, it pulls back up to give me this. Let me get this. This. Okay. So that's where I want to short. I want to be short right here at 311.15. Low 311s, I'm short. Worst case, the number's 310.85. So from 310.85 to 311, whatever. Where would my stop be? Probably up here. That would be my stop. Okay. I can write it up on here for you guys that don't stop loss. Cop loss. It's like stop loss. Bada bing, bada boom. Right there. There's your stop loss. Roughly in that area. So you're going to give it a few cents to get some nice drawdown. Get time with it because, again, it could hold this gap fill. It could sit here and hold this, guys. It could just find this area right here as support. So we want to be taking profit in front of it. And it looks like, man, if we could have just got like a gap down here could have had a nice reversal pattern on there, guys. It's a really nice setup. Really nice setup. Equity show. Let's go. All right, so I'm going to go make a cup of coffee real quick. And then we are going to get to business.
DFLI, Delta Foxtrot Lima India, Dragonfly to receive another cycle battery design, Delta Foxtrot Lima India.
I was trying to see. Still here. I just wanted to see.
AGRX, Agile Therapeutics, partners with telehealth platforms to expand access to weekly birth control patch to millions of women. That's Alpha Golf Romeo X-Ray, AGRX.
I'm ready to kill it, team. I am. I'm so ready to kill it today. Um, we have a bottom here, guys. I still think I just want to see if we can get some downside on Meta. The stock is strong, so you're going against the grain here, and that's not something that you want to do. You want to have your reasons for it. I feel like this earnings is going to tell the tale. All right, what's going to be of Meta because of it's back at its original price in 6 months.
RCAC, set jet to become public via merger with Revelstone Capital Acquisition. That's Romeo Charlie Alpha Charlie, RCAC.
Meta. Yep, they got my levels. I'm good. All right, and then we'll look for yesterday's low of day. That's also another target. Yesterday's low of day as an area we would take profit. So we have entry, taking a piece off through the lows, taking a piece off, and then final target down here. All right, so not a bad trade. Just looking for a couple dollars. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a cup of coffee, and we're gonna dig into it. All right, I want to see what comes up today. There we go. We broke it. Turn it into resistance, baby. Viva la resistance. South Park. You don't know what you know what I'm talking about, right? I don't know why it's saying that I have there's liquid in the charger or something, because there's not. All right, guys, I'm gonna go run through. And don't rush the week, guys. Still feel like Wednesday and Thursday can be a day. I really do. I really think Thursday could be a decent day. Where we get some decent movement. So if you made money yesterday, throughout the week, don't put yourself in harm's way. Wait for the best setups. I think more people have a problem with that than they do anything else. Maybe staying in their trades long enough and stuff like that, and giving the stock time to do it because they buy dailies and they don't understand theta. Like, they don't really have an understanding of theta. And that's why I made a comment like a couple weeks ago that, like, the only people that say, I'm leaving the markets, I'm done trading, I'm going to futures. I'm going to futures because I don't have theta. Well, if you know what the hell theta is, you could use it to your advantage. That tells me, like, you don't really fully understand it. And if you had a good understanding of it, you'd be able to use it in your own favor to make yourself some money. And why are you buying? Why aren't you selling? If you have money for futures, why not fucking sell calls and puts? Like, what? Some of these people just don't make any goddamn sense. So that's why we did this channel. For simple reasons like that. You know, to help you guys get an understanding of what it is that, like, you need to do. And buying next week too, depending on the time of month it is, if it's the first of the month or the middle towards the end, you can still experience a lot of like decay and theta. Even being the week out, and now it's early in the week to next week, you'll still, depending on where you buy, and the move that it's making. You got to be able to understand. So before we go into today, let's talk about this, because I need to hear it too. We need to understand that we're not going to be perfect enough to have the expectation that as soon as we buy it, it's just going to continue to be green. We're going to buy it, it's going to go green. Yes, that's going to happen. Great, we got our entry, but that doesn't mean that it's still not going to pull back or sit. I think people either they buy not understanding that it's Wednesday, Thursday, buying, their puts or calls, and then the stock goes in the direction they're green, and then it pulls back, and now it's red, and it's still higher from when they bought it. That's understanding theta. So, but let's not. What I want to get across is let's do our best to say, has the stock changed? Has the direction changed? Okay. Has anything about the setup, about the support down here at 448.41, is it telling us that that's still support, or is it gonna break and be resistance? Has it changed? If it hasn't changed, if I'm expecting this to be resistance, I'm gonna say, you know what? Right now, nothing's changed. It's just hanging out up there. It's testing the level. So far, it's rejecting it. Okay, nothing's changed. It's putting in lower lows, things like that. Obviously, this is a 15-minute chart, but we're getting the rollover. We broke yesterday's close, it looks like. Come on, man. I need to get better at these charts. So, yesterday's low would be right around yesterday's open, too. Let's put this here, just so we have it. What stock is this? This buy. Hold on, let me check on my little girl, make sure she's okay. So again, let's not get worried about the tick and every little tick. All right, we have our levels, we have our stop loss. We're going to give it what we give it. If you buy dailies and you don't know how to, in what option, if you don't understand why you're losing, get time. Start getting time. Spend the extra money, because listen, 10, 20, 20% on 400 is more than 20% on $80. I'll leave it at that. I'm just checking on her real quick. We got 10, 15 minutes. Let's get the chart set up. Okay.
The options include an acquisition, merger, reverse merger, or other business combination, sale of assets, financial
So let's get our levels for the SPY real quick for anybody that trades the SPY.
involving the company.
Alright, let's do this. Now as we go, I will call it out. I don't know exactly what I'm going to trade. I'm going to look at Meta. I'll look at AMD and stuff. I'll look at Marvel. I'm going to look at a few of these.
Workforce reduction of about 7.
What is Run and ENPH doing this morning? Sharp reverse. Whoa! Sharp reversals on them though. Like, look at the boom! Look at the extent. Could we be getting a short squeeze on these things? Is that what we're look at this? You might there's your 200A. How could I measure this? I would measure it from the head to the neckline. So you would still need a whatchamacallit though, I would imagine. That's nice. It's so nice.
Medtronic reporting 28 incidents, including 22 injuries and no deaths. That's from the FDA.
And look at that. There's our target, guys, right on the money. So you can see here as it rallies on that right shoulder, it gaps up, goes, and then it pulls back. It makes that support, opens up, pulls back again, rallies. Okay, you had two pullbacks on this level right here. Gaps up, tries to go, pulls back, holds, gaps up, pulls back, goes. So there's your double bottom. That's why I put that line there. And then what do we have? We have the most beautiful target range of this up here. That's going to be our target, guys, over time. We got this flat top resistance right here for run. Alright, let's see how this does. Alright, this is what we do here at Ivy League Trading. We measure our moves. If you could, we're trying to get to 100 subscribers. Let's see if we get here. Challenge. Let's challenge me. I'll challenge myself. Maybe we won't. It seems like it's a crazy out of reach target, but that's going to be the goal. You might get a lot of buying in here, guys. We could get a crazy short squeeze. It's still on the lows. Look how massive of a down draw that is. So recovering that would be how much? You know, that's the question. How much is it? Is it like a 7% pullback? These are the things you're going to want to know. I got to get ready. It's 9:20. All right. I might end up just trading the SPY, JP Morgan. So 10%. 10%. Okay, 10%. JPM, let's go look at JP Morgan real quick. Bada bing, bada boom. JP Morgan running for president. I really just want to know if this level is going to hold. Look, they've regained it. So I'm sure they flipped back. I think there's a lot of unknowns. Look at Bank of America. It ripped. The earnings call came out. We'll see what happens. I'm still expecting this to be a rejection. Maybe we look for a pullback. All right. Maybe we look for a pullback there. Look at that pennant. You know, I see what it's doing, but I also see what it's really doing. All right. Something's not good with Bank of America. I don't know what it is. Brian Moynihan's got to get this. I don't know. He needs some help. All right, so good luck today, guys. Remember, we're not going to be good enough to just buy it and it's going to be green the whole entire time. Stocks have pullbacks. If you're in options, give it time. Remember that the theta, if you're buying out of the money and you're buying your weeklies, you need to take profits because you never know if you get a big pullback that it's going to be higher than where you bought it and you can end up red. So you want to think about a lot of those things. You want to understand theta. I need to make videos to teach just in case there's people that don't understand it or know really what it is. So let's put up the SPY here. We'll put up a 2-minute chart. Why not? Maybe we'll do a 3-minute because it's after hours or pre-market. Let's do this and this and this and this and that and the third. This, that, the third. Ever since I started this live stream, I've been saying that. This, that, the third. I've been saying that. So, how's everybody doing? How is everybody? I'm asking you, how the fuck are you doing? I want to know. How are you guys doing? Type 1 in chat if you can hear me. Sorry, I had to do it. Type 1 in chat. Oh, shit. I cracked myself up. If you're making money. Sorry. I can't. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Why was that so funny? Shit. I gotta calm down. A little out of control this morning. Alright, guys, get ready. We got 10 minutes. So, what are we looking at? We're looking at Meta. We're going to look at banks. Alright, we want to listen to these earnings calls, too. We want to hear what's going on with them. This, that, the third. Just kidding. So, yes. I'm going to take my time today. I still got to look to see what the hell the volume was this pre-market. Now is when you want to see the pre-market volume. Doesn't mean that it's going to be that way the rest of the day. It's just, you know, you want to take notice of those things. Come on. I got to hurry up here. Studies. All studies. MACD. Yo, I really did that. That's so funny. Oh, I hope I didn't just mess this stream up. I hope to God I did not just mess the stream up. I hope I did not mess the stream up. Watch Bitcoin, guys. See if Bitcoin, that's another one we want to keep an eye on. Alright, let's put up a 5-minute because it could be a leading indicator. See if it starts to reject and whatnot. Alright, let's do it, guys. Remember, we also have Fed members coming out. Federales coming out, speaking. Okay. Why is it not changing? Okay, whatever. I don't care. Red Book 855 industrial production month over month. All right, business Fed. Okay, so they'll be out at 10 o'clock, of course, 10 o'clock, right when the heart of trading is on its way. Let's go out at 10 o'clock. Let's right after we put in a base and figure out the direction. Let's bring out the Fed. Let's do that. It's funny, isn't it? Market opens in 10 minutes. Good luck, team. Good luck today. All right, I need to. So what did we say? We're gonna look for a bounce back on AMD to where I. Looks like I gotta wake up even earlier, guys. I was up at 5:30 this morning. So what I gotta start doing is I think I'm gonna make the stream at night. That way I can get a lot, or not at night, but like during the day. And oh my fucking god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like really, why would you do that? There's 2 minutes left. It made 2 lines for me. Sorry. I just got to get the close. Okay, so there's the close. There's the high. Weak wick. This is the close of a 2 minute. 5 minute, actually, I'm on. But that's the high. See, why is it doing that? Boom, boom. I mean, ayo, ayo. It's like, just kidding. I don't know why I have that shit in my head. So if we get a bounce back, I'm going to look. This is going to be the target. 115.75. AMD. AMD 115.75. Downside. Target. Okay. Entry will be at close. Yesterday's high. So unless it continues to reject this area, yes, this is where we want to see it roughly get down to, right around that area. 115.75, 116. And then we had Meta. We have old Nvidia. Let's see if we are able to bounce back. Gotta look for a rejection rate. We already are rejecting right there. Just curious if we get the pullback. I'm really curious. We have kind of already had it, so we might find support here, guys. Look at the sell volume up here, though. Wow. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it, gang. Good luck today, everyone. Good luck today. Good luck. Remember, we're not going to be perfect enough to buy it, and it's going to just stay green on us. Just manage your risk. Take your time. We might have an inside day. All right?
30 seconds to the U.S. market open.
Yesterday was pretty strong. Okay. So let's see if we can get a pullback. See if we get ourselves a pullback. Would be nice if we could put in a double bottom here at 448.53 would be my target. Okay, for the S&Ps. I want to see if we can put in like a double, you know, possibly a double bottom. I would ultimately like to get down here. But I want to see if this is the start of a rollover. 449 also. 449.29 is also another level. All right, guys. Good luck today. Look at AMD right off the bell. I had a feeling I was going to find support there. Let's watch AMD. I'm watching AMD, gang.
Former President Trump says without providing evidence, says special counsel told him in letter his target in January 6th.
Already wicked off?
From Truth Social. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 34.6.
my God, the damn mic wasn't on. But if you don't know, I was saying, I was saying that if you guys see something movie, relative strength, whatever it is, throw it in chat. Let us know. We only have 2 eyes. We're not, we can send a steak your way, guys. We're just here to eat. That's all it is. I'm only one person. I am only one person.
Rocket Lab shares trading up 21 cents now. Kilo Lima Bravo.
I'm going to let this thing pull back and see what it wants to do. That's AMD. It's looking meta. So the SPY has turned itself around. What does AMD do? Shit.
RBLX, Roblox moving, raising M-Science, hearing M-Science says raising Q2 bookings outlook on stronger quarter and than previously anticipated.
Look at the Qs though. Roblox isn't going to be able to go if the Qs are dropping out like a fly. Watch the Qs, guys. Watch the Qs. Look at the Qs. They just fell out of bed. Man. I really wonder if I should just start taking the getting Q puts right now. Look at the volume on that, guys. That was a low volume day yesterday. Man, I think we got to start thinking about profits. I want to see if Roblox bounces right back here to get a possible short on Roblox, possibly. If it'll give it to me.
DOEV, Canoe, spiking here, 76 cents, up 8%. Golf Oscar Echo Victor.
Damn it. What's Carvana doing? Look at Carvana, guys. Carvana could not break. Come on, man. I'm sorry to yell on the mic. I'm sorry. My mouse is just really pissing me off. It looks like Carvana's putting in lower highs. See here, it looks like it's putting in a pennant. Why is it a 1 minute? Damn it. See here, guys. Look at that pennant. It's coming in. Carvana's going to make a move in a direction very soon. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. So you'll probably get up here to Carvana. Look for like 38. 38, maybe 39 on Carvana. Roblox pulling away. Decent volume there. I just think that level is too much for Roblox, guys. I really do. But I want to watch it off the bell. I want to see if it fills the gap and tries to swing itself back around. We'll see. So if we look at the volume we have here, guys. This is great volume. This is why you want to be on plays like this. Now, I don't trade Roblox that much, so this is going to... What's hard about this, and if you don't do this, is you need to, like, let the stock do what it does. How you get... Like, different stocks move different ways. All right, well, we got our gap down. So we got the gap down. There's the test of yesterday's close. Let's read our vol ratio and things. Low volume day on the SPY, guys. Really low volume, it looks like. What is that? 1 million share candle on 3-minute candle. Pretty sure that's pretty low. I'm not sure if it's because we have Fed. I'm taking my time again. Taking my time. There's a SPY. Qs. What are the Qs doing? Flexible grid. Boom, boom. So we are still working ourselves up. We have a tick up. And where is advanced decline? So we are aiming to the upside. We are aiming to the upside. So 937. The Qs are weak. The Qs are weak. Seriously. The Qs are so weak right now. It broke it. It broke the level. It broke the 380.65 level. Here comes Roblox. It's coming into its level. Alright, that's a lower volume pullback. What did we say? 115.75, 116. Right here, this was the level we were looking to get long. Alright, that was the level we were looking to get long. As you can see, what do you have? You have a wick now there. So, again, yesterday could have just been all the shorts that got that were taking profit. Okay, all the shorts that were taking profit on that $10 move. All right, just give me 1 minute, guys. Let me get in the zone. Let me get in the zone. Come on, give us the bounce, Roblox. Give us the bounce. Give us the bounce. What do we have? We're looking at Meta also. Hope you guys are having a decent day today. Oh my gosh, it got right to our stop loss. Are you kidding me? We gotta post the video. We gotta post. I'm gonna go back and record this. Look at this. Where was our stop loss at? Right there. This is knowing where to put your. Look at that. Look at that. You'd have been alright. You wouldn't have got wicked out. That's pretty awesome. There's your move. Take your profit. Bada bing. Bada boom. Did it once again. Wow. And there is a small volume pullback. That's so crazy. I'd probably be getting out of that. Probably. Because there's so much profit there. Like this thing, but this is low volume here. This thing's moving and it's sending VWAP and all that other fun stuff. I would watch it. It might put in a double top up here. This level might be too much for it. Or it's going back to test yesterday's close. This is yesterday's close right there. Look at it. Is it going to reject yesterday's close? Those pullbacks can hurt you. That's what I'm talking about with Theta, especially on like Meta. You know? SPY's pulling back up. SPY is pulling back up. Sorry, if I'm shouting, look at AMD. WAL is still a bank? I thought they got hurt. I thought they were done for. I thought they were done for. What's funny is I wonder if people are going to go long AMD right now, but the markets might turn over. This is knowing how to trade, you know. That's a low volume push in the SPY. Let me take a stab at like a level is that 450.
South China Morning Post reporting sales of Japanese car makers Toyota, Nissan, and Honda sink in China as they fall behind in EV race. Market share of the
I want you guys to notice the volume, guys. Notice the volume. I don't want to get smacked on these either, though. I don't want to overpay for them and the thing just run the hell up because the market is still kind of strong. You know. She pushing, man. She pushing. I just feel like, why is there no volume? That's what I want to know.
S&P futures moving higher, 45, 55, 75, up 1.75.
I grabbed I had to because they were cheap. I grabbed a couple on that pulled up to 448 puts for today. All right. We get up above this 451.34 area. We'll see how we do. Again, we could always just get up to yesterday's close. I just, I bought a couple. This is not like sinking my teeth in a short position in front of a rally. I'm not stupid enough to do that kind of stuff. That's not what we do here. JP Morgan coming back around. All right, what are the Qs doing? What are the Qs doing? Qs are still down, guys. Qs are still turning themselves around. IWM. Look at the IWM ripping, guys. That's relative strength right there, guys. Look at that. Look at that relative strength. Look at that. That's beautiful. Alright, you can't deny that. Yeah, this would be a nice spot for a pullback. Look at the pennant.
Big activity in the January $15 calls.
Rig.
That's Romeo India Golf, RIG.
Yup, you're talking about that rig. Talking about that rig. Transocean, I guess they're doing some calls. Is energy? Oh, guys, GLD also. Gold. It's just going to go higher. It's going to try and... I'm telling you guys, I feel like... Alright, I'm probably wrong. Okay, but... I cannot sit here and be long the SPY if the Qs are going to be getting crushed. Okay. I can't be long if the Qs are getting crushed. Qs are trying to find a bounce now. Alright, Qs are trying to find a bounce. Let's go 15-minute. If this helps you guys, like with me talking through my trades, what am I thinking? Let me know in the comments. Or tell me to shut the hell up. You know. It's fine. Yesterday's open. There's a close. Gotta make a test of this with 379.20. I'm just wondering when it does it. Alright, let's go. Let me do this. Man, this is getting to be about it. It broke through yesterday's close. Let's see what Apple's doing. So JP Morgan's coming back up. All right, let's see what happens here, guys. I'm going to get ready. Man, these things, so the stock's going up and my premiums are going up. And it's moving in a different direction. Look, again. That's hilarious.
S&P futures continuing now 45, 57, 50, up 4.
But again, the thing is telling us that the day might be a little bit strong. So we broke the level. Well, we haven't broken it and closed above it yet. But right here, guys, look. That right there could be telling if this starts to come back down, and this, well, I'm not worried about the tick, but I want to see this stuff start to roll over. Doesn't mean it has to do it today. Puts are cheap for a reason. Just get out of them if the trade doesn't work. All right, let's see here. So you broke down. See if this becomes resistant. See, even if we can just pull back to like 450.78. You know, there's $1 there. Find support right here. That's my target, pretty much. 450.71. 450.71. You know, we could always just, it could always, you know, pull back at lunchtime or something. Doesn't have to do it now. But I hope you guys are having a great day. Good morning. I haven't seen my Bible since I don't know when. It's got in. Let's see here. Precision, exchange, 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 exchange. Regular hours, okay. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Alright, I want to see the rejection here, guys. I just want to see if we can get a pullback. Right in this area. Is anybody watching Meta? Look at Meta just sitting here, guys. It doesn't have strength, but it's also not selling off. Look at that cup and handle. Wow. That's crazy, actually. Look at that. That's a cup and handle if I ever seen one, but the problem is it doesn't have an increase in volume. And it has you know, the candle is, you know, should be drawn down. Low volume pull back to here. Boom.
Shares popping 25 cents.
All right, let's go. Come on, Spy. Come on, Spy. There goes Meta, guys. Meta finally broke, or is trying to. The volume just...
Revelstone Capital Acquisition, $10 to 49 cents now.
Look at that stop loss, guys.
MS Morgan Stanley, company's CFO, says for the first time since the beginning of the year, June saw positive monthly flows into equity markets. That's MS.
There's a break of the thing on Meta, guys. Man, I can't do that. There's no way. There's no way. There it goes. We said it. Stop loss in the right place and everything. There goes the SPY. Perfect analysis today, guys. We have a really, really good analysis of the day today. If it holds there, that's a low volume pullback. You might want to start thinking about your positions if you have any. All right. It's a low volume pullback. We can just go higher in anticipation of earnings. Where are we going on the daily chart? Where is the target? Know the target zone. Are the Qs going down? I'm just wondering. I mean, this is perfect analysis, guys. Perfect analysis. I'm fucking holding. Damn it. I'm just kidding. I'm alright. We gonna be alright. There's the bounce back to Meta. Rejection of the initial morning lows. 23.6 fib. I just know how Meta is. Meta can really mess you up. It can really throw you for a loop. Oh, the 1575 level sort of broke. Look at that increase in volume through the break. Unless it was just buying that stepped in. Maybe I'll step in AMD. Thinking about a possible bounce back long right here. Yeah, right here. Shit, it's already doing it. Oh! No, come on. Stop! I do not mean to yell. I do apologize. But this thing's pissing me off! It's driving me crazy. I'm tired of having to go all the way down there to click and shit. And there's my stop loss, 114 and 115. Bada bing, bada boom. So if I want to be long something, I'm going to be long AMD'er. And then I'll have a short on the SPY. We'll mix it up. Mix it up. AMD's pretty weak though, guys. AMD is pretty weak. Just want to see if we can run a test. The Qs are weak. Qs are having a down day so far. Oh my god. Not RBLK. RBLX. You know what I'm trying to... Damn it! If you break this level on the SPY, guys, you could see a rip higher. Okay, you could see a rip higher. Shit. Why did I accidentally do that? There's Bitcoin, guys. Watch Bitcoin. Bitcoin ended up pulling down reverse. Broke the level. It's pulled back to reverse. Watch Bitcoin. We could see like Bido and stuff like that starts to pull back. Um, MSFT I'm looking at. Damn, they already had down days. MSFT. If anybody can help teach me or tell me how to like where I don't have to go and click the button for for like my lines and my drawings, how I can just have it on my mouse to like right click or something or do something, that would be cool. That would be really cool. I would love to learn that. Um, these contracts are starting to get some data burn. Get more data burn. Let's see. Are the Qs trying to turn themselves around? If they do, I want to be long AMD. Possibly. Might be too early to tell. Give me a triple shot. There she blows. On low volume. Give me the pullback off VWAP, please, AMD. Give me a pullback, AMD. I'm thinking about being long AMD. There goes the SPY. Fuck! I told you guys though, when you got that that break to the level that I wasn't going to break down, you had to be long. You had to be long. Fuck. It's got to pull back and hold it as support. I still don't know about this move, guys. I still don't know about it.
Warner Music Group, ticker WMG, announces a licensing deal for Kotaku Music. The deal will see the joint development of additional and alternative economic models. Warner Music Group, ticker WMG, shares now moving higher on that TikTok news, up 3.2%.
What's the ticker for that? See what I mean with more meta, guys? See how it just didn't, you would love to see the break there and then the boom. But it's not giving it to you. Now it's probably going to break up, turn back around. What are the Qs doing? Are the Qs going to turn around? Because what part of the Qs are weak? I'm really curious to know because it doesn't seem like they're that weak. What was the TikTok news? Did you guys see anything about TikTok news or something? There is a video. See, yeah, I was talking about Bitcoin too. So Bitcoin's reversing. That's a bit bullish. We got to keep an eye on that. All right. Got no more juice. Damn it. Might be one of those days, gang. Sorry if you followed me on the SPY puts, but again, you got to do what's best for you. There's the AMD breakdown. So AMD is weak. And that's where the buyers are on AMD. I should buy it right there. But that's a lot. That's some big volume on AMD to be a buyer. I could see it breaking that level, even with the Qs being weak, like the Qs are. I almost got long AMD right there. Just gonna hold off a minute. I still think it's not a bad idea to go long. It's came back down. It's tested it. It's holding. It's a firm level. The longer it holds down here at this 115.32 area, the more you got to think about the shorts wanting to get out. All right, and them rallying again today. Could be an inside day for NVIDIA. or I mean AMD. But again, analysis is spot on. See what it does. So what it's done is it's pulled back to a support zone that it's seeing if the buyers step in on, and they're eating it up here. They're eating it up. It reversed and shook all of these people out, but it didn't. There's just more people. They just came in. They were patient. You know. So we'll see. Now we'll see if we can get back up above VWAP. That's the next thing. But the trade from here to VWAP, that's a $10 trade. On a $10 trade for one contract. You buy 10 contracts, you got $100. You buy 20 contracts, you got $200. But that's just to there, too. That's not reverting back up to go test the close of yesterday. Shit. I should have fucking took it, man. It's all good. Sometimes you just let them go. And the SPY is strong. Feels like the IWM is strong as well. There's got to be something holding up the market. It's got to be the IWM. God, look at that momentum, man. I knew it. I knew I should have went after it. Watch AMD pull back in just to shake them out again, and then finally go long. I don't know. I think that's it. I think it's going to break out. You can do it, AMD. You can do it. Break it, break it, break it. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Where's the time and sales? They're fucking knocking this thing in the dirt. Knocking it in the ground. Shit. I just feel bad for... anybody that bought right, that sees the levels and uses the levels and has the education, they know. Like, you're already profitable just on this candle because you're buying here. Once you saw that it pulled back into it. Now, when it's up here, you're like, man, I think I missed my entry. It may not pull in. What's up, Brody? Good morning, man. The analysis has been spot on today, bro. We've been spot on. We were spot on with Meta. Now we're spot on with AMD. I'm waiting to see if AMD can break out and start testing the open. To try and head back up to the close. Tech is weak, or was weak. So, Qs are struggling. The Qs continue to struggle and start to actually sell off. SPY should do the same. Now, my puts are probably trash now. But it's alright. That's why I went small like I did, guys. Yeah, they're down 30%, but I bought them at $6. And they're $4. So I've lost $2, pretty much $2 a contract. So it's all good. That's why you guys got to read the disclaimer if you take anything. I'll try and explain my thoughts and why I'm doing what it is I'm doing. And if you agree with them, you agree with them. You don't, See, AMD's, I was hoping to get like a nice pop to tell me like, yeah, we're going to go. Like, I feel like AMD is really having a hard time here, guys. Feels like AMD's having a hard time. RBLX, it's still hanging out up here. I wonder if today's going to be a sideways day. ENPH, what you doing? What can we trade? What have we traded? What can we trade? There goes Bank of America. God damn. There goes the SPY. Let's go, baby. We're almost back break even on the SPY. So we had Meta on the watch list. Meta. We had upgrades, downgrades, pins, Pinterest. Where's old Carvana? There's AMC. Amazon. It's a nice double bottom. There she goes. What you got, CVNA, baby? Come on, get that volume. We said it was probably going to go right here because it's putting in a pennant right now. What do we have here? What do we have? AMD. How are you guys doing this morning? How's everybody doing? What's everybody looking at? Thoughts on the day? Come on, SPY. Pull back in here. I'm surprised these puts are holding up. Like I said, I grabbed just a couple because I had a nice trade yesterday. And it's not gonna. I'm still gonna be profitable after that trade yesterday, even if I let these go to zero. So, yeah. The thing is, I always worry, like, it doesn't start to, it could always, like, pull back at, like, 12, 10, 11, and the premium. That's why it's usually best to wait, let the market get its footing, and then try and catch your direction. This was a nice bounce off of AMD, right off of this level. Right here, right off of this level. See it? Where's the target? Probably here. Or, what do we say? The upside to that? Right here. Yeah, this whole area right here. High 116s, low 117s. I almost bought the dip right there. But I'm like, because I was just looking for a quick trade, and I didn't get to it. I wasn't able to get to it. It's all good, though. Meta, let's see, Google. Google's falling out of bed again. What's new? See if Google can start getting some upside and reject this area. Look at AI, guys. AI's trying to have some fun. Damn it. If it bounces here. Let's see. I don't really have much, guys. I don't have the scanners up right now. Man, Trade Desk is getting slacked. Shellacked. I've heard it. Now I can't stop saying it. GLD. Look at gold, guys. Ripping to the upside. Dude, what? AMD's should be way above the 50-day moving at. No, it isn't. Wow. The 50 days already caught up. No shit. I stopped looking at the. I thought they were way above the dailies. Oh man, that's crazy. Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Whoa, I did not like that. That wasn't good. Is this another short on AMD? I can't continue to leverage myself short. What are the cues doing? If I see the cues... If I see the cues start to sell off, I want to see if I can get AMD down. Oh, Tesla. I forgot about Tesla. Shat. 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 I'm just kidding. It's like a song. I'm gonna... Good old Dave Chappelle. Good old Dave Chappelle. Where's Tesla? So Tesla had news today, guys, that they were planning on making a bigger whatchamacallit thing, like a bigger warehouse or whatever it is where they build whatever it is they're building for electric. There was news on Tesla. There was news on Tesla. You might have to look it up. I may not be the best place to tell you that. Watching Biddy. She's got it. I want to see if she turns herself around. Do the hokey pokey. Flipping white people, man. Let me tell you. The hell is that kind of song you come up with? Just kidding. But still. Oh, we have Fed member talking too, guys. You have Fed bar and stuff. So let me get up on my grind and let's help us find that. If you're not looking at AMD, I don't know what you're looking at. I may not have a trade today, guys, and that's okay. There's Roblox. Let's look at what was the other ones? Is Run going again? I'm really curious. Oh my god. I knew it. I had a feeling it might short squeeze. I might take the time to... Oh, man. The cues. I need a bigger boat. 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 Look, watch the SPY find support right here at 451.51. and see if it starts to try and rally. 451.51. 451.51. 451.51. Why is that? That's this level right here. Right here, guys. Bada bing, bada boom. We still have not broken through yesterday's high either. So this is kind of like what we were talking about yesterday with a down day, gap up, we pull back into that area, we get buyers. Maybe you get some profit taking up here. I don't know how you don't. Like, look at this volume. How do you not take profits all the way up here? And just let the markets pull back a minute and then buy again. Put the capital in other names. Spy. Let's bring up Qs. I will bring up the Qs on. I'll bring up the Qs on the live stream. I gotta do some push-ups or something. Already getting tired. This is just me and my body. I get tired when I'm sitting here not moving or doing something or not talking and something. You know, watching all these numbers and squares just, it messes with me. I hate that about me. I've always been like that. I had a job one time when I was growing up, like a kid, and I had to like put all this surgical stuff together. And then like I would always fall asleep, let alone the fact that I was smoking weed, but you know, I don't now. But even then I couldn't stay awake for shit. But I don't know. I know you're gonna say, well, you're trying to market rate. Well, it helped me stay up. It did. And then after, 2 hours went by, 3 hours went by, I was tired. Yeah, AMD is not breaking out today, guys. So I would not even waste your money on AMD. Trying to go long and front run a move. Come on, Qs, break it down. Let's go. Let's break it down. Break a brick down. Come on. Break a brick down. Break a brick down. There we go. There we go. Let's go. See if we can get the spy to start following it. Nice candle there. Nice candle there. There goes AMD now, guys. I wonder if AMD can put in a new low. I'm really curious to see if it can. If it can, we could see 113. We'll see 114 maybe. Spy's got a hold here. There it goes. Come on, AMD. Actually, I don't even have anything in it. What's Tesla doing? Tesla might be a good for a pullback. Yeah. my god. Come on. I wonder how many people are going to try and get long the SPY here and then it not work out for them. It might work though. It may work. It's 10:30, right? Little inside type of day. Come on, man. Let's go. I want to see the SPY really pull in a little bit here. All right. I feel like things are getting ready to get good. I can feel it. All right. Qs are not breaking down. Where is Look, you have more stocks. The volume's increasing on the buy side. It's not like it's increasing. We're not worried about the increase. We're worried about the increase in the actual amount of volume. Is what that is. I feel like tech could get smacked. I feel like it could. Like if we look at XLK, all right, look at this. Look at this setup. This is a 30-minute chart. Look at that. I don't fucking understand, man. I don't get it. I don't understand why the fuck I keep getting like tired and shit. It's starting to piss me off. Alright, AMD, what are you going to do? I think if AMD actually holds this level here again, guys, you might see a little rally. I'm starting to think that they might step away if it breaks. Right here, I just feel like this level is too important. Come on, please. Please stop. Please. I thought I got enough sleep last night. I need to go wash my face and stuff. I wanted to... If you guys made any trades, what did you guys make today? And what are you guys looking at? And it looks like there's the tail coming in on the SPY, as we said, could be support. Um, Honestly, I don't know what to do with Nvidia or AMD. I want to go long right there on those pullbacks, but I just so that's why you gotta watch, because sometimes it. So if we hold here, guys, and this thing breaks, so the Qs are at the level right now. All right, it's this level right here. If it breaks, all right. If it holds, then it holds. I don't know. If it holds, it holds. Um, I just feel like if it does break, people can get like a well, it's only like $2. It's only like $2, so that's not anything. But there is a $2 pullback right here on this reverse head and shoulders here. If you could, man, if you could get down to 377, that would be hot. So hold on here. If we pop our head back up on the Qs, guys, trade idea. If we pop our head back and cannot get back above 381, we cannot get back up above 381, I would look to go short. I really would. We're going to see how this plays out. No, no, no. What happened? Is this the rejection right here? See if we start getting some volume come in. Come on, give us that rejection, baby. Give us that rejection. You do have some dip buyers down at 380, so watch out. Shit, I forgot about MRVL and MSTR and stuff. Look, there's a short up there, guys. Like we said. Man, that's a nice break and retest on the SPY, but I want to see it break through the high. It could just put in a double top here and fail. It's just that the Qs are weak, so it's like, when's it going to do it? You know, the Qs are still way down here. They doesn't mean they can't just turn themselves around. I'm going to give it a minute, guys. I'm going to give it a little bit. The IWM is probably still ripping. Would not surprise me one bit. Wow, AMD did reverse. AMD did reverse. AMD did reverse. AMD did reverse. I am an idiot. Man, fucking boring day. Excuse my language. One of these days, I'm going to get to a live stream without saying a cuss word. One of these days. One of these days. Look at Amazonian putting in a nice bear flag. Or is it a bull flag? Oh shit. What's everybody watching? Any small caps on watch? Let's find out. Let's find out. One of these nights. QQQ and AMD, that's nice. That's cool. I looked back at the live stream I did last night, and I'm getting a little hungry. The point I was trying to make too, I don't know if you stuck around and seen it, but when I went back to like the downtrend, like the point is that if you look at the SPY and look when I went long on vacation, like when I showed you guys that downtrend, all those days were either sideways or up. It was not a continuation down day. And I wanted to clarify that. Of what I really meant by like a down day. Not like it sells off, gets bought up, and then like it's somewhat flat. Like you want to see a down day with down movement. Just wanted to say that. Because that's really what it is. It's not just like a week, 2 week long downtrend, and you know, so that's all. Just wanted to get that out there. I might have to go. I'm gonna go probably take a shower. Might do something here in a little bit. I'll give the market a couple more minutes. It's 10:45. If Probably should have went long the SPY. Look, people are probably going to start thinking long now, and then it could be a failed break higher. But that's a beautiful break and retest, guys. This has been a beautiful way to get long the SPY. And the Qs are just weak today, and I don't understand why. Oh, Qs are making their run back up. Never mind. Here they are. They're following behind. Trying to. I want to know why there was such a big gap down on tech. Like, what was the news related to? So I'm watching this level here underneath the camera on the Qs, because this is where, you know, if it breaks, it can still break it and head up towards 381.85 area, 381.83, and then you have high of day, and then you have a gap fill, and then you can reverse it this afternoon. So this is what I mean with you know, buying puts too early or buying something too early. You want to wait and catch the momentum. It was pretty hard to get behind this volume. I don't know why. I gotta stop touching my face too. Greasy and touching shit. Alright, so the SPYs broke up and out. I will probably take my profit. Oh my gosh, my phone, it did it fucking again, you stupid motherfucker, man. Come on. Well, there goes that. That was frozen. I got so much work I gotta do today. So much stuff I want to get done. Today might be a good day to work on it. Why did it do that? I'm gonna go grab something to eat, guys. Probably no trade for me today. I'm gonna take my. Well, I did put on a trade, but I'm not sitting here like worrying about it. There it goes again. Jesus fuck, man. Alright, now you're gonna have everybody stop out. How are you doing with those? Yeah, accused. Oh, they did pop? Yeah. Let's see. Yep, I figured they would, man. They were holding up, double bottom. Gotta be long, man. You know, you gotta be long. You can't fight the trend. You can't fight the trend. I wouldn't be surprised if people try to go long now and then it reverses on them. I would not be surprised. Let's see here. RBLX. That's a nice can. It's not really. It's AMD is just really weak today. Let me go get a little something to eat real quick. It breaks up over this level here on the Qs. I'm going to go long. This is fucking pissing me the fuck off, man. I don't know why I am so fucking tired. I mean, I know why. I'm up at 5 o'clock at night and I don't go to bed till 1 o'clock. But I don't feel tired. It's just when I sit here and stare at the screen, it knocks me the fuck out. Roblox, Tesla, Amazon, TSLA. Oh, we had news. I wrote it down. Solar, Berkshire Pins, HCTI, HCTI, HCTI. HCTI.
Stanley with MS, CEO Gorman says MA will improve at some point.
I wonder if Bank of America's still running at all. A little bit. I need to look at Cat go. Cat's leading the way. Damn it. All right, is this the time to go long the Qs, or is this going to be a failed break higher? I'm kind of curious. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I feel like this could be a nice entry. Could be a nice entry if it's going to hold. Come on, let's see if this thing holds. I'm going to get up. I'm going to go get something to drink. I'll be right back. I might take a long AMD. It's weak, but I feel like Mike Badnick. I'll say his name. Shit. Let's see. I did not take that position yet. It's still weak. Still weak. But you did get that volume break there. Remember, it's been waiting till sometimes around 11, 12 o'clock to start folding back over. I'm going to get something to eat. I'll be right back. Not something to drink. Got headphones today, my guy Deontay. How you doing today, bro? Good to hear from you. Good to hear from you. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Can't believe I didn't turn it on. Shit. Look how weak AMD is. AMD is weak today. It's crazy. Alright, let me get these. Why did it do that? Whatever happened here? Yeah, I never fooled with this watch list. Like, I don't know.
Aggregate for the second quarter, buys were about 20% higher than sells. So our clients are showing some optimism. They've actually moved above the line in terms of their optimism about being a good time to invest, and that's reflected in their actions.
That's interesting color. But just on the deceleration, so is there a potential, Walt, to restart buybacks here? Because you paused them last quarter because some of the impact and the higher short-term borrowing that was coming as a result. How are you thinking about that decision?
I still believe in an environment like this that we focused on continuing to build capital. And we're aware that there's possible changes coming from our regulators around capital requirements. So we're going to remain conservative and continue to hoard capital at this point in time.
Why do I know that guy?
Going into a buyback period.
Why do I know that guy?
Hey, Walt, it's Carl. Sarah mentioned the stock having its best day since 19. I think on an earnings print, it's the best day for the name
Charles
since
Schwab,
09,
that's right.
as long as it can hang on to 5.5%, which looks pretty doable right now. I just wonder, can you talk about your view as to how the stock is reflecting the fundamentals of the business right now?
Well, I used an example this morning in our analyst presentation that when my office used to be in San Francisco,
wow.
I'd look out often early in
Yeah,
the
I got these, dude, this is crazy. They're still holding up. They're down 50%, but
and I knew eventually that fog would lift.
I got them at $6. They're at $3 now. I bought a handful of them. It's
stock price.
It's not going to hurt me. I've made it up yesterday.
Given the record rate of increases that the Fed has undertaken, and in many cases, people lost sight of the strength of the Schwab franchise and the fact that we continue to grow, the fact that we're doing the largest brokerage integration in the history of our industry, and it's going.
We're still making new highs. The
And
Qs
now
are
people
still
recognizing, as many already did and held on to the stock or even bought more, that fog will lift, and the strength of the Schwab franchise for the last 50 years is still there and will be there in the future.
I'm trying to remember back in March when things were still pretty dramatic across certainly regional banks. You made a pretty high-profile purchase. I assume you're above water on that one.
I might be. I don't pay that much attention to the stock price in the short run, but I certainly do believe in the company and the stock price over the long term.
Yes, that was a good interview because it was in the depths of the worries about your stock and some of the other regional banks. So do you think that the crisis is over, Walt?
Well, I don't know that I'm qualified to talk about the broad picture from a crisis standpoint. I do think when it comes to Schwab that what we're seeing unfold is what we talked about would likely unfold. And by that, I don't want to give any impression that we're taking a victory lap, because we're not. But we encourage clients to realign their cash, to earn more interest. They have done so. That process has largely played out. We expect to be net positive from a cash growth standpoint at some point before the end of 2023. We'll pay down the short-term supplemental funding that we utilize.
There it goes. There's your blast off from the Qs. So shorts gave up. I knew it was coming soon. I could feel it. I'm like, they're not going to hang on much longer. I mean, this is a resistance area for the Qs, but
how does that trajectory fit in with your outlook on net interest margin, and how do you have confidence that investors won't seek that same sort of yield-seeking behavior that could pressure results again?
Well, Well, they've largely completed that process. We're looking at record lows today for balance sheet cash. It's possible that you could see a little bit more of that realigning going on, but that's largely played out. And
I said
we
this too,
actually
man.
will
Like
reach a
this
tipping
bear
point
market can
where,
just,
because
or
cash
bull
will
market
begin
can just
growing with
go
our
and
clients,
go and
these higher
go.
rates
Like
actually
it doesn't have
become
to
a
stop.
tailwind for the
Once they got to
company
put money
from
to
a
work, they got to put money to
financial
work, and this
standpoint.
thing will just
And,
run
and so
and
another
run
quarter point,
and
another
run
half
until
point,
they don't have
I
like
think has a big
until they
impact
have
on
the
client cash
capital
realigning, but it can
put to
begin
work
to
that
have
they
an
have.
impact in our
You know,
earnings longer term.
there's an amount that all
What about
these
the,
hedge
the
funds and institutions
Ameritrade
have.
customers?
Once they
and
get
what
it to
you're
work,
seeing? I know
then
you've
you
been
can
trying
start
to do
seeing the
that over
pullbacks
the
and
last
the
few quarters. How is it going?
and the
Are you
things
seeing
of the
any
like.
pitfalls or any customers lose losses as a result of some of the changes?
Well, thanks to the extraordinary work by thousands of folks at Schwab, that integration is going exceptionally well. In May, we converted about 5 million clients just in May, and we have several more groups of clients to convert. The May conversion alone would have been the largest brokerage consolidation in the history of our industry, and we have another one coming up in September, and then 2 more smaller ones to go. The attrition levels are below those that we estimated at the time of the acquisition, so we're very pleased by that. Now, in fairness, we've spent a lot of money over the last few years.
No, I feel, man, that's what's up. I would.
There was nothing more important
Well,
that we could
would I
do
hold it?
than create
I,
a seamless transition
you know what I mean?
for
So
these
like me,
clients over to Schwab.
like as I
The
get
other thing that we've done is
my
we didn't
profits
take the traditional
and I get
approach of
extensions, I'm taking
integration,
profits
which is
on those
just to move
extensions, and then
everyone
I'll
over
just
to
run out of
the
shares,
firm's
or I'll
platform.
run out of calls, or I'll run out of
We
puts.
really went with a best of both. So if
But
you're a
I feel,
retail
dude, like
investor,
with these
you're
calls,
gonna have
you're in good
access
hands. I
to
mean, it's
Swim,
trading
which is
sideways today. It's
recognized
struggling a
as the
little
best
bit.
trading platform for
It
retail
feels like it
investors.
wants to roll
Keep
over
an
a little
eye on
bit.
it. Use your
But
Schwab for your
like I
custody
just
services.
said, they
You're going
have
to have access
there's
to
money
ivory
that's
path
got to get put to work,
and think
and
path.
whoever was late,
So we've gone best
this
of
stuff
both.
could
That's
take a
been more
while. It could
costly.
take a while
But
for this money to
again,
get
as
put
a
to work.
client-driven
It could take a
organization,
whole
it's the
year.
right
I'm
thing
not going
to
to say
do.
we're going to run
That's the
straight up
approach
for a
we've
year,
taken, and I
but
think it's paying off right now.
they've
So no
put
major
a
attrition,
good
I
amount
guess, is the
to
question
work
ahead of
here
those
the last
conversions?
two
No,
months,
in fact,
month,
again, we've seen attrition
and
levels measurably lower than
you know
what we
we're,
estimated when we announced the acquisition. I
now
think
we
it's
have
a
earnings,
result of the
and
approach
these
we've
banks
taken.
are
We didn't
fine.
just pull
Like
anyone over. We're
it's
going with
like
the best of
now
both platforms
does
because
that
each of
the
these
the
were very
FOMO is
successful
kicking in on them.
independent
Like,
companies on
hey,
their own
I
with
got to
great
put this
service
money to
for
work.
clients and
You
great
know, that's why
technology. So it only
I
made
mentioned,
sense
I'm like,
to
yo,
take
this
the best
market
of
can
both and
go
use that as
and
what we'll
go
have
and
as our
go,
strategy
and they'll be
going
like, it's gonna
forward.
pull back
Costly,
and
but the
go
right thing to
and
do for
go
clients.
and go.
Got it. Well,
That's just the
finally,
thing coming out of
as
bear
a
markets,
technology
especially
leader,
when
we're
they've
all trying to
lost
figure
money and they're
out
getting ready to
what the
lose their
impact of
jobs
AI is
because
going to be, certainly on
they
financials,
lost
on
money
investing.
twice in a row.
How are you thinking about it
They lost
when
money
it comes to your business?
in
And
2020
also,
or
how
2021
people trade
and in
and what kind of
2022.
advice they get. Is
All
it going to
right.
be artificial intelligence based? Or
So
have
the
you been
bond
dealing
market
with some of these
lost
other
money,
problems
equities
and
lost
put that on
money
the
if you
back
were
burner?
long. And then we come into
Well,
this
certainly
year, and I had a
it's not
feeling
been on
because
the
I'm
back
like,
burner.
guys,
We
we
have,
hit,
I think,
we
one
were
of
at
the most
400 in
significant spaces
2020.
right now in
It's now
various
2023. It's like
in the
we've
company. We
spent
think
2
that AI
years at
creates
this level. Like,
tremendous opportunity for
I
our
think it's
people
about
to
time that
better
we could
serve
like start doing something.
clients, to provide them with
Now again,
incredibly
maybe we get
accurate
our stage
responses to
2.
questions with a
Say
lot
we're
of
at
detail.
480,
Whether it's going to get into the
465.
point of
When it happens,
advising
maybe
clients
we're
based
even
on
close to
AI, I think that
500.
remains
I
to
don't
be
know
seen,
when that
but
time
again,
comes. And then we
a
pull
client
back to the
experience
430s or
in our
something.
view is
I
only
don't
going to
know.
benefit from
You know
the
what I mean?
work that we're doing in
450 or
AI
so.
today, and it's a very significant
Those
part
are
of our
my
future.
plans. That's kind of
You
what
said
I'm
40
looking
use
for.
cases so far?
That's
We
my
have almost 40 use
it's my
cases right
idea,
now.
or like
38
my how
specifically
I
in
think
process
it kind of
using,
plays out. But
AI
none of us
in
know.
various places of the firm.
Nobody
And many
knows.
of those will have a positive
The only thing we
impact
do
for client
know
experience in
is
time.
that net
All
short
right. We'll look forward to
was
hearing
a
more about
record
that
high.
when you're ready. Well, thank you very much for the
Net
time
long
today.
short were
Appreciate
record
it.
high on futures.
Sarah, again, thanks
Matter
for
of
the
fact, I
invitation.
wonder
It's
if I
always
could
great
show
to
you
speak with
guys
you.
this.
You too. Well, Ben
Look at
here is
this.
the
Let me
CEO of Charles
give me
Schwab,
1
which is
second. I'm going to
up
try
double
and
digits today.
send this
The
over.
CEO of Suntory is coming up next. We'll talk some consumer spending and bullishness in Japan. Rising prices there not deterring alcohol sales.
Plus, the Barron Opportunity Fund. It's up more more than 40% this year, thanks to names like Nvidia, Microsoft, and Tesla. The manager behind that fund, Mike Lippert, is here with us later in the hour. Squawk on the Street. We'll be right back.
How do I get this? Yeah, let me send it. I'm sending it over now. And I want to show you guys a chart.
Goldman reiterating Warner Brothers Discovery as its top media pick this morning. The analyst there saying the risk reward is much better when compared to its traditional media peers. It's bullish on its debt repayment plan as well. The stock is up 3.3%, outperforming here a bit.
Meantime, what do bars and restaurants have to do with the potential recession? More than you might think, according to recent data from Barclays. Spending on food and beverage away from home remains strong. Bar spending up 14 year-on-year in July. Our next guest has seen some of the benefits of those trends. We're joined here at Post 9 by the CEO of Suntory, Takeshi Niinami. The company oversees dozens of brands across wines and spirits, including Jim Beam and Makers. What a pleasure to have you back. Welcome.
Thank you.
We were just talking during the break about how global investors have discovered Japan as it's one of the key trades of the year so far, based on what's happening in your economy.
That's right. Because of the, first of all, wage increase in last 30 years, so which happened, the record high wage hike, we should be sustainable.
Sorry, I just need one sec. I just don't know much about.
From deflation to inflation.
Like,
so that is a critical moment.
Here we go.
And we have to keep increasing wages so that we never go back to deflation. I think we are very much confident.
Let me see. I'm just trying to send Marcus Red. I'm trying to send this email to myself over.
To increase wages. So wages.
How is that change in the consumer mindset affecting sales for your business?
I think they are now confident because they started to accept the price increases. But always there's a concern of the inertia to get back to deflation. So we have to get rid of it by increasing prices, and innovation is all the key.
Do you think that the central bank is going
got
to
it.
move here? I had Governor Wade
We in
on the
business.
panel a
I'm going to show you
couple
guys
weeks ago in
something.
Portugal, and
I'm going to
he
show you guys
said
this.
that
It's a little bit of an older
his
chart.
numbers we're not at target yet,
It's not like a
and
chart,
he
but
didn't
it's
seem
like
he was
a
going to
chart.
the
It's like
policy anytime soon, but the market is thinking he might do something.
institutional
Yeah, I think so.
chart.
YCC
Yield
could be,
curve control.
widening probably from the current level to 1% because we are under inflation. Above 3%.
I appreciate that, man. I hope that job goes well, man. I hope that job goes well.
Subsidies from the government
Hope it goes
to
good.
gas
I'm
and,
going to bring up.
energy costs, I think it could be 5%.
I want to show you guys something.
So I think it should be momentarily, Bank of Japan should change the policy to widen YCC to 1%. I think that's our expectation in business.
What are you seeing as far as summer sales in the U.S.? In the retail sales number today, the restaurant figure was up a little bit, but moderating growth for sure. Is that
That's
what
right.
you're saying?
I see the cautious spending, but in a space like restaurant, drinking, I think it's above the flat, maybe 2-3% above. Depends on categories. For example, tequila is still hot. American whiskey, so-so. So tequila is still important category for us.
Do you see consumer tastes changing at all? Any migration away from tequila to something else?
From cognac, for example, to tequila, from American whiskey a bit to tequila. So tequila is a very important category for us to strengthen.
Are you going to be adding to your tequila portfolio?
I guess so.
You're looking at M&A?
Well, I guess so.
There are probably more celebrities with tequila brands.
Well, depends on the quality, because our policy is not because of celebrities, but quality. If we can improve quality, we go ahead to acquire distilleries in tequila, town. But it depends on how we produce, how we can improve.
One of the big stories of the year has been the ability to ship for less, right? I mean, it's such a reversion from the last couple of years. Do you see any danger that will get more expensive from here? Freight, shipping, containers?
I think supply chain issue is alleviating, and it's less stressed. So I think because of the Chinese economy, which is not that good, and ASEAN countries not doing well. So we don't see huge problems with the supply chain.
What about inflation overall in the portfolio? Because you had pricing power and
I think it will be under control by Fed and other central bankers. So it should not be a too big issue. Probably under control within
I'm gonna just show you guys on my phone.
So we
It's
are
all
not
good.
extra concerned about inflation, just like last year, 2 years ago.
Are you concerned about demand?
Yes, still wage hike is still going on, especially service sector. So it's a mixed message. So inflation, but wage increase. So, but supply chain is okay at this moment.
One last question on China. Their recovery has disappointed to some degree this year.
And yes, I need a haircut. I need to
Does it depend
shave.
on stimulus?
I
I
think,
know this.
I think they need stimulate.
Let me see if I can.
driven
Hold
by
on one
the,
second.
Private sector
Fuck.
instead of the state-owned enterprises. But they
Hold on
have
one
huge
second.
number of people, and there are still lots of affluent people. So China is still potential.
Yeah. A lot of the targets are still 5% growth for the year, even though they've been cut a bit. It's such a good pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations on 100 years.
That's right. And another 100 years will be more bright future.
I don't understand why it's telling me that my attentions need to be required, and I'm putting in the damn password, and I put it in on my phone, and then it works. Like,
to spin off part of its generic medicines business, Sandoz. The CEO joins us here at Post 9 in just a bit.
Watch pins today. Evercore goes to outperform, says it sees some digital ads stabilizing. Was above 30 for the first time in a while, not too long ago. Be right back.
please update it. I don't understand what the fuck you want me to update. So what I'm trying to show you guys is prime book versus prime book long versus short leveraged. And percentage of short exposure or short exposure as percentage of gross exposure, which is at damn near highs. Like it's this tells a lot, and it's older, so it may be changed by now, but well, we know it's changed by now because it's whatchamacallit, it's we can see it. Maybe another. I'll work on all this stuff later on. Oh, now it wants to work? No? Jesus Christ. Alright, whatever. I'm done fucking with it. Sorry, guys. Give me one sec. Deontay, good luck with that new job, man. And I appreciate it, man. Shit, I thought that was him. Okay, so I'm sorry, man. I got it mixed up. Um, I'm not sure if you're asking me that or not. Um, like I say, like full-time trading, that's it don't matter if you have a job or not, you know? You're in the markets, you're in the markets. But good luck with that new job, man. Good luck with that new job.
Got a couple movements on cruise lines today. Truist cuts Norwegian. They're still bullish, but say the surge in prices probably hit a peak. Meantime, Argus not too concerned about the run-up in Carnival. They go to buy, saying that increased marketing spend should provide a revenue boost. Smaller chance of some new shares. Target 21 there.
I guess it's a tough call when the stocks are 70 to 100% so far this year. Time now for a news update. Contessa Brewer has that for us. Morning, Contessa.
Hi there, Sarah. Russia hit Ukrainian ports with missiles and drones today after it pulled out of the Black Sea grain deal yesterday. Russian officials say the attack was retaliation for a drone strike on a key bridge linking the Crimean Peninsula to Russia. Russia halted the grain deal shortly after the bridge strike, but said that wasn't related. The United Nations is warning the end of wartime deal that allows the safe passage of grain from Ukrainian ports actually threatens global food security. A federal prosecutor in New York says his office is seeking control of New York City's troubled Rikers Island jail. He says his office will move forward with contempt proceedings against the city after a court-appointed federal monitor filed a report last week saying the city failed to curb mismanagement and violence inside the jail. Troubled. In and out employees in a handful of states will not be allowed to wear a face mask at work unless they have a doctor's note. It's a new policy that came out in a leaked company memo. The change affects workers at the chain's restaurants in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, Arizona, and Utah, and the new rule goes into effect in mid-August. We'll watch for that. Carl.
All right, Contessa, thanks, Contessa Brewer. Coming up next, Mike Lippert of the Barron Opportunity Fund on the one thing investors get wrong when it comes to investing in tech. His fund has been crushing the market this year, up more than 40%. Don't go away.
nshealth.com.
Check out the Dow going strong today and near session highs, up 343 points, a full percent. What's driving the Dow higher today? United Healthcare continuing its post-earnings surge. It's up another 3.8% today. Goldman Sachs, after those Morgan Stanley earnings, ahead of its own results tomorrow. Amgen, Caterpillar, Travelers, Chevron, American Express. So you've really got a mix of cyclical stocks. The materials names are doing well. Visa, Honeywell, and Apple are lagging. And that's part of the story today. The Nasdaq's actually negative right now. It's down 0.25%, Carl, even with the big jump in the Dow. The S&P 500, it's up 0.3%, kind of reflecting a mix of those sectors.
Yeah, S&P as well. Fresh intraday highs for the year. On that note, let's get post to post with Bob Pisani. Bob.
And it's Goldilocks. So you heard from Sarah, the tech stocks are holding but not pushing the market up. The market's broadening out.
I hate when this happens. All right. Just what they said.
Earnings are coming in strong too. You saw Walt Bettinger from
so
Schwab, that's a leader on the S&P right
we should like the Dow, right?
Also doing really well. We're starting to see the financials push forward, which is really nice to see. After earnings season start, look,
So the Dow is leading, I guess. And I looked at Cat to see what's going on. Like, look at the Dow ripping.
The bank ETF, the KBE,
Wish I'd have seen this. That's a nice pattern, but I didn't. So if you look and you start seeing what sector is leading, IWM with banks, then you can go and say, then you can find the stocks that have momentum. You know, like Cat. Look at Cat. That's a trade. That's a long trade. You know, plenty of momentum. It's up 2% for a $260 stock. Not too shabby. Boeing, it's probably not up because Boeing's been having issues. I said this a couple days ago that there's just something going on with Boeing that's not good. I should have been short back up at the 220 level. I wasn't, so we'll have to keep
going on within a few weeks, so that's
an eye out on what's going on.
Enormous move to the upside this year. It's up about 52%. Finally, I just want to point out with the transports at a new high, the Dow Industrial is also approaching new highs. You get that Dow effect overall new highs, and that tells people.
I wonder what
signal, essentially Dow theorists going to go very.
CRM's doing. It's a down day.
We keep pushing things up just a little bit more. Guys, back to you.
All right, Bob. Thanks, Bob Pisani. Let's dive deeper into the market with our next guest, whose fund is up.
Come on, Spy, roll it over. Give us like a nice. You know, let's go test. Let's have a nice pullback today. That would be pretty cool.
Mike, congrats on the year so far.
For me, may not be cool for you guys. It may be cool for me. It's going. Yeah, I looked at it a little while ago. I looked at it a little bit ago, buddy. That's a nice bull flag breakout. That's nice. Because I looked at it because I was watching Carvana. Look at the volume on that too. This is a lunchtime breakout. It's almost lunchtime, but you got a high volume there. That's what we want to see. Usually you'll get lunchtime breakouts with no volume, and they usually reverse. Or they have more of a probability to reverse. Man, look at that candle.
And the first thing we've heard in the
That's
early
damn near.
is, NVIDIA telling us that they were going to do $11 billion of revenue when the market was expecting $7.
Yep, that's going to be the guidance that lives forever. I mean, historic. Although, we've talked last few days about
it's just making legs higher and higher and higher and higher.
I wonder, to the degree that are they becoming too large for your room size? And in that case, what do you migrate to?
No, we don't play those games. I mean, we're thinking of where these companies can be again in multiple years. And, the short-term movements around reconstitution of an index doesn't impact us at all. We're really trying to figure out how big the opportunity can be and which companies have the competitive advantages to realize the opportunities and take market share. And, all the ones that are listed here are the ones that we're very, very confident in.
You still think, Mike, NVIDIA is being underestimated after its 215% run-up this year?
Yeah, could it
get a pullback in there? That'd be pretty nice. We got a pullback in there, and it held. Dude, tell me this Meta stop loss wasn't on point today.
Jensen Huang himself called
I
it
can't
an
get
iPhone
over this
moment.
one.
Remember when the iPhone first came out?
Look at the
you know,
stop
everyone was
loss
where
from
we are
Meta.
today. And I think this is a platform
That was the
change
stop
in the way
loss.
we compute
This
and the
trend
way
line right
people
here.
deal
I mean,
with,
I could put it
corporate
right
data,
there, but
information.
you know what I mean? That
Software
was the
will
stop
really
loss.
change,
That's so
and, it
crazy.
will be led by AI.
But I guess I'm wondering if there are any other winners that you can spot beyond the big four that everybody knows are the big winners from AI. Isn't it about finding where that next leg of growth is going to come from, and where the next 200% move goes?
Yeah,
You're exactly
Snowflake,
right. We have a whole portfolio. We own 47
Trade
names,
Desk.
and
And I don't know if there'll be
obviously
like
a big
like
theme, but it's not only NVIDIA, it's not only Microsoft. We own software companies like ServiceNow, Workday,
ServiceNow.
we own semiconductor companies like AMD, Marvell, Empower, and others. And so everyone wants to talk about the big names, but we play this in a portfolio way.
Talk about being positioned exactly for the chapter at hand, Mike. We'll keep in touch with you, I hope. Appreciate it very much. Good to see you. Mike
Thank you
Lippert.
very much.
Meantime, Novartis moving higher after raising guidance, outlining its planned spinoff of its generic medicines business as well. CEO is going to join us after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Novartis, they had earnings, didn't they? The S&Ps are kicking my ass today, man. I should have performed. I should have just taken the long and not fought it. On this pullback here, I was in the green. But again, this position's really small. So I'm going to let it, it's practically, I'm going to let it expire worthless. Because I want to see what we can do in the afternoon. And I don't know if we even do anything. We might just sit in the range. We're climbing higher, and I feel like we might put in a lower high. We might not, but why is it on a 5-minute? MSFT. Look at Microsoft, guys. Look at Microsoft. Boom. Look at that. What? Why did my stuff not go off? Yeah, is it going up now? Where's Q's at? Let me see. I got it over on this screen here. Yeah, Q's are ripping now. I want to know what this news is. I want to know what's going on. Dude, it is crazy. Man, if we could have got... I'm sitting here talking and... God damn. You could have made so much money on that. That's a $10 move. Wow. What the flip, man. I'm still not getting anything from look, you're just getting an increase in volume.
Staying on the earnings theme, look at Novartis moving higher this morning. Best day since March for that stock. Reporting beats on the top and bottom line for the second quarter in a row. The stock also rising on
Hasn't came across the wire yet.
And announcing its spinoff of its generic division, Sandoz, which is set to take place in early Q4. Joining us here at Post 9, CEO.
All right, I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee. I guess that it has to do with AI and pricing of AI. So.
What is driving the beats? Because if you look across the portfolio, most of your blockbuster drugs came in better than expected.
I really think it's a reflection of the strategic moves we've been making, focusing the portfolio, really becoming a pure play innovative medicines company. And we're seeing that reflected in the performance of all of our key brands. All 6 of our big Key medicines are growing ahead of analyst expectations, and we expect that to continue, particularly Kisqali, our breast cancer medicine, Kesimpta, our multiple sclerosis medicine, and Pluvicto, our prostate cancer medicine. But it was a very broad-based beat, and also broad-based geographically. U.S., China, Europe, Japan, all ahead of expectations.
Does it reflect the markets to which you're selling into? The fact that, you know, some of these diseases, your top breast cancer, obviously huge potential there.
I think one is they're really good medicines, and the data now is really supporting their broad-scale use. So in the case of Kisqali, we have great breast cancer data in the metastatic setting, and we had new data at ASCO in the early breast cancer setting. So I think that's one. I think, two, there's been the normalization of healthcare systems like we've seen in China, which is allowing China to grow at a really, really great pace. But I also think it's the operational performance at Novartis. We did this large restructuring last year, transformed the business to become much more lean and focused, and that's coming out now in the operational performance, top and bottom line.
Big $15 billion buyback announced, other piece of news. How should investors read that? Does that mean less M&A? Because you've been doing some acquisitions.
Well, really, this is about confidence in the stock and confidence in our outlook. When you look at the company, we are unstretched from a balance sheet standpoint. I mean, our net debt is only at about 1 turn of our EBITDA, which allows us to have a lot of financial flexibility. We've actually been doing quite a few deals. We recently announced a proposed acquisition of a company called Chinook for around $3 billion, a number of other BD&L activities that we've had. So we're able to do the $15 billion share buyback with the cash we have on hand, as well as a strong free cash flow, but maintain the power to do M&A as well. So we really think we have the opportunity to do both, and that's what we plan to do.
Yeah, we've talked really last couple of days about just the remarkable age we're in regarding research. Is there a war for research talent going on right now between companies?
Well, I think certainly there's this explosion of new technologies, and in very specific areas, you do need to find the right talent. So 3 areas that we've prioritized are cell therapies and gene therapies, where you need very specific expertise. The second one is called radioligand therapy, again, very specific cancer expertise, and one called RNA interference. And just yesterday, we announced the acquisition of a company called DTX for $500 million that brings in-house new technology, new capabilities. So I think the war for talent is going to be really focused in these next generation technologies. And you see companies across our sector now moving, I think, strategically in each of these areas.
You said you chalked it up to some of the strategic changes you've made inside the company. Investors are paying attention. 2 beats in a row, 2 raises in a row on the court. What specifically have you done, and how does it change the long-term financial projections?
I think the biggest thing is we've really now focused Novartis as a pure play innovative medicines company. I think what we're best at and what we've been best at over the last 25 years is discovering novel medicines and launching them really effectively. And exiting businesses like generics, consumer health a few years ago, we spun out Alcon. We're really able to focus all of our capital, energy, resources on medicines that really matter. That's one. Second, we streamlined the organization. We removed 10,000 people across the organization, both from the generic side, but also in our pure play medicine side of things, that really streamlined decision making, sped things up. And then the last is we focused down on 5 key therapeutic areas, which means all of the resources of the company are focused on a handful of drugs, a handful of R&D areas. That's a shift from where Novartis was historically. We used to be quite broad-based, and I think that diluted effort and energy in the markets. And that's leading to these strong operational beats that you're seeing. I hope will continue over the course of this year.
It does sort of imply that you have confidence in regulation, both in the U.S. and around the world. Do you not?
I mean, we do believe that the future remains in being in innovative medicines. You have regulators that, despite the challenges, FDA and Europe are still supportive of novel drugs and novel medicines. Now, of course, the reimbursement environments are ones we have to continue to shape. Clearly, in Europe, that's challenging right now. There's been some retrenchment in investment in health, and we have to make that case. And in the U.S., the IRA has been problematic, specifically on some of its provisions on when prices are set. Now, we think we can shape all of that in the medium to long term. And actually, right now in Washington, there's very promising legislation on pharmacy benefit manager reform, which we think will also provide some.
Yeah, this is crazy, and I just went to get a coffee, and
but we have to keep shaping that policy environment to be successful.
I think Meta went off. It went past our stop loss, so you would have got stopped out. All right, it's like I'm just playing. It was just a perfect stop loss. This was our stop loss, but.
I think we can shape the implementation over time. I mean,
Look at
clearly,
this
you know,
spy
with
just go,
lawsuits,
man. This is
those will
insane.
aim to hopefully slow down
Now,
things
is this
so that
the
we
blow
can
off
get
top?
legislative fixes. Now, when you look at Obama, the ACA, Affordable Care Act, there were
This is
40
wild.
plus revisions to this act over time. And I think we need to aspire to do something similar with the IRA, shape the
What
legislation.
the fuck?
get
We're gonna
more
have a
reasonable
momentum
fixes. But there are
type
big
of
things with
fucking
the IRA.
day.
There's
Oh,
a
excuse
Part
my
D
language.
cap at $2,000, which means seniors
I
can
gotta
afford
stop.
their medicines and limit their out-of-pocket. But there is this price-setting provision at 9 years for small molecules.
This
which
is crazy,
hugely
man.
damaging to the innovation ecosystem, and we've got to get shifted over time.
Do you think it's as disruptive as the ACA was for its time?
I think in our sector, in which medicines we develop, it will be as disruptive, if not fixed. If you think about it, what the act does is creates a disincentive to create a pill or a simple-to-take medicine for the elderly. And so in trying to help the elderly afford their medicines, we've created an incentive for our industry to not create the next wave of medicines to help people who are aging live longer, healthier lives. So I think it's a distortion which policymakers didn't think through, and that we can get fixed, but we just have to take the right actions now legislatively.
Why are you not in obesity? Did you drop the obesity program?
We did not see great data with our obesity drug. And you know, I think, Sarah, there's a lot of activity right now with obesity, and I think it's terrific, but there's also huge unmet needs in other areas. Cardiovascular disease, our activity.
This is crazy.
Disease,
I bought puts today.
cancer and prostate cancer.
Oh man, I couldn't have been any more wrong.
And not chasing the next big thing and saying, look, these are areas we're good at. We'll stay disciplined over time.
I just
We'll find great
the
medicines, and
cues
that's
were
gonna pay
weak.
off.
If the
That's what
cues
you're
are
seeing
weak,
with the
then
earnings beats that
and the
you see.
You're
spies
not looking to license a drug there
tech
or
heavy.
acquire something in that space.
Maybe that's not new waiting.
Focus in our key areas, then we're going to say that way.
Finally, boss,
Dude, Spy's ripping. You're really gonna get a squeeze now, man. It's on. I think it's gonna be on now. I really do.
Where are you? And using that to develop new medicines.
And I don't even know what it's about.
Support R&D in particular.
Great job, bro. 250%. Go get them, bro. Hey, the trend's up. Just buy calls. Don't, you know. I don't know why I bought puts. I mean, I know why. And just because, like, my reasoning was really stupid. Just because they're cheap doesn't mean you buy them. You know?
Now we're leveraging that data lake to move AI very quickly forward in the company. And I think this will give us an advantage because our data is organized, it's got a clear ontology, and I'm hoping that will lead to new discoveries faster over time.
That's a whole nother segment for another day. That's really exciting. I did not realize the Palantir link there. Boss, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
For being here. Post 9 on earnings. Voss Narasimhan, CEO of Novartis.
After the break, that AI startup slowdown. Can anyone compete with big tech? That story's coming up. And speaking of AI, take a look at shares of Microsoft this morning, spiking after announcing on some details on its AI products, including a $30 per user price tag on its AI chatbot for some Office apps. Stock's up almost 4%. Stay with us.
The Microsoft news still hasn't even really came across yet. I gotta check my stuff. It may have. Maybe I was in the. I was getting coffee and whatnot, and I just wasn't. Wow, this is insane. Insane.
EBLO, Evlo Biosciences shares spiking to the highs. Echo Victor Lima Oscar, EBLO up 38%.
Look at Nvidia, guys.
Meta releasing an
Come on, AMD. Are you gonna go right behind it?
model Llama. From a blog post, Llama model could be distributed by preferred partner Microsoft via Azure. Will also be available for free Amazon Web Services and for free via Amazon Web Services and other platforms. New version of Llama has been pre-trained on 40% more data than Llama 1 with more than 1 million units annotated.
I have no levels up above this. I have no levels there. That was my those were my levels.
At the highs, $4.90.
Guys, this is crazy. This is so insane. It really is. Literally just last month, we were at 416, 415 last month. Nice, bro. You gotta lock that shit in. You don't have to do anything. I'm just, that's awesome, dude. Let her rip. I mean, 350%. Like, what more can you ask for? Honestly. 350%. I'd have 10, probably, I don't know, 15, 20, 30 grand. Let's see here. This is crazy. This is so insane.
Some of those businesses begin to cut workers. That is the focus of today's Tech Check with Deirdre Bosa. Morning, D.
This has got to be just about it, roughly.
Of course, been this kind of untouchable space in tech.
At least for now. Doesn't have to be, I guess. Boom.
Jason, in different ways. I know we're going to get to Microsoft in a moment and that pop we're seeing, but AI startups as well.
We have Powell next week too, guys and girls.
There are some signs, though, that some of the air could be coming out over the last week or so. 2 chatbot startups laying off employees. One of them was Jasper, a so-called AI platform that helps users create content with generative AI software. Blogs,
there's the pullback.
and the such. It raised $125
I wouldn't be
million
surprised if it retests it and just goes makes news highs.
On LinkedIn, its CEO now writing that the layoffs are part of efforts to, quote, sharpen our focus and align resources to become the best possible AI co-pilot for marketing teams. We should say best possible in a crowded field. Now, Jasper is one of a handful of startups that essentially uses AI to write content for marketing teams. There's Copy.ai, WordTune, Simplified, Typeface AI, which also recently raised $100 million at a $1 billion valuation. There's also Mutiny, another chatbot startup that has reportedly cut 30% of its workers amid this rivalry. Now, each one of these companies, they say that there is something unique.
Look at the volume that came in on the queues there, guys.
Likely, they don't all survive as standalone products, and the latest layoffs may suggest that investors are starting to get impatient. In public market, AI hype.
You're tearing it up, bro.
In the form of earnings season. Last quarter,
I almost took the long, but I.
You just had to mention it a bunch of times on your earnings call, but this time around, investors are going to be looking for actual impact on revenue and earnings.
I thought about it, but I was like, I just thought we could get a nice pullback. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for a pullback. The SPY starts charging and the queues are rolling over, so I was like, okay, maybe they want to do that in the afternoon. Maybe we'll do a pullback in the afternoon. It just feels like if you look at the queues and look at like the past couple days,
I mean, that's exactly
if you look at the past couple days, it just feels like it's, it just feels like it's stuck. Feels like it's stuck right up here, at least on the queues. So I said, if the queues are going to be stuck, and have possibly a pullback, we should get it from the SPY too. Or out of the SPY, I should say.
So it's not cheap, but investors believe that companies, users, people, they all want this and they're willing to pay for it. So that will trickle down.
I feel like for companies, it is pretty cheap. I mean, to get access there. Interesting to see that lift the stock and the whole market. Deirdre, thank you. Deirdre Bosa with now session highs for the Dow and the S&P 500 with Microsoft.
Great job today, bro. That's all I gotta say, man. Great job. Great job.
Get you ready for those results. Plus Tesla and Goldman Sachs on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
EVLO resuming now. Echo Victor Lima Oscar. Shares popping to $5.48. Now some volume coming in.
What a beautiful up day. That's such a beautiful, like, just, you know, rally, pull back, right there at that level, we bounce. We pull back, we test something, maybe pre-market, I have no idea. And then you kind of just, whoop. That's so crazy. It's just like a clean setup, you know? This is easily buyable dips. Dip. Boom. Like, when I seen this like extension type price action, going into this level, I had a feeling it was going to be a break and retest where it broke up, pulled back into it, and got bought up. They're buying the dip. Man, 450? How do I go long the SPY at 450? I don't know if I can do that. I don't even know how much farther it's going to go. It's lunchtime right now. This is so insane. I love bear markets because they bring us stuff like this. It's like you couldn't have a crazy upside move for day after day after day after day after day if we didn't have a bear market. So we got to thank the bears for that at least. Fucking gay bears. The internet is something.
Earnings is the buzz these days as some of the biggest names gear up to report tomorrow. Goldman Sachs first up ahead of the bell. As it has warned, results could be a little rough. CEO David Solomon, remember last month telling me that Goldman could take impairments on CRE loans, commercial real estate, and some of the issues. The question is how much is in the stock right now. The other big name to
Gotta
watch
stop
is
touching my
Netflix,
face. I have my hands in
up more
my
than
face way too
50%
much.
This year after introducing an ad tier and cracking down on passwords. There's a lot of optimism about results there. And then we'll also get Tesla after the bell. Even better performance this year. It's up 130%. Expectations are certainly high, Carl, after Tesla beat those delivery expectations. So the bar is high.
Yeah, the Tesla story is going to be about deliveries, but also gross margins, AI, Cybertruck. There's a bunch of different buckets. Actually, B of A's got a fascinating note today looking at the Ford price cuts on the Lightning, arguing maybe we're in a period where the consumer is saying we don't really want an EV right now, period.
Which makes you wonder about some of the Tesla price cuts before. In the meantime, market's going very strong. Yields are helping. They're lower, even in the face of better retail sales.
Fresh highs for the year. Let's get to the judge.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour, the bull run in stocks. The Dow streaking, the rally showing no signs of peaking. And now the investment committee debates where your money is likely to go from here. Joining me for the hour, Josh Brown, Stephanie Link, Jason Snipe, everybody at Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange today. Dow's good for 380 right now. There's the S&P 500, 0.5%. NASDAQ, well, it's pulling up the rear today. I know it rarely does that, but it is today. It's still up 0.25%. And we'll take it. We're going to get to all of that. We got so much to get to today. We're going to begin, though, with Josh Brown.
As soon as I turned to the chart, it was going nuts because
How do you like your toast? How do you like your toast?
because the 1 minute traders were fighting on that trend line. It was just funny to see, because if somebody didn't see the 1 minute and know that the 90 MA is right there, it was going like this. It was literally going up and down, up and down, up and down. It was just funny. As soon as I scrolled over, I'm like, oh yeah, look at the 1 minuters, the 1 minute traders fighting over that 90 MA.
And the last time they reported earnings, and a lot of analyst reports since then, have
Downtown
a lot of
from Josh
confirmation
Brown.
that this has the potential to be one of the great growth stocks. So it's going to be very volatile. Nobody should follow me
The
into
trade
any
desk
stock,
was getting
especially
smacked.
not this one if you can't deal with the high
How is
beta.
it doing?
I
It's
think
still
it'll
not
be
recovering.
almost
What's
twice as
going
volatile
on?
as the overall S&P 500.
Trade desk forward
It's
market
tech.
could
They
boost
haven't,
advertisement
had a
and raise
full
gross
profitable year
billings.
yet. It's
Adjust
growth, it's
price
high
target on
multiple, so if it's
from
not your
105.
cup of tea,
Oh, so they
please don't hit me about this if it's down $5. I
They
can't do
downgraded
anything
it.
for you. But
I mean, it is. But speaking of, just real quick before you continue, it's only about 40 cents away from.
Oh, they raised the price
I mean, it's
target.
a nice move.
So that's what I want to get into. Give me that chart, but put it on like the Patty. Put it on like the whole screen. My opinion. This is how professionals in this space buy stocks. They're not looking to pay the lowest price. They're looking to buy confirmation of strength. The stock is about to break a 52-week high here. It's not an all-time
He's
high
been
here,
bullish on toast.
but
He's
there's
loved
a
toast.
fundamental driving reason for why that's the case. They were written up in Barron's over the weekend. Several buy recs over the last few weeks. Everyone is talking about this concept of the TAM.
I still haven't read that Barron's. I still have it on the side of my on the side of my bed on the whatever the hell it's called that's next to a bed that it holds a lamp.
In the industry, you need to be a restaurant owner bringing in people who know how to use the
Bureau.
software. We're not just talking about reservations or billing. Toast has like 30 or 40 different products that restaurants all over the world can standardize on. They have
Come
a
here,
new
turkey.
deal with Marriott.
You hungry?
All of the
Yeah, my
restaurants
cat's a
and
turkey, by the
dining
way. I call her
facilities
Turkey.
in Marriott's can be equipped with
I'm
this
actually going to
software,
get
this
a
equipment,
picture
and I
and
think
put
you're
her
gonna
on
see
there.
a lot more of that type of enterprise deal rather than just hand-to-hand combat
On my
trying to sign
thumbnails.
up one diner at a time. So as you
Best
see
looking
that,
cat in the world.
I think the company's earnings estimates
Of course,
will
he's mine, so I
continue
think
to be
that.
ratcheted higher. And I'm not saying it's cheap. I'm not saying it can't rise and fall. I just feel like it's a really
It's not even about her
interesting
looks.
way
It's more
to
about
play the consumer's
how she
predilection
is. Like,
for experiences
she
rather
just.
than goods, and not have to pick any one particular publicly
She's one of a
traded
kind.
restaurant chain.
That's
I
all.
love them
That's my
all.
girl.
Don't make me
That's my
choose
little
between
girl.
my children.
The Josh Brown boost is what that stock is getting right now. As you see, it's up better than 2%. And we'll keep our eyes on it
Yeah,
for
he
the
just pumped it.
remaining 56 or 57 minutes of our program. But there's Toast getting a lift. Not
Wait,
the only
what's
one
going
buying
on
either,
here?
by the way, Steph. Bank of America, Flow Trends, clients bought U.S.
What's the
equities
ticker?
for the third straight week. Hedge funds and institutions were buyers. Was Stephanie Link a continued buyer selectively into this market?
Yes, and we're going to talk about it in the B block. So there's your teaser.
Okay.
But I think they should be buying. You know, by the way, the Schwab CEO just on CNBC last hour talked about how deposits are actually leaving and not going into higher yielding deposits. They are, but they're also going into the equity markets. So it really jives very well with what we're hearing from other companies as well as BofA.
And that's one of the great points, right? And one of the great questions that we've asked, okay? If now you have money moving out of cash equivalents, out of treasuries and money markets and things that have been yielding 5% and have been so attractive now for more than a year, and if that fuels the next leg of the rally, because it has to come from somewhere. And maybe to your point, that's where it's going to come from.
$5 trillion on the sideline, so that's a lot of money. I don't think it's all going to go into equity markets, but it's very encouraging. And Schwab, the CEO, he would know firsthand, right? So I actually think the reason that people have more confidence in putting money into the equity markets is because of this whole soft landing thing that we've been all talking about. It looks like it's real. It's the consumer, it's jobs, it's wages, it's housing is at a one-year high. Autos are up 16.1%. Consumers feel okay. And by the way, today, the industrial production number is still really crummy, but you've had 4 months in a row where it's getting a little bit better, and I think the PMIs have actually bottomed. So now you're having this broadening happen in the market, which I'm thrilled about because you know that's where I am, and I'm in other parts of the market like financials and energy, healthcare, industrials. I am in some tech, but
transports, right?
Transports.
And I wonder if they're another tell of some sort of where the economy really is, right? Transport sector, a new 52-week high. You got UPS, things like that, but just in general, the signal maybe that we're getting from that move.
Right, absolutely. And you're going from a destocking cycle to a restocking cycle, and that's going to help GDP. And oh, by the way, the retail sales control group, which goes into GDP, was very strong at 0.6% versus 0.3 last
Tell him,
month.
Steph.
So I think they're getting a lot of
Tell him,
signals that the
Steph.
economy's hanging in, earnings are going to hang in. So far, earnings have been really pretty good, and I think that's why you want to own some equities in this environment.
Well, people seem to want to do that.
Yeah.
Jason Snipe, Bank of America Fund Manager Survey, soft landing 68%, hard landing 21%, no landing 4%. So, you know, you have an overwhelming majority leaning on the soft landing.
All right, so there's the
idea.
break.
Even some of the equity naysayers.
See what
like,
happens.
Martin
I'm still
Cohen,
not
who's been negative
rolling
now for a
out
while,
making some money today. All right, we're not ruling that out at all.
Now, he still doesn't love U.S. equities by any stretch of the imagination. Still thinks that
So GLD went with industrials. So we'll look and see if there's a little bit of a
he does see the possibility of a soft landing. That's
something we can do there where
100%, Scott. And I
if
think,
we see the
you know,
Dow
Scott makes a great
start
point,
to
is
try and have an up day,
still on the sidelines.
and if it has a down day, we could look at GLD and see if they are driving. Let's look at Bitcoin.
A lot earlier in the year is still ringing true, and I think that presents an opportunity here.
Bitcoin looks to me, guys, like it's putting in a cup and handle.
You know, from an inflationary perspective,
Like it's about to take off. I'm dead serious.
This idea of fear of missing out, I think, is starting to ring.
Look at that.
louder. Those
It doesn't get any better than that. You got a low volume pullback, and here you go. See if it starts to rally. There's your cup, your handle. This is a little messed up. You want to see what makes it a nice cup and handle is the fact that this price action is tight. It's not long candles and going back and forth. But they kind of messed it up there. You want a nice, slow, not slow, but you want the candles to be tight, you know, and just angled tight. The Microsoft merged on it. I think what it was, I think Microsoft, there was something with AI. I don't know. I think it was pricing of AI. I don't know yet. I haven't even looked it up. I will. I'll find out right now.
Said April was weak, May was weak, second half of June started to pick up. Deep recession, not happening, not as he sees it.
I thought that interview was awesome. I really did. Leslie did a great job with the questions, too. Look, the quarter was mixed, and I can tell you that across the board for banks so far, the quarters have been mixed. Net interest income, better. Expenses, better. Actually, capital markets activity, better. Equity trading and debt capital markets was really strong at Morgan Stanley. And yes, it was the commentary, though, about things getting more constructive in the latter part of the quarter. And then, of course, the commentary about what you just mentioned, that maybe capital markets have bottomed 4 to 6 weeks. Not all was perfect. Net interest margins are still going to drag down the numbers overall. And we do get the Basel III regulation in a couple of weeks. So we're going to have to hear about capital raises from I think some of the regionals. I think the big banks are totally fine. They've got enough capital. But we've got to get through that hurdle. But I just thought that quarter was
So it says here, like this is it right here. It was something about the pricing for AI, something of that nature.
I mean, Bespoke is talking about how far the sector
Right here.
itself has fallen.
Yeah.
Jason,
Turning higher, following reports suggesting that the business will have to pay $30 per user per month for access to whatever it is that they have access to.
Sector as well. Do we feel like the tide has turned, or at least is starting to turn?
To Copilot AI program, so
For the stocks, because frankly, you know, the reports have been a
I
little
guess it's
mixed,
bullish because it's
but
cheap
I can't think of a
and
recent
it's a
earnings
low
season
cost
for
barrier
financials where the stock reactions
to
have been
have
this
an
good.
AI
They've been
tool.
pretty good, right? JPM, remember
It's
that?
why I think it went up.
Bank of America up today, Morgan Stanley up today. Now Goldman, who knows what that's going to be tomorrow? But nonetheless, as the tide turned.
Yeah. So I think number one, the earnings.
Pretty sure that's how I take it.
Brought down, right? So
Very low
it's
expectations.
100%. So
Gotta get
it's a
more.
lot easier to jump over these hurdles, if you will. But JPM's numbers are really good. If I look at Bank of America this morning, and Res beat, EPS beat, you know, profitability. So sales and trading and investment banking were solid, better than expected. You know, very strong balance sheet. I think their organic growth with.
All right,
with
guys,
their
I will be
client
right
activity
back,
has been
and
solid.
I'm gonna go over
And
some
if we're
charts.
gonna
I'm gonna
listen
get a
to the
couple
Warren
things
speech
done.
earlier from Morgan Stanley,
If you guys have any ideas
capital formation
for a thumbnail,
is
throw some random words in the comment
I think
section.
this is an opportunity.
Like,
Especially as we look at the markets broadening out,
I don't
think
know.
financials could be an opportunity. And
Like,
businesses you could add to your portfolio.
I'm going to come to you in a second, Josh, but I've got some breaking news. I want to get Steve Kovac on regarding Microsoft.
I don't know, like a little,
I'm guessing
like
it has something to do with Activision, doesn't it?
Oh, no, not this time, Scott.
No.
Actually, this is an AI headlines we're getting. Look at Microsoft.
look how late CNBC is, guys. Watch this pump on Microsoft. Watch.
A slew of announcements coming out of their
It's pumping now because it already came out. It just came out on CNBC.
Basically, the big one here, Scott, is they're announcing pricing for their new AI Copilot feature. That's the AI chatbot for office apps like Microsoft Word and Outlook and Teams. That kind of helps you along with those programs. It's
Which
going
I'm
to cost $30 per user per month for companies that want to use that. So, for example, here at NBC, we use Office apps as well. So for every NBC employee, they would have to pay an extra $30 per month. The market really liking that headline. In addition to that, they're also announcing as a
There it
bundle
is.
product as part of just the regular subscription for Microsoft 365. It's a new Bing Chat Enterprise.
I got
so
it.
This is the same Bing Chat bot that we've been talking about all year.
Microsoft,
but it's an enterprise
come here,
version
Turkey.
that's kind of locked down, so companies can feel more comfortable putting private information into that chatbot to help them do work. You might remember throughout the year we've heard companies like Apple and Samsung and Google banning their workers from using ChatGPT for work because of security concerns. This is designed to combat that. And one more headline coming out, a partnership with Meta for their open AI language model. Microsoft will be supporting them as well through Windows and Azure, Scott. So look at shares now up better than 4.5%.
Yeah, $30 per person. We don't get a group discount or anything?
I don't negotiate those deals. That's that's way above my pay grade.
Yeah, paging Brian Roberts.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what's going on. All right, Steve, thank you.
You got it.
That's Steve Kovac. Interesting news. Jason Snipe, you own Microsoft. That's a heck of a pop. You don't normally see a 4 to 4.5% pop in a stock like that very often.
100%. And I think, it goes to, for me at least, this whole AI rage, right? And now there's a pricing model, this AI chat box. I think that's just another opportunity for Microsoft.
I want to see how Trade Desk does
kind of broadening out their space
this
in
earnings.
security as well last week. So I think there's a lot of momentum in this stock, and it's just worth
All right.
owning. It's a stalwart.
I'm gonna go.
And I just believe it should be a core position in your portfolio.
The Nasdaq's on pace.
Get another call. I'm gonna go do. I'm gonna go wash my face. I'm gonna brush my teeth. We'll do a couple things. Pretty much that, and then I'm gonna come up. I'm gonna make a thumbnail for tonight and
I don't love the setup like right
everything.
this second. The VIX is now in the low 13s. The VIX is down 5% this week and is getting back toward those historic lows. I don't know if the viewers remember. You definitely remember.
Yeah, the VIX is
We used
not
to do
broken.
shows
You
in,
know
like,
this, Josh.
2019 where people on Wall Street were complaining that there's not enough volatility to make money. Like, that's literally a thing that we used to complain about. That's where the VIX is getting back down to right now. The XLK, that's the tech sector index ETF, is at an advanced decline that is the highest level since August of 2022. Remember what was going on in August of 2022. We were in the midst of a huge snapback from a big sell-off. We're having that type of performance here, but not in a snapback from a sell-off. We're having that.
There
type
goes
of performance
Bitcoin.
with these
I knew
stocks
it.
Back at highs. It's very, in
There
my
she
view,
goes.
very tough to get really bullish at that kind of setup. I do think.
All
that
right, I'll be right
odds
back,
are
guys.
Better than not, you're going to get a little bit of a pullback here. Maybe it'll be earnings related. Maybe these companies come out with good reports, but they run up so much into them, they fade back.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen the minute that happens?
People will buy them.
That's right.
No.
That's right.
I understand because the world won't be coming to an end. I'm just saying, a 13 VIX smashed this week. All these stocks making new highs on headlines about AI pricing. Like, it's a lot.
Yeah, you
It's a
go
lot.
where
I'm just saying
the
it's a lot.
expectations are really lowest, right? Headed into earnings, that's the way I kind of
I mean,
focus
are
on.
they're
I'm not talking
where
about,
are they in
not
the
talking about
Magnificent Seven?
Not talking about technology.
You
Talking
can't.
about energy down 5%.
right.
Even industrials, it's done well, but it's still lagged. Everything's lagged technology, right? And so materials, no one wants to touch a material stock at this point in time. So I think that's where you're getting better. I think you can have better reactions to earnings. Maybe they're trades, maybe they're not. But that's why I talk about the broadening to see if it's going to last. If it's just tech, that's kind of worrisome to me. But if it broadens out, which I think it will continue because the economy is hanging in there, that's a good thing. That's healthy for the market.
Speaking of trades, though, Steph, I was reading a news piece that one options trader bets $40 million that Meta will almost double.
I mean,
that the 158% rally is going to keep going. But that's the kind of sort of sentiment you have right now around tech. Now that may make some people, Josh, talking about that, a little uncomfortable. You get feeling of frothiness, Steph, but that's your name, and you played that one really well.
Well, it's my name for sure, and I was.
Which
buying
you've been trimming though.
I have. So I was buying it all last year, all the way down. It was very, very painful. And so as a result of the nice rally we've had this year, I have been trimming. But it is still a 5% overweight position for me. That's pretty big for a portfolio of 22 names at this point in time. I like it. It's not nearly as cheap as it was a year ago, but I still think there is that momentum. I want to have a few of these in the portfolio, but I want to have all of them. That's for sure.
Price targets, Josh, continue to go up. Jefferies takes Apple to 225. Bank of America reiterates NVIDIA 550. They raised the target there. Jefferies goes to Alphabet 150. Bank of America adds Marvell to the US 1 list. Amazon overweight, JPM 145.
So a couple of things. The first is that despite the big rallies in these stocks, for the most part, they're just getting back to old highs. They're doing so in some cases with a much better earnings outlook.
MRVL just can't get out of its own way.
Last time they were printing those highs. They're also doing so in an environment where monetary policy is tighter and it's tougher.
I'm a little upset, man. I'm a little upset. I feel like I played it safe today, though. The things I was looking at didn't make. I mean, like, look at Meta, guys. This is a $2, $3 move. So I can't look back and say that I had opportunity. Well, the stuff I was looking at, sure, there's opportunity, but you know, these things aren't moving that much. NVIDIA.
I never forget, I never lose sight of. All the top-down people are almost
NVIDIA,
always bearish.
CVNA.
Why? They look at things like national debt and Fed policy and this and that, and they convince themselves that the worst-case scenario.
Gotta know what the Fed's doing.
In 2011, we were in an
Come on, Josh Brown.
Like that,
from downtown, Josh Brown.
Debt crisis and
you gotta know.
Unemployment high and housing prices still
gotta know what the Fed's doing.
And Stephanie would say, listen to what the companies are saying. And one of the things over the last 12 years, I can tell you definitively, the bottoms-up people are always more optimistic than the top-down people, because the bottoms-up people focused on how profitable is this company, how much more profitable will they be next year. They have an edge because they're actually listening to things about the company and not the macro. So we have a situation, maybe the macro is not great. There are so many large cap stocks that comprise the largest portion of the index where the bottoms up story is better than what we thought it would be in January. And if you just listen and understand, you're not investing in GDP. You're not investing in economic forecasts. You're investing in companies. These companies are kicking butt right now. That's not the picture you would get if you're focused on economic stats 24/7.
All right.
So thank you, Stephanie.
Well said. Well said. Speaking of Stephanie, let's skip back to financials for a moment before we take a break, because certainly Schwab is one of the stocks of the day. Can we throw that up, guys, please? You own it. Best day since March of 2020. Stephanie Link.
Yes, so I bought this in March when it fell a lot. It was down over 30%. And everybody was nervous about deposit switching and sorting. And so today, I think the quarter didn't matter. The whole part of the story is A, what the CEO said about deposits and where they're going, and also that NIM is actually probably at a trough. And it looks like the sorting is starting to calm itself down. And so those are the three things that I was focused on. And stock is not expensive. The CEO was buying stock, oh, by the way, in March as well. So I still like this very much. It's a really large position now.
One more stock up from the financial space is yours, Jason. PNC.
Yeah.
You say it's not the greatest quarter.
It wasn't.
Wall Street likes it.
Yeah.
For whatever it's worth.
Oh, I liked PNC too.
So we'll see.
PNC was a pick of mine as well.
Was a profit beat. Net interest income fell 2%. Deposits were down 2%. Fee income was also down. But they did talk about stability of loans. You know, their loan business and their loan book. So I think that's obviously a unique positive. And they're a super regional. So I think, you know, as it relates to all the mess that we saw with SVB and some of the other players, I think obviously the bigger banks have benefited from that. And I think, you know, PNC as a super regional could as well. So we'll see.
All right, good stuff. We're going to take a quick break. Coming up, we'll hit a few bullish calls of the day. Stephanie she teased it. She's adding to one name in her portfolio. We're going to get to that. Plus, still ahead, Messi Mania, the soccer superstar, is now a member of Inter Miami. The club's managing owner, Jorge Moss, is going to join us a little later. He's going to chat the debut and so much more. The buzz down there is just incredible. We'll talk Messi in a little bit as well. Halftime back in 2.
by Bose today.
All right, we're back. We're better than 300 on the Dow with our calls of the day now, starting with AXP, American Express. Top pick, Morgan Stanley. That's ahead of earnings on Friday. Targets 188. Jason Snipe, you own that.
Yes, sir. And I've continued to stay bullish on this stock. I think, just the travel and entertainment boom continues to see momentum, right? So whether it's business travel, retail travel, it doesn't matter. I think that's obviously benefiting the stock tremendously. Last year, in the last quarter, network volumes were up 16% from prior year. They guided revenue for 15 to 17% in this coming quarter. I think they meet that. And obviously we've seen a lot of growth already in the stock, but I see it continue to move further this year. That's why I like it here.
Steph, you obviously do too. This is the one you teased, right? You bought more.
Yeah, I did. It's new for me. I used to own it, and I made a lot of money in it, trimmed it, and now it's a new
right.
position.
You bought it again, not more. You bought it again.
Yeah. And a lot of it is because of the macro, right? From goods to services, but goods is still okay too. And it's their size and their scale. And I like the mix. 20% is NII, and 80% of their revenues is fee-based. And I like that very much.
Net interest income.
Net interest income, that's right. And the one thing is that their expenses are really high right now because they're investing, which I like to see. But if we were to go into a recession or see a material slowdown in the consumer or small and medium businesses, they could dial that back down pretty quickly. So I think 15 times for 15% growth is pretty attractive. And I started a small position. They report on Friday. Sometimes it trades sloppy around the quarter. I'll buy more.
I still feel like one stock this year, maybe because it's gotten drowned out a little bit, Josh, by some of these other tech stocks, is Uber.
Yeah.
That's just had a great year, okay? Named a top second half pick now at Roth MKM. It's been one of your top picks, if not your top pick, the entire year. And it's now above the IPO price.
Yeah.
47 bucks, 47.20, near 4% again today.
I think it's very early. I know Uber's been around since 2009 and it's been public for a long time, but now that they are reaching full year profitability, that sets off a new chain reaction of what could happen here. This is, I'll quote, this is my largest position, by the way, personally. This is the analyst at Roth MKM, $59 target, top internet pick, despite the fact it's up 90% year to date. We reiterate by given accelerating free cash flow generation. That's what's important right now to investors in large cap tech stocks. That's what they're focused on. These are the companies that are being preferred by the flows. They want to own stocks like this. Uber wasn't in that category last year. It is this year. And then you've got all these non-fundamental catalysts. What are we talking about? S&P 500 edition. This is a $90 billion plus market cap right now. The smaller names in the S&P 500 are about 16, 17 billion market cap. So obviously this goes in. What was the last large cap tech stock to get added to the S&P, and what did its stock price do? Anybody remember Tesla? They held it out of the S&P until they got 4 straight quarters of profits, and then they had to add it. And believe me, they didn't want to. And all of the accompanying fanfare had a big short squeeze there too. That's one. Potential for stock buybacks. Nobody talking about Uber 2 years ago. Stock buyback with a straight face. They were losing money in Eats. They were losing money on rides. They were starting up freight at a loss. Now that's something you could realistically picture them doing, along with other things. So I think Dara has pulled off one of the great turnarounds that we've seen. Uber's up a lot. I don't think anybody needs to chase into it. However, I can see how things are going to change now that the company has reached profitability, and I think it's going to be in a different category as, of stock going forward, along with some of the other tech giants.
All right. Lastly, speaking of up a lot, finally, I guess Jason Snipe, United Health.
Yeah.
One of last year's best.
Right.
One of this year's worst.
Right.
In terms of that type of stock, right? Is getting a nice move today, near 4%.
Yeah, listen, I mean, the quarter was really strong, and I attribute it to the services business. Optum was up 36%, which is a really strong number despite higher medical costs. So I really like that here.
Bernstein upgrades it today, by the way, to outperform. They take the target to 603.
Yep.
Not 600, 603.
Do you worry about utilization rates rising, though?
I do, and I think that could be challenging. So we'll see how it plays out. I think the challenge coming into this year is kind of Medicare, like looking into obviously the election season, Medicare cost pricing being on the docket. But I still believe it's a stalwart in this space. It's just it's a compounder. It's worth owning.
All right, Contessa Brewer has our headlines today. Hi, Contessa.
Hi there, Scott. Former President Donald Trump has been informed he's a target in a high-level investigation, according to 2 federal law enforcement sources to NBC News. Special counsel Jack Smith is looking into alleged efforts by Trump and his allies to overturn the 2020 election. Sources tell NBC News a letter sent to Trump informs
Okay, it's getting old. Just
him to a crime, and he has
Jesus Christ.
before a grand jury, which is all standard language for a target letter. Italian officials are warning tourists to stay inside during the hottest hours of the day. A severe heat wave is hitting the Mediterranean. Greece, Spain, Switzerland, they're all battling wildfires now, and each country is taking extra precautions. We've seen civil protection workers monitoring crowds in central Rome, and in Greece, volunteers handing out water. And an emergency evacuation slide fell off a plane and landed in a Chicago neighborhood. United Airlines maintenance workers noticed the slide was missing when the plane arrived at O'Hare, Chicago. The slide was found in the backyard near the airport. No injuries reported. I don't know whether to think that that's fun, like the kids get a big slide that they've never seen before, or terrifying.
The latter.
Okay.
But thankfully, no injuries.
Yeah.
Contessa, thank you. Contessa Brewer. Coming up next, the setup on Netflix ahead of its earnings tomorrow. Shares up 55% this year. We're back on the half after this quick break.
I think I might call it a day, because I don't know if. See, I don't know if everything has just ran. I know as soon as I leave, like the spy wants to give it up. Spy wants to give it up. This is why you didn't have a cup and handle on Bitcoin, because you had your nice tight pennant consolidation here. Not pennant, but you had tight consolidation down, but on low volume. But you didn't have a high volume right side of the cup, which would have told you that a low volume pullback, the probability of it giving you the extension rally to go long, the probabilities of that were there. That it was, in fact, a cup and handle. People played this, they got fooled. It's not a cup and handle. It is the shape of one, but it's not there technically. You have increase in volume on the downside. This is a bullish trend. All right, so you have an increase in, you have more selling volume than you do. Like, look here, this side, this here, this pullback, the left side of the cup should be low volume. It should be low volume, and then you get an increase on the right side, which you kind of got it here. Pullbacks need to be also light, but look at this. Look at this. It shouldn't overpower the buying, which it is. So it's a 5-minute chart too. So it's not there. It's not a cup and handle, unfortunately. Because if it was, then I'd be buying the Qs right now, or BITO. I don't think you get past this today. I don't think you get past 29,920. Don't think it happens. As a matter of fact, I could almost assure you the probability of that happening. There's a great chance in it rejecting here. I want to try and see if I can find something. I know the day's not over, but I know I should be able to find something. There's got to be something left that's still out there that we can get a hold of. I know the Dow is strong. Your deers, your cats, let's see, no, not Schwab, SCHW.
Let's talk some Netflix. New 52-week high today. There's a
I don't know the ticker for Slumberger. SHLB.
Expectations after a run like this.
Yeah. And I mean,
HLB.
up 55% already year to date. So for
SLB.
me,
Slumberger. There it is. Got it.
Password sharing is working. Ad support tier is working. Free cash flow.
Dow had a fire not too long ago, which is like DuPont, so they may not be rallying. See, they're rolling back over. They're not even doing anything. Let's see here. What's the biggest name in the Dow? Probably Apple. It's coming down. UNH. See what UNH is doing. UNH is ripping. What does it look like on a 2-hour with no pre-market? Gotta go to the daily, I guess. What was the stock we were looking at this morning? Robux?
Some of Disney's pain, in maybe more ways than one, is Netflix's gain. Certainly from a stock standpoint, these things have gone in opposite directions.
Yanko.
Yeah. Well, look, Netflix,
Echo, Lima,
Netflix
Lima.
Market-based signals.
Yellow Corp.
Meta did the same thing.
Huh?
Your stock price is telling you what people think of your strategy. And when
Echo.
you reverse course
Lima.
and you say, okay,
Lima.
you know what? We said for 10 years we're not doing an ad-supported. We don't think the viewer wants to see ads during
This company is about to get kicked off the Nasdaq. Why would what?
Then they're like, all right, we're thinking about it.
It's a dollar stock.
Rally in Netflix. Don't just
It don't mean shit anyway.
the market is telling you that's the strategy that's going to work. You know why? You might be smart, Reed. You might know a lot about entertainment, but the people who own your stock know about investing, and they understand cash flow and profitability, etc. So Netflix obeyed what the market was telling them to do, and it paid off, and it's still paying off. I'm waiting to see Disney follow suit and pay attention to what the market is telling it, which is that the current course of what they're trying to do in streaming is not what investors want to see them.
Tell me how the Dow is up and Disney's down.
It worked. I was in Netflix. I played the bounce. I sold it too early. Story of my life. I still think the stock has room to the upside.
You didn't feel like hanging around anymore waiting for Disney, did you, Steph?
No, I really didn't. And that had to do with Hulu, that they want to go after.
I almost bought Disney this year. I kind of thought Disney could have a great year, and then
I think that there's other things they've got to fix. And then they talked about cost cutting, and then
Little
they're
did
cutting
that happen.
content costs. So which definitely is not what I wanted to hear. So it's the Hulu and the content costs, and I just think it's going to take time. I think it can get fixed, and I think parks can definitely get fixed. But for me, I just think there's way other investments that I'd rather own.
Do you think they're gonna sell ABC and linear TV to fund buying the third of Hulu that they don't own?
It's entirely possible.
Who's the buyer for
I have no
ABC?
idea.
Like in real life, who is the buyer? Nobody.
Would be private equity.
Private equity, not a strategic, not another media company.
I don't think so. Oh God,
Okay.
who would?
I know. I don't. That's what I'm asking. I don't even know I don't even know how you do that deal. Who wants it?
I don't know, and
Thoughts?
I don't want to wait 2 years to find out.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll take a break. Because straight ahead, Messi Mania in Miami. World Cup champs' big U.S. debut just days away now. We've got Jorge Mas, he's the managing owner of Inter Miami. Joins us next.
there it goes. Now the CEO tweeting. There, she's ripping. So there's Zoom there. Zoom just tweeted something about AI. That's all you got to do. It's what I said with the banks and like GameStop. Why did GameStop not use or say AI? They had a perfect opportunity to run that stock price up, and they didn't do it. Like, what idiots? What idiots? All you had to do is say, yeah, we're going to incorporate AI and make things a lot, have our storage of all our items and everything. It's gonna be cheaper. This, that, the third. We're gonna know where everything is at. We're gonna like process like, I don't know. I don't know. There's a way that you can incorporate AI with anything. You can just make it up, and your stock price will rip. There goes Netflix. There goes the Spy. I think the Spy is going to break out too. I feel it.
Aid prices.
Welcome back. The arrival of soccer star Lionel Messi has the city of Miami buzzing. Messi signing by far the biggest in the history of Major League Soccer. Jorge Mas is the managing owner of the team. He joins us now live from Miami. Welcome. It's nice to have you on our program today.
Thank you. My pleasure. Good to see you.
The scene the other night in the rain was pretty extraordinary. I'm wondering if you can give us an idea as we look at the video now.
I kind of want to go short AMD up here. I kind of want to.
Of Messi and seeing it realized.
I want to if the Spy and the Q start to roll back over.
An epic moment in a torrential rainstorm in front of 20,000 screaming fans. And an amazing announcement for South Florida. Super exciting here to have him as part of Inter Miami, to have him part of Major League Soccer. And that night was just, I think, a very epic Miami moment. And I alluded to the rain as being holy water that evening.
Yeah, I mean, he's already making himself part of the community too, right? From the video of him shopping at Publix in the supermarket, which was incredible in and of itself, that he would do that. How did this happen? At the end of the day, how did it happen? Despite the fact that you've got David Beckham as one of the co-owners, and I'm sure that had a significant role, how did you pull this off?
Well, you know, since we met with David, you know, myself, my brother Jose, and we had a vision. We had a vision.
Look at ICAD, guys. That thing's going.
To Inter Miami, to bring them to Major League Soccer. You know, when we got into the project of Inter Miami, we really did it with wanting, you know.
Some of these small caps have a lot of volume too. This ICAD and BPTS. BPTS. I gotta use the restroom. And not so much. But this ICAD, I'm going to keep this on watch. And I'll get out the levels. It's got 19.22 million. All right. Almost 19.5 million. That's what we need.
Messi's arrival to the United States of America in 2023 would, number one, mark a change, because when does an athlete have the opportunity to truly change a sport? And I think that's the opportunity that Lionel Messi has ahead of himself. I think there will always be a before and an after Lionel Messi's arrival to the sport of football and soccer in the United States of America. And I think there's a tremendous Messi effect in all aspects, commercially, on the pitch. We're seeing it here in South Florida and Miami. It's the only thing anyone talks about. So really the pursuit of him was oriented as to selling him about leaving a legacy, making a mark in the United States of America. Coming to South Florida, we sold family, which was important, and I think how he's been received here in Miami, Lionel, his wife Antonella, his family, has been a testament to how we can receive someone here and bring the best player in the world to the shores of our country.
Well, he's a magnet, too, for other stars. Busquets, you guys got as well from Barca, which is a huge deal in and of itself. Everybody knows, I think, at this point about how crazy the ticket sales have been. But how many jerseys have you sold since the day you announced that this was likely going to happen until today? Do you have a rough guess on how many jerseys you've put out?
Well, we've sold out. You know, our partner Adidas is busy printing jerseys. There's massive demand for the Messi jerseys. You know, with our other partners, you know, Apple TV, and the amount of eyes, the eyes of the world are on Lionel Messi and Inter Miami in this league now. You know, it's global in nature. I think you have to be hiding in a cave to not know that Lionel Messi is part of Inter Miami. You know, the platform from our partner at Fanatics has been amazing. So when you look at our commercial partners, the amount of demand that there is for Messi merchandise, watching Lionel Messi be part of the football landscape in America, it's been tremendous.
Do you have a sense of what it's done to the overall value of your franchise?
Well, you know, you know, our revenues will increase. You know, they'll go 2x over the course of the next 12 months. Our valuation will increase significantly. You know, I wouldn't be surprised that our franchise value over the next, you know, year could potentially reach, you know, 1.3 to 1.5 billion dollars in enterprise value, given on the metrics and you know how these teams trade off of revenues and multiples. So it's going to have a tremendous impact. But I think as important is the impact it's going to have on the sport. And I think that it's incumbent upon myself and my partners at Major League Soccer and fellow owners to seize the moment, to seize the unprecedented opportunities that we have ahead of us to hopefully elevate Major League Soccer over the course of the next 3 to 5 years to compete with the Premier League. And I think that's our ambition, and I think it's the opportunity that's ahead of us, and I think we'll be able to seize the moment.
I know you've been, you know, completely, you know, soccer all the time of late, and for good reason, but you are the founder and chairman of Mastech, the infrastructure company.
Yes.
So you must have a pretty good read beyond the soccer economy, what the real economy looks like right now. What are your thoughts on, you know, where you think we are? You're obviously in a good spot with infrastructure and the amount of spend that's been designated towards that area, but what are your thoughts?
Well, number one, we're seeing, you know, we're for all of our products, and we're in the infrastructure business, you know, be it energy, telecommunications, you know, our pipeline business, they're all very strong. You know, I think this economy has been very resilient. I think as we see the continued, you know, evolution of how we communicate, how the power and energy grid has to change and is going to change over the next decade in our country, I think Mastech is not only extremely well positioned, but look, our economy's been resilient. There was a lot of uncertainty last year, you know, given what happens with interest rates, is the economy slowing down. I'm very bullish on our markets, and I think that we're going to be in a very good place, and I do not expect a hard landing or any type of recessionary, you know, environment as long as we keep inflation in check and interest rates can start on a downward trend. But I'm very bullish on our markets and what we've been able to do with our family business, Mastech, which you know, we've been extremely busy over the last 45 or 60 days, as you can imagine.
Yeah, I bet. You have your hands full, to say the least. So 3 days away, right? Is Messi going to be on the pitch on the 21st?
Messi will debut on Friday night against Cruz Azul here at Drive Pink Stadium on Friday night. You know, we have to be patient. You know, Lionel and Sergio Busquets are coming off of, you know, a couple-week vacation. They will both debut. They will both play. You know, we all want results immediately. We want 3 points, but you know, their adaptation to coming here. Look, I saw training this morning. They're both competitive beasts. You know, you know, we're winners. We want to win, but I think patience. The fact Lionel Messi will debut and Sergio Busquets will debut on Friday will make this an amazing, you know, cap to a successful week.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And you enjoy all of it. You deserve it. We'll talk to you soon, Jorge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, it's Jorge Mas joining us from down in Miami. Coming up, by the way, on July 25th, you can join me in Los Angeles as CNBC and Boardroom team up to host Game Plan, a high-powered event bringing together the most influential leaders across the sports landscape. For more details, go to cnbcevents.com/gameplan. Up next, Santoli, his midday word. right, you saw the Dow there, up better than 300 today. Mike Santoli, our senior markets commentator, is back with us. I don't know, another day, the same story.
A little more of a Dow day, but otherwise similar. This feel of really just the bias to the upside, little upside drift. This idea, look, coming into the week, it was easy to say, maybe that's enough for now, just in terms of how far you've gone. But I think it's also telling the S&P 500 month to date is up like 2.2%. It feels like it's gone up a lot. It feels like it's up every day. It's the relentlessness of it. And the market's still acting like, even though the sentiment and positioning stuff has gotten a little more aggressive, that people don't feel as if they're exposed enough. And there's just no net selling out there. And so that, to me, in a very kind of quiet, low volume way, is people are just willing to let prices drift higher. The tolerance of higher prices is where we are right now. You know, we'll get to the extent of it. Some of the spicier parts of the market will probably overact a little bit, but we're not quite there.
As you were saying it, I wrote down FOMO, because that's what it kind of feels like, right?
Sure.
That's why you get this continued chase higher, even when it feels like, okay, maybe it's going to take a breather. There is that fear of missing out.
I would say, even besides a fear of missing out, an acknowledgement of having missed out, and what do we do now? So you do have still elevated cash levels among some institutions, and this idea that you have to participate. But you see the way the Russell sprinted higher at the open today. It's outperforming in July so far, the NASDAQ 100, or it's nip and tuck between the two. So it shows you that you want to buy something that maybe hasn't moved yet, and that sort of keeps the market rotating rather than pulling back across the board.
Transports, we said, you know, there are a lot of signals that you could say, okay, there's a good little confirmation signal of where the economy seems to be and how people feel, and the reason they feel the way they do about the market.
And it just gives people fewer reasons or excuses to say that there's something that's flawed about the way the market has gotten here. So we'll see.
Yeah, all right, good stuff. And I'll see you on Closing Bell.
Absolutely.
That's Mike Santoli. Final trades are next.
Aid prices.
Manjaro.
Closing bell, 3 o'clock Eastern. Ivanka Crawford today. We're talking tech. Got Low Tony as well. Kevin Gordon of Schwab. Nicole Webb. Talk about the markets, earnings season, what lies ahead as the beat goes on, really, for the markets. Jason Snipe, final trade, you're up first.
Yeah, I like Quest Diagnostics here. Obviously, they benefited tremendously through the COVID era, but their non-COVID revenues continue to grow, and they recently raised the guide, so I like it here.
Okay, Stephanie Ling.
I like Keysight Technologies. I don't own it yet, but it's definitely on my radar screen. It's a test and measurement company spun out from Agilent in 2014. They just made one of the largest acquisitions to increase their software exposure, ESI, for $1 billion, and that's going to be very accretive.
I'm going to front run you on that.
Downtown Josh Brown on
Acquiring shares now. Listen, the biggest tour in the world ever, Taylor Swift, $1 billion. Who else is touring? Foo Fighters, Beyonce, Ed Sheeran. Live Nation is how you get paid on that. I think the stock gets through $100 a share. Scott, take us out.
All right, thank you, Josh. I'll see you on the closing bell. The exchange is now.
Thank you, Scott, and welcome to The Exchange. I have not been to any of those shows, Dom. I don't know.
I haven't either.
Okay, there's two of us. So there's two more potential customers. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead this hour. A trifecta of headwinds hitting the consumer. It's not just student loans. Diane Swank is here with what demographic challenges she's seeing, but why she also says a rate hike in November is still very much in play. Plus, Mark Mahaney pins it to win it. He sees a 35% rally ahead for Pinterest shares. He'll join us to make his case. And one stock that could turn out to be a winner from the new Barbie movie. And it's not Mattel or Cinemark, which both got
I'm going to go probably take a quick shower, and then I will be back in a couple minutes. You know, the exchange is on. This is when everyone steps away.
High for the year, Kelly, as always. So again, green across the screen.
That's rare. That's so rare to have the Dow, the S&P, and then the Nasdaq above the. Well, it just look. It's just starting to change. That's so rare. The Nasdaq and the Dow both up.
1 full percent there. The S&P 500 45.43. So we keep going.
And the S&P lagging. That's so funny. I don't think I've ever seen that.
And the Nasdaq Composite up 66 points, about 0.5% as well. 14,311 the last trade there. One place you want to kind of keep a close eye on is what's happening with the Dow Jones Transportation Index and one of the ETFs that generally tracks that transport trade. This particular ETF, the ticker IYT, the iShares Dow Transports ETF, is up 2% right now. More importantly, this is a high going all the way back to April of last year. Some folks like to look at this transportation trade as a maybe indicator, a bellwether for the overall economic health of this country and maybe even the world. So if you do believe that transports are that leading indicator, it might lend yourself to some of that kind of talk about whether this market has legs. We'll see if that pans out. And then one other place to watch, the second best performing sector so far today in the entire S&P 500 is the financials. And maybe no surprise why. Earnings reports driving a lot of that positivity. Bank of America, 4.5%. Morgan Stanley, near 6% gains. PNC, it was a mixed earnings report for them, by the way, still up 2.5%. BNY Mellon up 4%. And Charles Schwab up 12.5%. All of these earnings stories, Bank of America, better net interest income, Morgan Stanley, record wealth management, PNC Financial, Boney Mellon, and then Charles Schwab, by the way. Kelly, this is interesting. It was a beat. Deposits actually fell sequentially, quarter over quarter, and were down 31% over the same time last year. But management at Schwab thinks they could be on pace for deposit growth by the end of the year, and that might be behind some of that positive sentiment. By the way, Kelly, Charles Schwab far and away the best performing stock in the S&P today. I'll send things back over to you.
12% pop. Some huge moves for the financials today. Dom, thanks. Meanwhile, retail sales were a bit softer than expected in June, but still positive, while home builders' confidence did climb for the 7th straight month and hit a one-year high. My next guest is staying focused on the consumer, though, where she sees a trifecta of headwinds that still may not be enough to prevent more Fed rate hikes. Let's bring in Diane Swank, KPMG's chief economist, along with our very own senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman. Welcome to both of you. Diane, kick things off for us, because we've heard a lot about, student loans coming due and that kind of, I like how the Journal put it the other day, it amounts to a 5% pay cut for a lot of workers. But what do you see as the real risks out there?
Well, there's a lot of risks, unfortunately. The good news is the resilience of the U.S. economy and the resilience of labor markets. That's by far the most positive news. On the flip side, we're seeing the headwinds start to pick up in terms of everything from those student loans coming due, which we'll start to see in October, but also a tightening in credit conditions. We've seen people now turn down much more readily for everything from car loans to credit card loans to mortgage refinancing. I'm not sure who's doing mortgage refinancing out there and why they would be doing it right now, given the rates we have. But that said, we are seeing those turn down rates pick up, and they're at the highest rejection rates on new loan applications that we've seen since 2013 when the data started. That doesn't give us a good sense of whether or not, this is really, really worrisome or just a little worrisome. But I do think it is headwinds in terms of growth going into the second half of this year.
Not to use market terminology, but are you bullish or bearish, Diane, on the economy? Because it's been, more resilient than expected. We saw Hatzius yesterday taking his recession odds down to 20%. What do you think is going on here?
I'm cautiously optimistic that we could get a softer landing than I thought was possible. It's never happened, but never say never in a post-pandemic economy, because a lot has been humbling about this post-pandemic economy. So I'm more optimistic than I was that we can get a soft landing. That said, I do think it's really important to remember that there are some kinds of inflation that we're going to see later this fall that I do think the Fed is going to be worried about could reignite some cooling embers. And that's where I won't completely take November off the table. I hope they'll be done in July, but I think the jury is still out on November on whether the Fed thinks they're going to have to raise rates again, given what could be a bit of a reacceleration late in the year in inflation.
The retail sales, it's almost like I don't know if it's worth spending any time on, because, we all know about the cardboard box recession. We were just, Josh Brown was just talking about Live Nation. We're all talking about this. So I don't know. How telling is the kind of goose egg we got for core retail sales?
I was at one of those Live Nation concerts over the weekend in San Francisco at Dead & Company, and let me tell you, there were like 50 or 60,000 fans out there who didn't see a recession. They saw a lot of Grateful Dead music is what they saw, and they were buying hot dogs and beers and all kinds of things. It was a little crazy. But here's the thing. I would acknowledge Diane's headwinds, but also point out that, planes land all the time into headwinds. And it doesn't stop them from landing. Sailboats go forward into headwinds. Depends on how you jigger the mast there, so to speak. So what I would point out, and I think Diane would acknowledge this, is another aspect of what's going on is that real earnings are positive at this point, and we had one of the biggest bumps in real weekly earnings that we've had, that's inflation-adjusted earnings, we've had in a while. So against those headwinds, which I acknowledge, and they're real, and especially the one about the Social Security payoffs running off, the student loans, all of those are true, but there are offsets to those headwinds. There's an engine out there, and it has proven to be resilient, and I've been in the no recession camp for a while, just as well as I monitor, Kelly, as you know, all the time, the economist forecast, and all they can do at this point is to push ahead their forecast for when that recession begins. And how strong growth is in the second quarter is both objective and subjective, and it's objectively weak relative to, say, trend, but it's subjectively strong relative to the recession that had been planned. So I'm seeing a forecast of 1.5% to 2.5%, but guess what? It's on the right side of the zero line. It has a whole number in front of it, and that's way better than many expected for this quarter.
Diane, you're also keeping an eye on the strikes. Why is that?
Well, the strikes there's a huge number of strikes. One, there's UPS strikes, a UAW potential strike. Those are just potential strikes. And then the SAG strike. And the SAG strike, although it doesn't affect as many as the 160,000 people who are covered by the SAG contracts, it does include a lot of spillover effects in Hollywood, which is over 457,000 people that work in the movie and production industry directly. And then there's the indirect spillovers as well. And we won't see the effects of that unless this lasts for a really long time. And we won't begin to see it until after that first full week in August, which is the week of the survey week for the employment data, which is right before the Fed meets in September. And I think it's very hard for the Fed, given the kind of noise we're going to see, some of those things to be in the middle of thinking about raising rates any further. I also think the Fed wants to get more news on the cooling inflation. And I think July is going to come in another good number on inflation. I worry about the end of the year.
Watch, see if Tesla tries to rally here, guys, because it's got a nice pennant that it's been putting in. Man, come on. Just feels like, you know, something like, no, god damn it. I guess not. Never mind. It's not there. I can't force it.
I'm not a pickleballer. I'm probably the only one on the planet, and I don't
Let
have
me
any
get this.
I still run every single day.
Dude,
and so I run
if it goes
40 miles a week. But,
wow, do you really?
No, no.
Really. I think I got through cancer. I ran.
No,
Oh, she had cancer. I
every day
thought
I
she
wake
had
up and I think my
something.
life is hard, and I go, you know what? I think Diane's, she's toughed it out more than anybody.
You
Look,
got
right
a
there.
lot more kids than I do, Kelly. You got a lot more to juggle on you.
She said, you a user.
Although, you know, they're never
Mom.
being a mom.
I'll take their help.
But I do think the U.S. The economy, you know, I am more optimistic than I was, and I'll acknowledge it. I mean, Steve's more right than I was right now, and I absolutely lean into that. And I would be glad and happy, absolutely, to be wrong on, you know.
Are we going to get that along?
Soft landing. I still think
Let's
there are
do.
bumpy parts of soft
Let's
landing, but he's
do.
right. It's still landing
I'm with it.
clean, and
Let's
I've
go.
been on some of them that weren't very pleasant in terms of landing.
Last word, Steve.
Still got down.
You got a nice pennant being
Kelly,
put
there were
in
a couple
there.
things in this report that the retail
All
report
right,
that
so
made me,
don't.
a little concerned. Not really
Man, I don't want to
sure
get
what make of them. For
screwed
example,
by
gas
Tesla
station
again.
Sales went down. People thought they were going to go up. Car sales went down. People thought they were going to go
I mean,
up.
look at
wonder,
this. This is like
maybe
picture
if those come
perfect
back in the
almost.
second quarter. So I'm not sure we're
You know
getting
what I mean?
the truest read
It's
on
like
what's
picture
happening.
perfect.
I think a general idea is the consumer
That's a picture
has yet
perfect,
to give it up. And if Diane is right, and by the way, the only reason I'm right is because I've had the luxury of listening to Diane's economic analysis over many decades and learned from that.
Oh my
But
gosh.
the key thing here is that
Come on.
as inflation comes down, earnings power gets restored. Now, we're not going to go back to the price levels we had before, and people may never be happy or won't be happy for a long time till they adjust to current price levels. I don't think we're talking about rolling back the current price level. That is not an objective of the central bank. It's a discussion perhaps for another day. But the key here is that as inflation goes down and if wage rates stay relatively robust, their wage gains, that means that people's earnings power will be restored. The extent to which that's an offset to the headwinds that Diane laid out, that really is the question as to for the economy in the months ahead.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about it with 40% hikes over at United and all the rest of it. Quickly, Diane.
Yeah,
Let's do it. I want to buy the dip. We got to buy the dip.
Of wage hikes are dependent too on
See,
productivity.
it's coming into one.
Productivity growth, although the fact that
Just,
we have
I don't know if I have
less
much
churn
faith in it.
the
It's
labor
hard to
market
say.
today than we did, and less and more people staying in the jobs. I think that could actually boost it a little bit, and that might be one of the arguments in favor of that, Steve. And I certainly lean into that and hope
I think,
on that
Diane,
front. We also see
Diane,
a lot more people.
I've been on this train for a little while. I think a big productivity boost. We hired an awful lot of people very quickly, and it's very hard to have them be productive when they all join like they did. Something like 2 million new workers in the workforce here. They're going to get trained up and they're going to be productive because that's what the American worker does.
All right.
If they're not on strike.
We will leave it, or when they're
and
not.
and then on that we can agree. So.
Diane Swong, Steve Leisman, thank you both very much for your time today, as always. We really appreciate it. My next guest is also sticking with this rally, but he believes the laggards will now start to make a comeback. He says the mega cap outperformance we've seen is not sustainable over the rest of the market. Joining me now is David Katz, CIO of Matrix Asset Advisors. David, it's good to see you again. Welcome.
Nice to be here.
You know, I'm all for the rotation. It feels like a natural part of the rally broadening out, but I worry if, however many $7 trillion of market cap stalls out, what does that really mean for the whole index?
Well, basically, through May 31st, you had the Magnificent Seven doing spectacularly. The market was flat. Since that time, so since June 1st, the broad market has rallied and kept pace with the Magnificent Seven. And in fact, the equally weighted S&P 500 is ahead of the S&P 500.
I wonder what he's using
over the last month and a half. We think that that's going to
for
continue.
level 2 and stuff
You can't
there.
have the mega cap
Like
Magnificent Seven continue to do as great as they have. Many are fully priced now, but a lot of the market right now is still attractively priced at 16 times earnings. And there are a lot of things out there that are 12 or 13 times earnings. The financials started earnings season out a little bit better than expected. You've seen a number of those stocks bounce. We think there's a lot more left over the next 6 to 12 months in that area.
So you like financials? Give us some names that are emblematic of where you think the laggards are now going to start to catch up.
Well, healthcare has been miserable this year. We think that's going to be a good place to be. So companies like Pfizer and Medtronic, we think are due for a very significant bounce. You're getting them at about 10 to 14, 15 times earnings with a good yield. Morgan Stanley reported today. Bank of New York reported today. They had surprisingly good numbers and a little bit better than expected outlook. So both stocks have jumped a lot today, but they're still pretty inexpensive. And if we're right that financials catch up, they have a lot more on the upside to go.
And look at Morgan Stanley, like you said, up 6% today. BNY Mellon up 4%. You also mentioned a name like Qualcomm. There's a couple others in here. And for people who say, well, you know, can I have it all? Why not? Would you be worried about the performance of mega cap tech?
We don't think that it's going to crap out, but we definitely don't think it's going to be a repeat. So now is not the time to be throwing money at this year's biggest winners. In terms of Qualcomm, we do think that technology is going to continue to be a good place to be. We think Qualcomm is a second derivative artificial intelligence play. We think that inventories are getting much more in check in terms of cell phones. They also participate in automobiles and industrial, and we think you're getting it at 12 times earnings and about 2.5%, 3% yield. So this is one that you can buy. It hasn't participated in the rally. We think it's going to catch up over the next year.
All right. Well, I won't ask you for your Barbie plays. We'll save that for a later segment. David, thanks for your time
Come
today.
on.
Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
You too. David Katz with Matrix. Coming up, the new Barbie movie is tracking for a $100 million opening weekend, and Mattel and Cinemark are both called out by analysts today as positioned to benefit. But there's one under-the-radar stock play that could also be getting a boost. You're looking at the chart right now. We have the name and the reason why straight ahead. Plus, Evercore's Mark Mahaney sees a 35% rally in Pinterest from here. What makes him so bullish? He'll join us to make his case. As we head to break, here's a quick check across the markets. We have the Russells leading the way again today, up 1%. The Dow gained just shy of that, helped by some strong results in the financials. It's up 327 points. 0.5% rises for the S&P and NASDAQ, 45.47 for the S&P. Credit Suisse just hiked their year-end price target to 4,700 from 40.50. The 10-year note below 380. The exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
God, and the fucking mic was off. Well, there goes Meta. Now it definitely has broken our stop loss.
Welcome back to The Exchange. The Barbie movie hits theaters on Friday, and it's on track to bring in $80 to $100 million its opening weekend. About
Hello, 45750. That's where we heading.
that could benefit my next
Oh my God.
one under the radar stock that could get a boost as well. 10x Trades got it right on Twitter again. It's Five Below, the discount retailer, already up about 12% so far this year. Here with more is David Bellinger, senior analyst and executive director at Roth MKM. It's good to see you, David. Welcome.
Hey, Kelly, thanks for having me back.
You know, I mentioned that Five Below is up 12%, which means it's lagging. The S&P is up 17%, you know, so far from this already being priced in, it sounds like they could use a little bit of a catalyst.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. A Five's been up nicely this year, but like you mentioned, a little behind the broader market. And look, I think this Barbie release could be a nice near-term positive. Like you said, the movie was initially projecting for this $50 to $60 million opening weekend. Now that's pushing closer towards $100 million. I think if we get into that, that's sort of
Now I can't get it back to where I had it because I hit the damn line thing, and I don't know how I did it.
This is not an accident. They've had a strategy of buying IP for a lot of these movies. They've had other examples.
Oh, I like buying IPs.
So this is is it worth? I have to
I
imagine
should've
it doesn't
bought.
come cheap sometimes to score these rights.
I mean, MSTR and crypto is dying. Yeah, so Five Below, they've got this great growth trajectory here, right? So 1,400 stores right now, on their way to 3,500. So they're basically their suppliers have allocated them a lot of great product. They give them nice margins around it, and they want to be part of this growth trajectory, right? This has many, many years to come. The company is only about 40% towards their long-term growth target. So you've got these suppliers investing in Five and getting them great product in the process.
Yeah, you also mentioned, you know, Barbie aside, whatever people think of the movie or whether, you know, this trend is overblown, they've got, you know, exclusive product from social media influencers. They've got, you know, Prime hydration drink backed by Logan Paul, Bluetooth speakers priced at $20 to $25. So let me go back. And Five Below Finds is a huge hashtag on TikTok. So why is the stock not, you know, I don't know, it could be off to the races right now. What's the valuation look like?
Yeah, so I'd say over the last few months, Five tends to get lumped in with these dollar stores, like a Dollar General, those type of names. And to me, when you peel back, there's definitely a different customer base here, a more, call it affluent customer base. And Five Below is really a store of wants versus a store of needs. So I think they got caught up in that trade. But as you think about this growth algorithm they've got here, you know, the stock doesn't screen all that cheap. You're talking about 30 times earnings or higher. But if I look at some of the other names that are sort of these growthier consumer names, not in my coverage, but you know, things names like Ulta Beauty, I do cover Tractor Supply, Floor and Decor. If you look at their price to earnings multiple in relation to their growth, this PEG ratio, those names trade at 2 times or north of that. If you look at Five Below here, I think it's about 1.4 times at last check. So as you dive more into that and just look at where this company can go over time, if that multiple does catch up, you know, I think we could potentially talk about more of a $300 stock than a $200 one today.
Wow, and that's exactly where it's sitting today is 200. So finally, Super Mario, that was almost $150 million opening weekend. But I believe it might have had maybe a PG rating. This movie's not necessarily a kid's movie, as you point out. And we did have a little bit of a disappointment with that Mission Impossible opening last weekend.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on both of those. The Mario movie sort of came out of nowhere. And I think Five Below will tell you that, you know, they were a bit surprised by that. And based on my checks, you know, there's a lot of Barbie merchandising in the stores today. I feel like they're leaning into this release a little harder. So you might see a nice fundamental bounce here in the numbers over the next few months as, you know, this potentially attracts a new customer. Five Below is sort of this, you know, home sense for kids, right? You never know what you're going to find. There's a great discovery feel to it, sort of that treasure hunt, and it keeps customers coming back and spending for years to come.
Yeah, no, we have certainly been among them. David, thanks for your time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
David Bellinger on Five Below. Still ahead, Canada just made it easier for skilled U.S. visa holders to leave and work up there instead. We have the details on this new program and the potential fallout on U.S. businesses and the economy. Plus, homebuilder sentiment rising for the 7th straight month, but there's one surprising thing builders are cutting back on. We'll tell you what it is ahead. And as we head to break, here's a look at the Dow heat map with Microsoft leading the way, up 5% and on pace to close at a record high after the company announced new AI features for some of its products. A $30 a month pricing boost for customers who want access to that. Analysts are loving it. Honeywell and Visa, meantime, are your laggards. We'll be right back here on The Exchange.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take a quick rinse. It's 1:26. I'll be back probably like 1:45. 1:45.
Fine stores.
Welcome back. A cluster of home builders hitting 52-week highs earlier today, although only KB and Toll are holding on to those gains right now after home builder sentiment came in at its highest level since June of last year. Diana Olick here with more and with some details on what they're not doing right now as well, Julia. Diana.
That's right, Kelly. Yeah, the nation's homebuilders continue to see improvement in their market, but they're warning about higher interest rates and that impact ahead. So homebuilder sentiment rose 1 point in July to 56 on the National Association of Home Builders Index. The Street was looking for a little bit better at 57, but this is the 7th straight month of gains and the highest level since June of last year. Anything above 50 is considered positive. Now, builders say low supply in the resale market is driving demand to new construction, but higher mortgage rates and high costs for materials continue to put pressure on potential sales. The average rate on the 30-year fixed crossed over 7% recently and has only come down slightly in just the last week. Some are now saying 7% is the new normal. Of the index's 3 components, current sales conditions in July rose 1 point to 62. Sales expectations in the next 6 months fell 2 points to 60, and that's where interest rates and affordability are having that effect. Buyer traffic, though, increased 3 points to 40. That was the highest reading since June of last year. Now, despite higher mortgage rates, builders are using fewer incentives. Just 22% of builders report cutting prices in July. This is down from 25% in June and 27% in May. Kelly?
Wow. Diana, thank you. We appreciate it. Let's get to Tyler Matheson for a CNBC News update. Hi, Tyler.
Kelly, thank you very much. New details emerging this afternoon about a U.S. soldier now in North Korean custody. A U.S. military spokesman says the soldier willfully crossed the border into North Korea. NBC News confirming the account with 3 officials, one of whom says the soldier was on a tour of the area when he bolted across the border and that the UN command chased him but could not catch him in time. Police found more than 200 guns inside the home of the suspected Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Howerman. Police commissioner in Suffolk County says investigators found the weapons in a vault downstairs. Investigators also recently searched storage units in the area. They say are linked to the investigation. But a police spokesperson said they are not releasing anything further about the items or the evidence seized in those locations. First, Taylor Swift ticket problems, now the Colosseum in Rome. Italy's antitrust authorities are investigating inflated ticket prices to the country's top tourist destination. Tourists are complaining that it is impossible to find regularly priced tickets to Rome's Colosseum because ticket operators are scooping them up in advance and marking them up. Then these companies repackage the tickets as more expensive guided tours. Kelly, that's the story from Rome.
Thank you, Tyler. See you soon. Coming up, that's Rome, and now to Canada, where Mounties, maple syrup, and now tech talent. Skilled workers from around the world may soon be flocking up north. What that could mean for the U.S. next. And as we head to break, let's get a check on a pair of restaurant stocks, starting with Cracker Barrel, up 5% after the company announced former Taco Bell executive Julie Fells-Massino will be taking over as CEO next month. And Toast popping almost 3% after halftime trader Josh Brown said he doubled his position as the shares near a 52-week high. He warned people not to follow the trade if you can't handle volatility, but I just like the headline. Josh Brown buying Toast. The Exchange will be right back.
I feel like I'm getting ready to leave, and Tesla, AMD, and all that. I know you smell the cheese. I know you smell the cheese. I'll go get you one. Hold on. Tesla, AMD, they're probably going to go.
Binance, Microsoft, and Google are just a few of the big names that have all announced cutbacks in recent weeks, and that creates a lot of anxiety for H-1B visa holders, many of whom work in the tech industry and then have just 60 days to find a new job or risk losing their status. But now Canada has launched a new initiative to attract this talent, as well as so-called digital nomads and skilled American workers. Our own Seema Modi is here to give us those details, along with Benjamin Bergen, president of the Council of Canadian Innovators, and Kevin O'Leary, chairman of O'Leary Ventures and a CNBC contributor who is here to react. and give us some context. Welcome to all of you. We're so glad you're here. Seema, kick things off for us.
Well, Kelly, this program is a potential loss for U.S. companies, not to mention our economy. Research from Stilt shows highly skilled immigrants on the H-1B visa program contribute nearly $77 billion to U.S. businesses every year. And advocates say H-1B visa workers play a critical role in fulfilling jobs that native-born Americans simply can't, specifically in science and technology and fields like artificial intelligence, where a new study shows immigrants have founded or co-founded nearly 65% of the top AI companies in the U.S. And according to the Economic Institute, top H-1B employers include Meta, Amazon, Tesla, among others. However, due to the recent layoffs, over 85,000 workers in the U.S., H-1B workers, have lost their jobs from 2022 to date, putting great stress, I can tell you, on a lot of immigrant families here who have exactly 2 months to find that new opportunity or risk getting deported. The backlog of green card approvals also a key factor as well. So Canada providing a very attractive option for many who want to now stay in North America. We spoke to venture capitalist Manan Mehta, who invests in immigrants. He says first choice for highly skilled workers is to come to the U.S. If the U.S. doesn't fulfill that choice, people will look elsewhere. Kelly?
Seema, thanks. Let's turn to Benjamin Bergen now. Again, thank you for joining us today to talk through this impact. How big of an impact do you think this program will have?
Yeah, so it's already actually had a huge impact. The government announced this a couple weeks ago. It went live 2 days ago, and it's already full. The 10,000 spots that the government had allocated specifically for H-1B visas has already filled up. So I think that this has met sort of everyone's expectations and then more some. You have to keep in mind in Canada, there's 250,000 positions in the tech sector that are currently not being filled. And so the government really was smart to move quickly on this specific challenge that the U.S. Is facing in terms of some of the large tech companies, because this is really going to try and help fill a bit of that gap here in our own domestic economy.
I feel like either AMD is going to reject, I could catch a trade back to VWAP.
The economy of the future.
And also we should note
And I
that the U.S.
kind of
plastic
don't
quality
want to
never
miss
been great.
that.
Seems to have gotten even more
I
mired
don't
down
know
the
if I
last
want to
couple of
miss
years.
that.
There have been concerns about some fraud in the
Oh,
program.
come
There's just been a
on.
lot of backlog from COVID and things like
So
that.
if I go to a
So Canada's
15-minute
already hit the
chart,
10K worker cap. Do you think they would
right?
raise that? I mean, if they have to fill 250,000 positions, why not allow 20, 30, 40, 50,000?
what do we have? Oh, come on.
Yeah, so great point. I think.
So what I'm trying to point out is where do the continuation type moves, the big sellers, the big buyers, where it lasts all day, gap down booms.
And I think,
I want to get a hold of that.
This program is it's 14 days in terms of you getting an actual determination.
I need to get a new mouse.
And that will allow you to live and work in Canada for a minimum of 3 years. It also allows you to bring your family as well. So it is a really generous program to try and help attract and bring the best and brightest to this country.
And, you know, remind us, Canada has not always had, or maybe you could say it has, had a friendly kind of, or friendlier approach to immigration. You know, what's the history here and how big of a deal is this? Or do you think it just kind of keeps with a different attitude that Canada has generally taken than the U.S.?
Yeah, so Canada has a very different lens on immigration, really, than almost anywhere else in the world. We're an extremely welcoming country. Last year, we actually welcomed 1 million people, our largest number ever, to Canada. And Canadians view growing our people as a really positive sign. And so, you know, this is really just a doubling down on the government realizing that, you know, immigration is actually a strength, and immigration that is bringing in highly skilled workers is a strength. You know, Forbes magazine published last year that of the top 500 unicorn companies, 80% of them have a foreign-born leader or someone in
You guys see that? 1775 area, 11730, 11775 right here, guys. Boom. What do you got?
Benjamin, thanks. Benjamin
Boom.
with the Council of Canadian Innovators.
All right.
This brings us to our grand finale, to the business and economic impact on both countries. And does he just
Could
think
we?
it's a good idea or not? We turn
Maybe.
to Shark Tank's Mr.
We'll wait
Wonderful,
and find
CNBC
out.
contributor and famous Canadian American, of course, Kevin O'Leary. Kevin, so glad you could be here today. What are your thoughts about this program?
So this is a policy error on behalf of the American administration and a chess move of brilliance with the Canadians. It's not just the H-1, and this is a personal opinion that I'm going to make here, but Watch what happens in graduating classes of engineering cohorts. This is going to happen next. I teach at Harvard, MIT, Notre Dame, Temple, and other colleges as a guest lecturer. And over the last 3 years, I've noticed that the cohorts have been changing dramatically. A lot more women in the classes, but a lot of other people that have met the standards. Let's take MIT, for example. You need almost a perfect math score. The institution doesn't care if you come from a rogue nation. They just want the very best talent in the world, and they get it. Now, after we give them a PhD or a discipline in engineering at MIT, we throw them out of the country. How dumb is that? And so what will happen next? The Canadians will pick them up because they've come here. They don't want to return home. They want to bring their families. They're the best of the best of the best in the world, and we throw them out of America. I see it happen. I watch it happen. It's sheer stupidity.
What is the
and
argument,
I think the
Kevin?
Canadians will this is the O1 visa program that we haven't implemented properly. The Canadians will also take them.
Yeah. So, and we should also note the Canadians have kind of changed some of what they're doing with higher ed, gone from, I think, having 200,000 to upwards of 600,000 students from foreign countries in the university system and leaning on that as well. What are we missing? What, if this seems like such an obvious blunder, what would people say about why the U.S. is either allowing this system to, sort of to go in this direction, or give, what's the more sympathetic take as to why and how we've gotten here?
Here's what happened, Kelly. I never make any money on politics. I make money following policy. The narrative of the last administration, immigration policy got tied up in what was happening at the border in Mexico and all those horrific images of families being broken up and people dying as they went over the river and all the rest of that. Immigration policy got tied up in security. At the same time, it's the same policy that should be allowing these people that are coming out of our institutions, our educational institutions, to get some way to stay in the country that they want to stay in, and they want to work and create jobs and be cutting edge in technology and science, whether it be medicine or digital or whatever it is. But that policy is together. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to separate it. What we need to do in the U.S. immediately is put a task force of O1 issuance. Now, the H1 we just talked about, the O1 is extraordinary individuals. When you identify an extraordinary individual, and I'd argue anybody that graduates with a PhD from MIT is an extraordinary individual, we issue them that O1 for 36 months. Then we get them a green card for them and their family, and we give them 5 years through the existing process to become American citizens. We have all that infrastructure in place. We just haven't put the policy in. And I would suggest that the Biden administration put 4 or 5 individuals inside of immigration policy to identify the 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 out of every cohort that should stay in America and not go back to where they don't want to go, because they are the very best of the very best. This is not a big task. We're talking about individuals one at a time. And these are the next founders of the next Google and the next Microsoft and the next ChatGPT right now in our universities, and we throw them back like fish. It's insane.
So I guess maybe what we could say is the benefit of Canada moving in this direction is at least it does throw a spotlight on our failures. And, I can't imagine, maybe it would be a winning campaign slogan for someone to get, Vivek, whatever the big debate next month. Maybe say, we need more, I don't know if they're ever going to pound the table on it, but certainly I would have to imagine, making some of these changes behind the scenes as we're more aware of our demographic challenges and things like that. It seems like an obvious place we need to go.
I'm thankful you're making this a story. I've been watching it happening now for 36 months. Nothing's more frustrating than leaving a Harvard class and seeing half of those people that should be in this country starting businesses being thrown out. It makes no sense whatsoever. And the only way you change this thing is the old squeaky wheel. Make this wheel squeak and it'll get the oil it needs. Meanwhile, we're very friendly with that's great. They'll just take all the talent. They'll make it very easy. They're going to open up that H1 program to 50,000 people, I bet, by next week.
I would have to
It's a genius move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kevin, thanks so much for joining us. It's really good to get your point on this.
Thank you.
Kevin O'Leary with O'Leary Ventures. All right, still ahead, the summer travel season has been a bumpy one for the airlines, plagued with staffing shortages, extreme weather. But what do the numbers say? We'll explain the disconnect between frustrated travelers and happy airline investors next.
today.
Welcome back. The airline's taking a breather after posting a sharp rally to start the year. Delta down about 2% the past week, for instance, as more than 3,000 flights have been canceled within, into, or out of the U.S. just since Saturday. But has air travel actually been that much worse this summer? Phil LeBeau joins us with the numbers. Hi, Phil.
And Kelly, the numbers show that if you just look at New York, and the reason we're focusing just on New York is because so much attention last year. There was the reduction in flights from the big four airlines that go into the three airports there. Look what the numbers show us. Since they've reduced those flights, which started on May 15th all the way through July 10th, FlightAware ran the numbers for us, and they show there has been a dramatic drop in cancellations and also a sustainable or sizable drop in delays, certainly at LaGuardia and JFK. Keep in mind, as I mentioned, we've got American, United, Delta, and JetBlue. They all agreed with the FAA request to bring down their flight schedules into the New York City airports by 10%. And this is coming at a time when we see the number of people flying across the country back to pre-pandemic levels, almost back to pre-pandemic levels. In fact, when you look at the number of people scanned by the TSA on a regular basis, every single day, the average is 2.2 million. But we should point out that for the month of July, on average, 2.5 million people are flying. So we could see by the end of the year that we are back at 2019 levels. We're not quite there yet, but it could be there by the end of the year. This comes as we see the airlines reporting their earnings. We got Delta last week. We will have United after the bell tomorrow. And then on Thursday, before the bell, we will hear the results from American Airlines. Expect something similar to what we heard from Delta. Very strong revenue, and if not the best quarter for earnings, pretty darn close to that. So that's a snapshot, if you will, Kelly, of what we're seeing right now when it comes to cancellations and delays. I know it doesn't always match up with what people are saying in terms of, I've had a problem getting into Newark or LaGuardia, but the numbers do show that we are seeing fewer cancellations.
The LaGuardia numbers are much better. I was shocked that the Newark numbers aren't worse given what happened, just a couple of weeks ago. I mean, even every time I talk to someone who's just back from a trip, Tyler just had to go through Baltimore and rent a car. I don't want to say I don't believe the figures, but what am I missing? And if the airlines have reduced their schedules by 10%, I don't know. My response would be,
here's what you're missing, Kelly. Here's what you're missing. And look, a couple of weeks ago, I was on a flight that got canceled because it got caught up in the whole mess with United Airlines. I know almost everybody has probably had a similar story out there. The problem is this: because there are fewer flights, when a flight is canceled, they've replaced those flights with larger planes, but almost all the seats are filled. So there's less options for rebooking people. And as a result, when there is a major weather event or something else that causes a bit of a mini meltdown, if you will, it's tougher to get back on schedule. And that's what we saw with United Airlines a couple of weeks ago. So when you hear people saying, I got a flight canceled and I can't get out for a couple of days, yeah, that's the environment we're in right now. Almost every seat is sold. So it's very tough to reaccommodate 150, 250 people from a particular flight.
all right, great point. See, now I feel a little bit better informed. Phil, thank you. As always, our Phil LeBeau. Still ahead, Facebook parent Meta soaring this year, up nearly 160%, while Pinterest is up a merely 24% by comparison. But Evercore says it could be at an inflection point. Mark Mahaney joins us to discuss that call next.
beloved banking app.
Welcome back. Shares of Pinterest up 4% today after an upgrade from Evercore ISI. In fact, Pinterest is only about 1% below its 52-week high right now. Analyst Mark Mahaney laying out the 4 reasons he's bullish, including a recovery in digital ad spending. He sees 35% uptrust in pins from here. Let's bring him in. Mark, it's great to have you back. Welcome.
Hey, Kelly.
Digital advertising, since this applies to much more than Pinterest, let's just start there with the positive trends you're seeing.
Well, some companies are seeing it more than others. Meta clearly is, but there's a couple of very specific company-specific product cycles behind that name. If we look out across digital advertising, it's just tentative evidence that brand and performance marketing is starting to pick up in the back half of the year. Those online retail data points this morning from the Department of Commerce, I thought those were actually kind of incrementally positive. So if that occurs, if we have kind of this sustained sort of improvement, because there's no doubt about it, online advertising demand has been depressed year to date. But as that starts to improve, you'll get names like Pinterest that should fundamentally participate in that.
Yeah, and why does this one in particular jump out to you? Is it because it had been left behind, or, you know, do you see more kind of particular things that they could really benefit from?
Yeah, so, you know, there's also been a lot that the company's done. So one, they need the macro environment to improve. That was the first reason behind the upgrade. We think there's some tentative evidence of that. But also, we've had a management team, and it usually takes a new CEO, you know, at least a year to really kind of start fixing things and getting things in the right direction. We've seen under CEO Bill Reddy a series of improvements, product improvements that have actually caused user growth to improve and engagement, time that's spent per user to improve. And there's been a couple of nice improvements they made on the advertiser side too that I think has started to unlock more spend. So as those two things come together, the kind of the macro environment and then the company specific initiatives, you have the setup for the third reason behind the upgrade, which is this fundamental inflection point, which I always like in stocks. It's accelerating revenue growth and expanding margin. And I think valuation is reasonable at these levels. Those are the 4 reasons why we upgraded the stock.
Why are they at an inflection point? And I always, not always, I love Pinterest and I've used it for over a decade, just kind of sporadically. But my biggest frustration is one of the things that people for years have said they're about to do, which is, ironically, I wish they would make it easier for me to buy the things that I like. So I'll see something on there, you know, a cool mirror, a rug, whatever. And other than a couple of obvious brands, which I'm not interested in, it's very hard to find what actual product is being featured. And every time I hear people say they're going to roll out these shopping, but they never really do. Every time I get on there, I feel like it's the same old experience.
Well, hopefully it's improved. You know, you're talking about the guts of this is all about product improvement. That's what Bill Reddy, I hope, and the team he brought in, I hope, is really starting to lay out at Pinterest. So the idea of shoppable pins, kind of getting more commerce on the site. And remember, this is not your day-to-day online retail experience. This is project-driven. People go on to Pinterest to kind of run projects, whether that's redesigning a backyard or a home. You know, categories like fashion and beauty are major on these, and maybe getting into travel. That's what I've sort of find myself using it for. But those projects, to the extent that they lead to inspiration and then they lead to purchases, the extent that they can close the loop on that, there's a really interesting and it's a unique side to Pinterest. It's kind of this visual search experience that, you know, the advantage of Pinterest is, by the way, it's a tiny company. I mean, they do $3 billion in ad revenue. That's pretty tiny. And so when you get these turns on these businesses, they don't just go up to 10% or 15% revenue growth. They can be a lot better than that. That's not priced in. That's not estimated in. So I just find this risk reward really highly asymmetric to the upside.
Sure. No, I love it. Before I let you go, and because we have time and because you're Mark Mahaney, I just got to ask you quickly about Netflix. Before, you know, we are about to hear from the company. You're bullish, although I think the price target is maybe lower than where the shares are now. People think it'll be a good quarter kind of for bad reasons because of the writer's strike. Just give me a thought on that one.
No, I think it's going to be, it better be a really good quarter. I'm a little cautious about Netflix going into the print. Our pitch is we'd rather buy it after the print than before the print. These 2 major initiatives in terms of cracking down on password sharing and rolling out an ad-supported service, they have been, I think they're going to end up being huge home runs. It'll take a little bit of time, but I think they really will. The only question is, why didn't they implement these a few years ago? But that's the past. I think there's you're going to have fundamentals improve, and then we're past peak competition. near term, I guess the writer's strike, and the actor strike probably helps Netflix relatively, but it's not a good thing for the industry as a whole. It just isn't. Anyway, I like Netflix. I think that it's not as compelling as it was at the beginning of the year, so it's a small buy for me. I prefer Uber. I prefer Amazon. I prefer Meta.
And Pinterest. Mark, thanks so much. It's
And
good to have
Pinterest,
you on
yes.
today. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Kelly.
Mark Mahaney with Evercore ISI. That does it for us. Next on Power Lunch, another social media stock upgrade whose shares are up 51% this year, but Goldman says there's more room to run. Tyler's getting ready. I'll join him on the other side of this break.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Power Lunch. Alongside Kelly Evans, I'm Tyler Matheson. Coming up, Congress holding hearings on how to regulate AI. We'll tell you about the 26-year-old billionaire they're listening to. And Microsoft shares jumping as the company makes more AI-related announcements, including how much it's going to charge for AI in office. Plus, as the economy seems to be slowing, maybe headed for a potential recession, we will look at the state of the online advertising business and the under-the-radar name one analyst thinks can be a big winner. Kelly.
Yes, we will. Tyler, thanks. First, let's take a look at the markets. Green arrows across the board. The Dow 331 points, powered by Microsoft and some of the financial names, while the S&P is up 0.5% today and a similar gain for the NASDAQ. Here's Microsoft, a 5% pop, gaining on its AI news, which we'll talk more about shortly. That pricing, analysts are very excited about how accretive it could be. United Health also up 3% after an upgrade from Bernstein, and Goldman Sachs up nearly 3% as well, boosting the Dow ahead of its earnings tomorrow and following strong results from Morgan Stanley and the other banks. Morgan Stanley shares up about 6% at last check, beating estimates thanks to growth in wealth management. And CEO James Gorman telling CNBC he thinks the worst is over for banks.
I think we bottomed. I think we bottomed. Yeah, I think we bottomed in this business, 4 or 6 weeks ago. Now, how much it improves from that for the rest of the year is unknown. Next year, definitely a pickup. So I think, and I'm seeing it with the conversations I'm having with other CEOs. We just felt like, April was weak, and first half of May also weak. And then it started picking up second half in June, where it's not gangbusters, but we're off the bottom.
And speaking of off the bottom, take a look at shares of Charles Schwab, jumping 12% to lead the S&P today, and they are 47% higher than that banking crisis low you see right there. The company beat estimates despite a 31% drop in bank deposits from last year. CEO Walt Bettinger says he's optimistic, and so are clients.
Clients are now moving back into the equity markets, so that's a good thing. It's not simply clients
moving money into something in cash that pays higher yields, they're back in the markets. And we saw in the aggregate for the second quarter, buys were about 20% higher than sells. So our clients are showing some optimism. They've actually moved above the line in terms of their optimism about being a good time to invest, and that's reflected in their actions.
And lastly, Bank of America shares popping 4% today after the company earned $7.4 billion in the quarter. Revenue up 11% from last year, stronger than a lot of people expected. CEO Brian Moynihan will join us at 2:30 to talk live about those results, Ty.
All right, as Congress continues to grapple with the problems of AI, one man is emerging as a go-to voice. He is a 26-year-old billionaire, CEO of an AI company, and he testified before a House subcommittee. Emily Wilkins joins us now with more. Hi, Emily.
Hi, Tyler. Well, lawmakers working on AI legislation are getting advice from, as you mentioned, a 26-year-old billionaire who is urging Congress to move quickly when it comes to developing AI in the military. Alexander Wang is the CEO of Scale AI, a company he founded to accurately label and classify data AI models use. He's got the ear of top senators on the Intelligence Committee, and he testified in front of a House panel this morning on AI's role in the military.
I don't think we should rest easy on that because military implementations of AI are going to be incredibly important. We need to ensure that in this next phase that the U.S. is both economically dominant, but also has military leadership as well when it comes to artificial intelligence.
Congressman Mike Gallagher, who chairs the AI subcommittee, said he hopes lawmakers can start passing smaller and bipartisan bills on AI by the end of next year.
I don't think we have too much time to waste, just given the massive, just the scope and scale of investment and innovation in this space.
Tyler, while the House is looking at more focused bills, the Senate is working on a comprehensive and larger package. And we'll just have to see how those two approaches wind up panning out.
So how did Alexander make all of his money? 26-year-old billionaire, what does his company do?
Well, he is the co-founder of Scale AI, and basically, you know that AI models run on data. You have to give them data, and they wind up processing that. Well, it's not always that easy. Say he works with companies like Lyft, and Lyft has self-driving cars. Those cars need to know which pictures have a human that they can't hit, and which pictures, say, don't have a human, or maybe are able to slow down or stop. So basically, it's a lot of classification, it's a lot of labeling, it's a lot of making sure that the data that our AI models are using are good and accurate, or at least accurate in terms of how they go about and free from any sort of bias. And that's really his big contributor to AI, and it's a billion-dollar company, and that is how he got to where he is, both in Congress and in the tech space.
Little known, nice to be a 26-year-old billionaire. Thanks very much, Emily. Appreciate it. And speaking of AI, Microsoft looking to cash in, namely a new paid version of its AI chatbot, as well as a feature for Office 365. The stock hitting a record high on the news, and Steve Kovac is here to discuss the details. What are they doing and how?
Yes, big one. So monetization is the key word out of this. So we finally got a pricing plan from Microsoft today, $30 per month per user for this AI Copilot. That's the chatbot they announced for Office apps that we use here at NBC, you know, Outlook, Microsoft Word, OneDrive, so forth. That now we know how much they're going to be charging these customers, and we're seeing the stock react to that. Now, let me put that number in context. That kind of sounds expensive, right? $30 per month per user.
I don't know, for companies?
But put that on top of what they're already paying. That's most of these customers are paying $36 per month per user. Add another $30 on top of that. That's a huge premium just for this AI product. So this event that Microsoft is having today, it's called Inspire. It's their B2B event where they basically try to sell businesses like ours all these new suites of products. They have to convince these customers it's worth the $30 per user per month. Now, they're also not saying when it's going to be widely available, presumably this year if they're announcing pricing already, but it is being tested with a few enterprises right now, but that is why you're seeing the stock
So
pop.
Microsoft collects already roughly $30 a month. $36
And it depends. There are a lot of different plans.
For
but
each of its enterprise customers.
Per user per month.
Per user per month who are using the suite of 365 products. They had better be able to explain what this is going to do to make my experience not just more enjoyable, but create value for the company.
That's exactly right, and that's what today's event is all about, Tyler. And just one more thing to note here to put this in perspective. Microsoft 365, formerly known as Office 365, that's probably how we colloquially know about it, several hundred million users. So do the math there, $30 times a few hundred million. That's the addressable market they're going after here. Now, as far as what it can do, some interesting stuff. Again, I haven't had a chance to test it yet. A lot of people haven't outside of Microsoft yet. But for example, if you're in a Teams meeting and you miss it, I can't make the meeting, what the Copilot can do, it can kind of collate what everyone said. Tyler said this, Kelly said that. Here are the actionable items you missed out on.
I might want that even if I'm there.
Exactly, right? Yeah.
Take notes for me.
When you zone out during a Teams meeting, it's really great, right? So those are the kind of features they're saying it's going to make you more productive. Satya Nadella even showed off some research when he was announcing this today, saying, these AI tools can add trillions to GDP growth. And so he was really pitching these customers saying, look, you guys are really productive right now with our tools. This is going to supercharge you. Whether or not that pans out and people are willing to pay for it, we'll have to see. It is quite expensive. One other thing they're announcing that people have been asking for, what they're calling Bing Chat Enterprise. Now, this is the same Bing Chat bot that we've been talking about for the last, 6 months or so? But it's more
chat AI powered.
Exactly, but this is for businesses. So you might have heard these stories, Apple and Samsung and Google banning ChatGPT usage among their workers. This kind of solves that problem. It's locked down, it's encrypted, and so therefore the enterprise customers can feel safe uploading proprietary information to it, just like you would feel safe putting proprietary information in an Outlook email, for example. So that is actually going to be included, not an extra cost for
160 million users for Bing Chat Enterprise. I'm just looking through the Dan Ives notes on this to run through the numbers. He thinks maybe 50% of the install base will ultimately be on the AI functionality within the next 3 years.
That's a lot of money. Now, Microsoft hasn't given us exact user numbers in a long time, so it's kind of hard to do exact math, but 200 to 300, at least 300 million users potentially could be on
My skepticism on these things is as follows. There are a lot of things that these AI devices or autonomous driving devices, they can do.
Right.
But do we really need them to do those things? Do we want them to do those things? And are they worth the incremental cost to me, the user, to be able to do something that, oh, look, we can do this. Well, maybe I don't really care whether I can. I'm fine doing it. Somebody in the car, sometimes knobs are actually better,
This is a little different than knobs.
Yeah.
But look, this is the decision CTOs and CIOs and the people who make purchasing decisions for large corporations like ours. Is it worth that cost? Or is the productivity benefit going to be worth it? We just don't know. We haven't tried it yet. We don't know if it's going to work that way. I will also notice, look, Google is working towards the same thing. Microsoft very much still ahead of Google when it comes to not just announcing new products and new features on the AI front, but making money. Here's how we're going to sell it. We haven't heard that from Google yet.
That's a great point. Steve, as always, thanks.
Thanks.
We appreciate it. Steve Kovac. Still ahead, a power player to weigh in on the bank earnings we mentioned at the top of the show. BofA's Brian Moynihan will join us live in a little while. But first, Goldman upgrading Yelp, getting bullish on the food review platform based mainly around its improving ad tech. The analyst joins us next to discuss. And as we head to break, a quick power check. On the positive side today, Mosaic. Another bullish call from Goldman, maintaining its buy, cutting the price target, though. A new USDA report says nearly 60% of corn crops are in good condition. On the negative side, Prologis, highlighting rising rents and dipping retention rates in its quarterly results. One of the strongest performers in recent years, down 4% today. We'll be right back. Shares of Yelp are up today almost 2% after a bullish call from Goldman yesterday. They upgraded the stock from neutral to buy, raised the price target to 47 from 38. It's just under 43 right now. They're citing stable and rising local advertising trends. We love a trend like that. And joining us now with more is Eric Sheridan. He's an MD there. Eric, it's great to see you again. Welcome.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me on today.
So local, here's why this catches my attention so much. By this point in the cycle, we would have thought a lot of deceleration in local and small business because of super high loan rates. So what do you see here that says actually there's a lot of strength?
A couple of things. Number one, there's not only just local into local, but there's also national dollars into local. And local ad dollars generally are the ones that still are at the lowest percentage of mix, having moved to online versus offline than we see in other aspects of digital advertising overall. So we see a secular growth tailwind of dollars, believe it or not, still moving offline into online. Then we see new pockets of opportunity of local dollars finding local consumers and national dollars finding local consumers. And then on top of that, we have a company like Yelp that's rebuilt many of their ad products and much of their ad tech stack to address that opportunity. Therefore, we see upside from a revenue growth perspective.
Sure, and when we talk about that upside, you raised your price target by about $10, but how big of a deal is this really? In other words, is this just, okay, this business is a little bit better than we thought? I mean, to change it from a neutral to a buy suggests, again, kind of like we were talking about with Pinterest and Mark Mahaney last hour, maybe you think they're at an inflection point.
Yeah, and we do. And I think what we typically do when we try to change ratings like this to look not just at the absolute price target, because obviously things can be volatile in a given day. We also try to take a longer term view and look at the risk reward skew. This was a stock that if you actually zoom out over the last couple of years has mostly been stuck in the low 30s as a stock for years in the backdrop of a wildly bullish digital advertising market. And this company was in transition from what it was, a Web 1.0 company that was predominantly tied to desktop web. And now they have new ad products, a more mobile focus, not just the old restaurant business, but also a services business inside their revenue mix. So you come out of an investment cycle, you open up revenue opportunities, you see a secular growth tailwind around local. We think it's the right combination of both top line momentum as well as incremental margin momentum that looks underappreciated, not just for the quarter or for the next 6 months, but arguably looking out well into 2024 and beyond. We tried to make that point yesterday.
How does Yelp make money? What are its revenue streams sort of by different sizes, and which ones are going to grow fastest?
It's really a function of advertisers trying to reach consumers on a local level. And basically these guys having the impressions and service requests that advertisers and service providers want to find to be able to meet their dollars with middle to bottom of the funnel purchase intent on a local scale. That really is the best way to describe it.
So I'd go on Yelp and I'd say I want to find a plumber, or I go on Yelp and I want to find a Mexican restaurant, or I go on Yelp and I'd say I want to find a good shoe repair individual.
All examples that I would back you on, yes.
Yeah.
Does this extend to any other companies, Eric?
Well, broadly, the point we tried to make in the note yesterday, away from just the upgrade, and it sounds like you've been talking about digital advertising today as well, is that despite the continued debate out there among investors about the state of the consumer and the state of the economy, the digital advertising economy, as we did work across all the names we cover, showed a lot of momentum in the June quarter. So elements of brand advertising snapping back from some of the cuts in Q4. Elements of direct response advertising, especially in key verticals like e-commerce and travel, remaining very stable. Even some of the financially driven, interest rate sensitive sectors like housing and autos surprised us to the upside in what we heard from ad agencies and advertisers in the quarter. So there does, away from just the Yelp call, also does seem to be a bit of a wider all boats rising narrative playing out in digital advertising that really was reflected in us changing numbers and price targets to the positive for most of the names in this subsector that we cover.
Yeah, and you also mentioned Pinterest, Google as well. It's fascinating. Yeah, it's what a world versus where we thought we'd be in January. Eric, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me on.
Eric Sheridan with Goldman.
All right, coming up, burying the lead. New reports emerging that lead-lined covered cables in the ground underwater on overhead poles are widespread across the U.S.
Oh, no.
behind by telecom giants like Verizon and AT&T. We've got the details.
All right, we back.
Tech check and what
You got the
risks
shower.
may be.
We freshened up. This was a clean shirt. I had it on for 20 minutes or an hour or two. So I put it back on because I like it. And I do what I want. It's my life. I do what I want. I'm going to make a cup of coffee as well. And then I am going to probably focus on the Qs, the SPY, probably the overall indexes. What did Tesla end up doing? Did it not break out? Tesla has struggled to break out. I don't even have Tesla up. AMD is struggling to break out. Okay, let me turn these on. All right, so that is my plan. Tesla did, like I told you. I told you right there, son, you should have went long. It broke up out of that pennant. Sayonara. It left and didn't turn back around. See what it does here at the highs. All right, so that's that. Yes, I got a shower. I brushed my teeth, and Microsoft brought up the market. That's what happened today. That's going in the journal so far. Microsoft lifted the market. I showered and brushed my teeth. That is the day so far, unfortunately. Oh, I also have puts while the market is at a 1% move to the upside. That's also going to go in the journal. But yeah, give me 5 minutes. 2:30 now. Actually, man, I guess we're just gonna have a slow climb up. I did try to get us some targets for the SPY. I'm just gonna go to one screen. Let's see here. Let me do this. Plug this in before I forget. I hope you guys had a good day. I hope you guys were able to find your own trades and stuff. Sorry that I was, I'm kind of waiting for, it's not that I'm waiting. That's not the right word, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't give it the effort I should have given it. But I'm like, we have earnings tomorrow. Maybe I didn't expect this type of move. But what I need to do that I'm going to write down is I need to not, because it happens every time I forget about it. Like the Dow will climb, and then those sectors will go on a tear. The industrials, like your Cats, your John Deere's, your steel stocks, like all those Dow names will go. And I just completely forgot to, I haven't looked at the Dow. I've looked at every other indice except the Dow. So if we know Qs were struggling, we could probably assume that ARKK is struggling too. And I don't know if the Fed said anything. Rick Santelli, my guy, he's hilarious.
That was pretty good. And the revisions, which hit the screens a bit late, were also fairly positive.
So that's the plan for me for now.
Volatility. We traded down to around 465. Then the revisions hit and we started to move higher. And then later in the session, maybe
so it's above the 50-day. AMD's been floating with its 50-day finally. It feels like this was just a couple days ago, not long ago, where these things were just way above their 50, their moving averages. So, but they are now, it's trying to hold it as support. So I'm really curious if we get the break, because it's weak. It's not that it's weak, it's just it's not climbing higher. So that will only last so long. It can put in a range, and then if it gets to the point where you spend a month or like 2 weeks there, week and a half, it's going to go down. It's going to go somewhere. So, and it's funny. This is the daily chart of AMD. Look at this hold. We're holding this level. This is why it's important to have like the daily 15-minute, 5-minute, 3-minute, 1-minute, whatever it is. You should have multiple time frames. Now you're seeing that the 1 day is specifically holding this level, which is the base. So maybe we look for a rally. Unless we come back down and break, unless we go red, which would be 117.53 roughly.
Futures up by 2% as we head into the close of
you know, you got to think about being long. It's holding. It's holding the level. Unless there's something else that I'm missing with it. But to me, that daily chart looks like a hold at this level, and it wants to try and close higher. It wants to try and close higher. The volume isn't there either at all, though, too. Like, there's no... we'll see what happens after hours. I wonder if we could get a blast off. Like, look at the MACD. The MACD is pretty low, so it could bring in some money. The RSI isn't too overextended. You know, it's got its pullback. Can it regain that, you know, whatever it needs to get it, which would be buyers? Can it pull in some new buyers? Can shorts start covering whatever, what have you, you know, to get going? I just, it's not ironic that it's been holding these levels like to a T. Hold on, come here. Come here. Held above this one. You went, you climbed, now you're holding. I'm curious if we can get an extension. If we get a hold of 119, we get a hold here. Where would it be? Would it be this one? Or this one? If we get a hold of 119, 118.50, 118.50, we get a hold of that, say hello to 122, possibly even 125, because you're climbing higher.
We're going to Christina Partsinevelos now. There she is. Are you sure? Okay.
All right, guys. I'm going to make this cup of coffee real quick, and I'm going to think about what it is I'm going to do. Look, it's struggling here. So if we get a close like this, I'm going to be long AMD. I might even buy the stock, and I might back it up with a few options. I'm not sure how I'm going to play this, but I do want to be long. I feel like the tape is speeding up now. So, especially if the market's going to be strong, you got to be long. Man, I don't want to front run it. That's what I'm getting at. I don't want to front run this move. I need it to show me that it's wanting to do it. I mean, I guess it is. It's just, so Friday we had this, so boom, 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 boom. So that's a nice, kind of like a double bottom there. Is this going to be a double top? If we get up here and close this level, man, I'm going to be long as all hell. The volume is very low. That's one other thing I can say is look how low the volume is. The volume is very low. So let's just take in everything that it is that we need to be able to read fully what it is the chart's telling us. So maybe I will continue to keep up the SPY and the Qs. Or like, you know, I'll keep the SPY up as well as like AMD or something. So let me do this real quick, and then I'm going to make coffee, and we'll be right back for Power Hour, guys. Oh my gosh, and girls, please. Hopefully I have it on the right setting. I hope I do, because I keep hitting the damn button in the back. So there's one thing that I will say that I feel like I didn't get screwed on, but I feel like I did because the person that I talked to said that they streamed and stuff. The biggest mistake was the mic. Is that what you want? I mean, yeah, I guess it's a mic. Is there anything? Listen, I asked the guy at Best Buy. I said, dude, I have no idea what all I'm going to need. I'm going to get into this, and there's going to be things that I don't know. If you like do streaming and stuff like that, whatever you can recommend, whatever the important stuff is, like what are things that I need to know, or like what is it that I need, you know, just help me along with the process. So one, that I have everything, and two, that like, you know, it doesn't have to be top dollar, like this, that, the third, but like the most important thing would have been the mic, and I didn't know how bad. This doesn't seem that bad, but when I listen to other people's and how clean and clear and clean the other mics are, now maybe I can get like a foam padding for this or something. I'll just have to go buy another mic. But I wish he would have told me, like, the one place you want to put your money is your computer and your mic. And it would have only been probably another $20 to $60 more to have a professional mic. and I didn't, unless there's something else I don't know, like with the cords and or whatever it is. I'm pretty sure it's plugins. It's not cords like this, USB driven. So he failed that one. The guy was cool and all. I feel like I was getting out what I was trying to say. You know, I think you guys realize what I'm trying to say is like, hey, I'm going to start a live stream. I'm going to be doing videos for educational stuff and for the markets and things of that nature. Could you help me get the things that I need? And what are some of the points as I go about it that I think that I'm going to really, you know, focus on that I'll need and like stuff like that, you know? So you could have probably, I guarantee you, anybody that's done this before will say the number one thing you want to worry about is your mic, because you're going to get it and you're going to say, hey, damn it, I want a clear mic. Because it's about the point is, though, is that it's like the same price. You know what I mean? I guess Abby was in here. So it is what it is.
Some impressive results from the major banks today, and their stocks are
So that happened, and I'm like, man, I really wish I would have known about this whole mic thing prior, but what are you going to do? I'm happy. You know, it's like, at least I am able to do something like that, you know? But if I had someone ask me, and I'm working at a store, and I had someone ask me, listen, I need help getting the things I need, I'm like, listen, the number one thing you need to worry about is the mic. Because you're going to get it, and you're going to hear everybody else, you're going to hear other streams, you're going to hear other videos, and it's going to sound clear. And it's going to sound really good, it's going to sound clear, crisp, and all that fun stuff. And you're going to listen to yours, and you're like, man, I fudged up. Like, you're going to, and it's almost the same price. You know what I mean? So why don't they just, it's crazy. It just shows you the rip-offness, you know? It's not bad, but I guess it is. You know, when I listen to other people's stuff, I'm like, unless I'm doing it wrong, unless there's stuff that I can do better, but I need to probably get a phone thing for this, and I want to get a, I want to get a mic. That is one thing that I would like to get, is an actual mic that I should have got the first time, but I didn't know. I had no idea.
Those deposits are very stable, and they represent a dominant part of the money that people move to conduct their daily lives, and therefore they're very low cost because that money is always in motion. If they're trying to get yield on money, they take it and put it in direct treasury holdings and money market funds, and we do that for them. So our competitive dynamic is different than other people's who are more CD funded and use deposits as core funding. We have $1.8 trillion of deposits, and we have $1.04 trillion of loans, and that difference is excess, and it really represents people's money who's in motion and conducting their daily lives.
Speaking of money and motions, consumers clearly seem to be spending here. Growth in line with inflation for credit and debit card spending during the quarter. We did see that softer CPI print. I know inflation had been a headwind for consumer spending, in the past, but that seems to be abating a bit. Still, credit card loss rates were up about 40 basis points quarter over quarter, although still below those pre-pandemic levels. So, I'm just curious kind of how you'd characterize the health of the consumer at this point. How much do they have left in those excess savings that you were describing a bit ago?
So let's sort out two things. From a credit cost standpoint, you're seeing the activities of consumers move back to where they were. But everybody talks about we're normalizing to 2019 pre-pandemic. People have to realize for our company, the 2019 charge-off rate was probably a 40 or 50-year low. And so we are at levels that are very low credit risk, very low credit costs. And we were doing $1 billion of provision a quarter back then, and we're doing a little bit more than that now, et cetera, given a recession predicted ahead of us. So the normalization is pretty good times in the banking system. But let's broaden back out. If you think about the U.S. consumer, what we see with the 60-plus million consumers we have is the rate of their spending, not only their debit and credit cards, which is the 3% you mentioned, but across all the ways they put money out every day, is growing at about a 5% rate through the second quarter, and frankly about the same rate for the first half of July here, which is half the rate it was growing last quarter or end of last year over the prior quarter or year. Now, that's showing that the consumer is more in line with the low inflation, lower growth economies that were there in 16, 17, 18, 19 when the Fed raised rates.
And the mic's not even on.
And so that gives me...
And I'm talking the whole time.
Inflation is getting under control. And you saw that in the spending numbers today, that you see that in some of the inflation numbers over the last few weeks. And that's good, because in the end of the day, it'd be great if we could get this inflation tamed and still have this kind of unemployment at 3.7%.
This is a bearish pattern here, guys.
That is marvelous. We'd have an unemployment-less slowdown, which would be a fantastic outcome. So the consumers are spending, they're employed, they're earning more money, and they do have.
There goes the SPY. So I'm going to start trying to get to work here, and I'm going to put up a 1 minute chart on the SPY so I can scalp this bad boy.
The activity that's taken place so far has been absorbed by the economy. We'll have to see that happen.
Look how small those candles are, guys. That is insane.
Which is terrific. Still has us having a slight recession in the early part of 24, but they have moved that out again, reduced it to 2 quarters, not 3, and lessened the depth of it to basically a soft landing, more or less 1% down in 1 quarter, 0.5% down the other quarter. So they've continued to get more, less conservative, whatever the word be, on the future recession. But they still have a recession predicted.
I have to ask you about your capital markets and investment banking backdrop, because broadly constructive during the quarter, a big jump in global markets for your firm, better than many of your peers even. Do you think the industry is past the trough here? And if there is a potential recession next year, how is that impacting client confidence in terms of doing more deal making and issuing more debt and equity and doing more trading?
Let's separate the markets and trading side of that. Jimmy DeMar and team have done a great job. As you know, Leslie, a few years ago, when Tom Montag was still leading the group, we made a major investment, increased our size, but we did it in a way that we knew we'd have more of an annuity business there, that we'd have a steady growth in profits, and they've done a great job, and they just had the best second quarter, I think, and the best first half they've had in a long, long time, and that's terrific, and they made money every trading day, and that's what they're supposed to do. When you go to the investment banking side, the reality is that it looks like we outperformed the market, and that we had a better year-over-year comparisons and quarter-to-quarter comparison, and Matthew Coder and team have done a great job. But the fee pool shrank a lot, and we maintain our share because we have a natural advantage in our customer bases. What we do see in that business is, as the markets have stabilized, as the view is that the Fed is closer being done, if not done, on rate raises, as the market settles again, so we're seeing more activity. You saw some deals get done this quarter. You're seeing more discussion, a lot of pipeline, a lot of activity, and so we feel that if the stability continues to hold in the market, you'll see that activity come in as you move out of the summer into the fall, and that's important, because that capital formation is what will lessen the probability of a recession out in the future, because that capital formation, capital spending is part of the drill that makes America great.
Let's talk about your balance sheet, because
oh man, North Korea launched a ballistic missile coming across the wire now.
Barr, who gave a speech a few weeks ago outlining new capital rules that would require 2 percentage points more in capital for the largest banks. You are among the largest banks. Basel III endgame, that could be disclosed in a few weeks, which it also could have an impact on capital. I know there's a lot of uncertainty here. There's a lot of time for these to really get put in place. But at this point in time, what do you think are some of the major ramifications that the industry could face from higher capital requirements at this point in time?
I would hope, as people consider the rules, that we realize there are 2 or 3 things. One is we have to have a level playing field between us and European companies. And that's not only important for the large banks, and everybody talks about that, but the regional banks who lend money, if their capital levels go up and they're lending to a person in the supply chain for an auto company in the U.S., and there's the same supplier that can supply car seats in Germany or France, and they have a lower cost of capital in their banking system, a lower amount of capital required, they can lend at lower rates. And therefore, business will start to move out of the U.S. So there are ramifications for increasing capital levels, not only for the large banks, for all the banks, because Basel III applies to basically everybody. So we have to be careful that we have a level playing field. And if you look at the balance sheets of the U.S. companies, they're stronger, they're more liquid, and frankly have a higher amount of equity per square inch than the counterparts around the world. Yet our capital ratios are reported lower because they use advanced and we use standardized, and we have SCB and all these other things are constrained. So getting this right is tricky. That's one thing. The second thing, I think, is to think about the possible ramifications of this, which is, in our industry, half of the assets that we lend to are already outside the industry, whether it's mortgage loans or home loans and things like that, and even commercial credit with the private capital, private lending funds. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think in terms of maintaining the order in the business, it's a good thing that the banking system is there to provide the cushions and the shock absorbers and be there like earlier this year or during the COVID when we had $70 billion of loans come on the books in a matter of weeks. They're there to support that, and I think that's important. And I think, so I think getting this right and getting it balanced is important. At the end of the day, whatever the rules are, we'll comply with the rules. And we're sitting with 11.6% capital against a requirement that's much lower than that. And when these rules come out, we'll figure out what it means to us and go and continue on.
I think the market might like that with them having. That tells you a lot about.
And even when we buy back stock, there, anything I've heard about would be in a range that we'd be able to absorb. But I'm still not sure it's the right answer for the U.S. economy, and that's what has to be thought through. This is an international standard. It's a trade negotiation as much as it's a banking regulatory organization. We've had multiple people in the role that Vice Chair Barr is in and in the chair role saying these companies have adequate capital. So the question is why
Barr is the Fed member that they're
will be debated hotly after the rules come out.
He's talking about. He's a Fed member.
A lot of debate on that front. If I'm understanding you correctly, you believe that higher capital requirements would cause a pullback in lending, would cause shrinking of balance sheets among the big banks, and you think that could have ramifications for the overall economy? I believe we may have just lost his shot. Unfortunately, I will have to get that answer from him at a later time, and we will be sure to share that with you. Kelly, I'll send it back to you.
We like to take it right up to the
right
wire.
up to the last window there. It must have gone away at 40 past the hour.
Exactly.
The window's closed on us.
Great stuff, Leslie. Thank you very much. And our thanks, of course, to Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan.
And it was a good question, too. I wanted to hear the answer. All right, coming up, trouble for the telecoms. AT&T shares downgraded yet again after that Wall Street Journal investigation uncovered toxic lead cables left behind by America's phone companies. T, or telephone, now hovering near 30-year lows in the market, falling below $15 a share. We will discuss that and more when Power Lunch returns.
For Eastern.
Shares of AT&T just off their lowest closing price in 30 years as a recent Wall Street Journal investigation into toxic lead cables and a series of downgrades weigh on that stock. Deirdre Bosa digs into that for us in today's Tech Check. Hi, Deirdre.
Tyler, 1993 was the year Whitney Houston topped the Billboard 100. Jurassic Park won the box office. Seinfeld won an Emmy, and AT&T traded at $13 a share. 3 decades later, AT&T is back at those levels after a journal report over toxic lead cables left behind by telco companies. AT&T has contested the report, calling the testing methodologies flawed, but scrutiny has begun with lawmakers. They're asking for more details, and investors as well, who are trying to size the cost and litigation potential. Now, this is the latest catalyst pressuring shares, coming on top of repeated downward revisions for AT&T's wireless and fiber growth business and that slowdown in subscriber growth. To be fair, guys, Verizon also has a similarly ugly chart of returns over the last 3 decades, and it's also getting hit by the lead cables report. So you're seeing them come back a little bit today, but some investors, they are looking at them to buy them close to historic lows. And another reason may be their dividend yields. AT&T's is 8.2% versus the S&P's 1.5%. But guys, it's the uncertainty here that's bringing these stocks further down. No one knows how long this is going to last and what the costs are going to be.
These are legacy telephone companies that we're talking about here. Are any other companies like cable companies afflicted by the same issues or not?
Yeah, they are. There's other companies that have been selling off in this. There's Frontier Communications. There's Lumen Technologies that have been affected by this report from the Wall Street Journal. But really, we focus on AT&T and Verizon, AT&T in particular, because it is so widely held, Tyler. It's in mutual funds, it's in hedge funds, it's held by individuals. And the idea that it has gone nowhere in 3 decades, it hasn't created any value for its shareholders, is pretty remarkable.
And of course, it was AT&T was the phone company. Verizon was a portion of the phone company. It was Bell Atlantic, it was C&P Telephone, it was a lot of other things. But these were all branches off the AT&T tree.
You know what? They've also tried to become much more than a phone company, right? Part of the reason that hasn't created value is all of these sort of doomed acquisitions the company has gone after. Remember, at one point it tried to go after T-Mobile. There was a huge $3 billion breakup fee. There was DirecTV, of course, and Time Warner. Who could forget that? $85 billion now, offloading.
Yeah.
So part of the reason it's huge debt load as well because of this.
But these talk about some of these are kind of cables running through the sea or through Lake Tahoe. Some of these are cables that just are hanging over bus stations and near where children are going to elementary schools. And now that this is highlighted, they're going to have to remediate it somehow. And I don't know exactly what precedent there is, Deirdre, but I think it's going to be a costly one.
Yeah, I mean, there was, I guess, some precedent that some people have pointed to was this issue over lead paint. It involved Sherwin-Williams, Conagra Brands, and NL Industries. And it was ultimately, I think, a more than $300 million settlement over lead paint lawsuit. But it actually took years to resolve. So on maybe the flip side, it could take a very long time to figure this out. So that cost could be in the future. But that's the one sort of precedent that I've read about.
All right, Deirdre, for now, thanks very much. Our Deirdre Bosa. Still ahead, some international flavor. Chipotle signing its first ever franchise partnership to open locations in the Middle East. The shares are up more than 50% this year. We'll trade it and other movers of the day in 3 Stock Lunch next.
Yep, covered.
Welcome back. Time for today's three-stock lunch, and we're looking at some of the movers. There's plenty to pick from with this big earnings week. We'll start with Lockheed Martin, which is actually lower despite reporting a second quarter beat and raising its full-year guidance on strong demand for military spending. Shares are down about 3% today and down 6% on the year. Remember defense? That was supposed to be one of the big trades this year. Ava Ados is here. She is Chief Operations Officer at ER Shares. It's good to see you, Ava. What would you do with Lockheed?
I think it's a hold. So what's interesting with this company is that they have major production cycles, major deliveries that are visible many years in advance. So there are no major surprises here. I do not see any major catalyst moving the stock price up or down. And they have $150 billion in revenue backlog. So it's a good, steady, slow and steady company, a good company to own for the long
I've never
term.
seen
So
her
if you're
before.
in it, it's good to continue holding it. If you do not own it, I do not see a main reason why you should rush into it. A good long-term hold, I would say.
It's up at all-time highs.
I feel like rushing into a Chipotle, but I don't know. It's announced
Huh.
today it's made its first ever development deal to expand in the Middle East in partnership with the Al Shia Group. The stock is up more than 50% on the year.
Oh,
do you
nice.
like
They're gonna have.
Chipotle
That's
as a
awesome.
stock?
Yes, definitely a buy for me. In fact, we've owned it for many years, and it's one of our top performers. It's up, as you said, about 50%. Since March, it's up 50%. Top performing restaurant stock year to date. In fact, many people don't realize it. It's the second largest restaurant stock after McDonald's. And so this is a company that was able to grow its EBIT margin from 9% to 19% last year. And that's regardless of the fact that the industry was beset by both food price increases and labor issues.
That is
This
crazy.
a company that has by
You guys
far
hearing
the
this?
biggest EBIT
With your little
growth
Chipotle?
of 60%, that's 60,
You hear this?
compared to 4% for the competition. The competition is suffering. They're able to maintain their edge and take advantage of the fact that the competition
She speaks
is
pretty
doing
good
really
English.
good. They're growing their top line, cutting costs, widening margins. Definitely a buy for me.
I still don't think Kava is going to be the next Chipotle either, but we'll see. What about Pinterest? We talked to Mark Mahaney last hour. He upgraded the stock to outperform. He sees an inflection point. Do you?
I disagree with that. I think it's a sell.
I disagree too. I think it's a sell as well.
Because, so although
Unless
I would say their gross margin is
times
above
change
average,
and people
which I
start
like.
using it. I just don't think people use Pinterest
Their
and
EBIT margin
really
is
use it like they
-11%
use
compared
other
to
things like
6%
TikTok
for
and
the
shit.
industry, and their
Shiz,
SG&A costs
shiz,
are out
shiz.
of control.
If anybody
Stock
asked,
compensation is
IZ.
out of control. So,
IZ,
in fact,
shiz.
the CEO had received about $500 million in compensation in the last 3 years, although the stock price was decreasing. And so this is not fair for their employees. It is not fair for the shareholders. I do not see any reason why to justify it. I think that this is a company actually ripe for activist investors to come in. It's a sell for me.
Jeez, we're going to have
Okay.
a bold
Sell it, baby, sell it. I would too.
Mark.
I agree with
all
her.
over Pinterest. Ava Ados, in all seriousness, thank you
Ave
so much for your time
Ados?
today. We really appreciate it.
And still to come, Europe's new economic reality. The French drinking less red wine, Italians rationing
Ave
pasta,
Ados.
and Germany's
Ave Ados.
consumption of meat and milk falling to a 3-decade low. Recession taking the romance out of that European way of life. We'll discuss that and much more when Powerlines return.
Wow, that's so crazy. She's actually been here for a while. They've never seen her on there. She's a contributor that I've never seen on there. Oh, Ava Ados. Ava Ados. Ava Ados. Hold on. I can do it. I can do it better. I can do it better than that. But that's cool. She's cool. I like that. I felt the same way. I felt the same. Why is she looking mad? She mad as shit. Stephanie Link. Let's see. So what's going on, guys? I don't even know if there's a scalp to be had. As much as I would love to have one, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be very hard. I want to see what earnings do we have coming out after the bell. So AMD just reclaimed this level now. Now it's turning it into support. All right, guys. If this market continues to go higher, it just did it. I might. I think I might trade AMD right now. Can we get some volume in here the last hour? Ava Adels. It's still red. AMD is still red. The SPY is up damn near 1%, 0.75%, 0.75%. AMD is red. What's Marvell or whatever? MSTR. I want to run through some tickers and see what the heck is going on, because I think Bitcoin's going to be dropping, and I think we can get ourselves some opportunity. All right, for a short, maybe we can catch a gap down or a downtrend. Biting toes. It's already came down, it looks like. Shart. All over my dreams.
3 minutes left in the show and several more stories we want to run through today, so let's get right to it.
I'm pretty sure Bitcoin is on its way down. Yeah, see you guys. Oh God, look at that bear flag. You guys see that? Holy, it was a failed break. I got scared. I was like, oh no. That's bad. Definitely a downtrend. I can't believe it actually regained it. I mean, I don't watch Bitcoin like that. I mean, I do, but like the movements, I've been getting. Yeah, this is man. It's gotta hold this level, and it looks like it reverted back up. We have the Fed next week, guys, girls, ladies, gents. We have the Fed next week, and if you could, like, share, subscribe, like, share, subscribe. It's greatly appreciated. Like, share, subscribe. I'm going crazy, guys, because I don't feel as though I have a trade. It's not a trade to be had right this second. Just being patient, doing my work.
And I wonder if a lot of people will
it regained it. It didn't even come back to reject it. It reclaimed it.
Just got back from Europe. It's quieter. It's pleasant. That I do have to say. Anyhow, all right. As tech continues to dominate the market, some mutual funds are running into a diversification problem.
Subscribe.
Major asset managers like Fidelity, BlackRock, others being blocked from buying more shares in popular stocks because of diversification rules. This as they struggle to keep up with indexes that are dominated by a few tech names. For example, Fidelity's Contra Fund can't buy any more Meta, Berkshire Hathaway, Microsoft, or Amazon because they made up a combined 32% of the portfolio. Technology Opportunities Fund at BlackRock can't buy any more Apple, Microsoft, or NVIDIA. JP Morgan's Large Cap Growth over the limit for Microsoft, Apple, NVIDIA, and Alphabet. So if you want to call yourself diversified, you'd better be diversified.
Yeah, no, it shows you how much, has changed in this market. And the battle over Taco Tuesday is settled. We told you about this trademark infringement claim when it first happened, but restaurant chain Taco John's will no longer fight to defend its trademark of that.
What the hell is a Taco John's? I've never heard of it.
Anyone should be able to use it. I think LeBron James was involved as well. Anyway, now the coast is clear for Taco Tuesday, and you can now do this promotion in every state except
New Jersey. Because there's another copyright holder, right?
We will have to look into who this is and go there. Maybe tonight, actually.
Yeah, let's go find them. All right, thanks everybody for watching Power Lunch today. Enjoyed having you. Thank you for your time.
Enjoy your tacos. Dow's up 357 points.
I want tacos.
The bell starts right now.
I would love to have some tacos.
All right, Kelly, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 right here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with another new high for stocks, and whether the fear of missing out might just keep this rally going for a while. We'll ask Alger's Ankur Crawford in just a moment. In the meantime, your scorecard with 60 minutes to go in regulation. The Dow up sharply for most of the day, better than 300, led mostly by, well, Microsoft's having a great day today. Another AI announcement, another gain for the stock. And those shares have been surging. United Health continuing its post-earnings rally, getting another upgrade today as well. There it is, up nearly 3.5%, and a strong day for Morgan Stanley and Bank of America after those companies reported earnings.
You know what's funny is like we're gonna see people try to attempt to go long. It's still a 0.5% red, and this level ain't gonna hold. I see it, I feel it. That's what I just have this feeling. Like, look at the SPY. Look at the SPY falling. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe.
The big question, of course, how long can this bull run really last? Aldridge Zonka Crawford, I mentioned she is here at Post 9 with me. There she is.
Post
What's the
9.
answer? I mean, the market
Where's
doesn't
Post
seem
9?
to want to go down.
Yeah, and in part it wants
Why
to
don't you
go
have
down
Ava
because
Ares
the
on there,
numbers for
or whatever her
2024
name
are
was?
moving up. As we go through this
But she's
earnings
cool
season,
too,
the
I guess.
245 that the street has for S&P earnings in 2024 likely
Ava
moves
Ares.
higher. The multiple
I
moves
can't stop
higher
saying
as the
it.
market, as the numbers move higher.
I've heard from some people this week.
What am I
that
doing?
The bear story's old. It's tired. It's like yesterday's story, right? We've sort of turned the page. You believe that?
You believe that? Like this is like a. It's kind of like she's in a an interrogation. You believe that? Yeah, word on the street is. What do you think?
So if you look at, you know, a lot of the tech earnings, for example,
It's hilarious.
we've troughed and now we're
my
starting to
bean.
accelerate and
Let's
grow
see.
again. That is a very different scenario than where we entered the year, where everyone thought earnings were just going to fall off a cliff and go to 180 on the S&P.
The problem with that is that multiples
Like,
have expanded.
share, subscribe.
PEs have gotten richer
Like,
in
share,
that period
subscribe.
of time that you cite.
Like,
We're not too expensive on some of those tech names now, because that's the criticism
Like,
and the pushback
share,
you get.
subscribe.
Is like, yes, these are the
Like,
places
share,
to be,
subscribe.
and for good reason. But now they're just too rich.
Yeah, and I would remind you, NVIDIA has always looked rich. At 150, it looked rich. At 300, it looked rich. At 460, it looks rich. And the numbers have followed suit. So the stocks went up before the numbers went up. And so I
Why
think
do
we're
I
gonna see
have
that
to
kind of
continue to just
revision
continue
again
click on all
with
this shit?
Microsoft, with Meta. The numbers
I don't
will
want to
go
have
up
to do
so
that.
the multiples will then look cheaper than they are today.
To those who say it's too soon to say
That's
all
a
clear,
crazy
what's
daily
your response
candle.
to that? Because there are a number of
It's
notes
so
that have come out
insane.
and said, okay, the path to a soft landing might be wider, the time for a recession may be further, but it's still hanging out there, and it's way too soon to say everything's just great again.
Yeah, look, I don't think anyone can sound the all clear signal.
I
but
think we gotta
are
see
coming
the
to a point
reversal
in time
come.
in 2024 where
I
there's
think
a lot
it's
of government
coming,
stimulus that's
guys.
coming
I
in, whether
really,
it's the
oddly
CHIPS
enough,
Act, the
do.
Jobs Act. You
I
know,
think the
and I know
reversal's
this is
gonna
a bit
come.
trite for you know,
I feel
every
it
day
in my
people are talking
bones.
about Gen AI. The impact that Gen AI is going to have on the economy will start to bear fruit. I think in 2024, mega cap techs are going to take up their capex numbers,
Oh,
which will
come
have
on.
a kind of a velocity in the economy that I think will be surprising.
Overall for earnings for tech, do you think the bar is higher for NVIDIA? I'm going on stocks that you like and I know that you own.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get a gap up tomorrow. She is showing you signs that she wants to turn
Microsoft's not
around.
exactly up a ton, but it's up a lot. So theoretically,
Just
the
letting
bar
it
for
be
all
known.
three
She is showing you signs that she wants to turn around
I think that
and go
the
back
bar
home.
is high going into this earnings season. Do I expect that?
But we ain't going home.
The stocks can be up 10-20% off earnings. Probably
see here.
not.
That's what we said.
I know I'm
before
crazy,
NVIDIA
guys.
reported last
Sorry.
night, right? Look what happened after that.
That's right. And I don't think there's another number revision up that for any of these names that is that significant in any one quarter. But I would focus on where the 24 numbers are going for each of these companies. And as long as that keeps rising, it will support the stocks.
As long as rates don't rise as well, right? I mean, do you think that's part of the story here? That, you know, what, I don't know, 2 weeks
Nope.
ago, we're talking about the
We
10-year
already know what
at-
rates are
at
doing.
4%.
This is why you don't need to watch
And now we're
CNBC.
below 380 the last I looked. I think it was something like 378. So
This is why
rates
CNBC
have
is
come back
junk.
down again.
No,
How
they
critical is that
what?
to your tech story?
I think rates stabilizing is more crucial to the duration and buying duration story versus, you know, we went from
Oh my.
0% Fed funds rate to 5 and
A second ballistic
5.5
missile.
That was a bigger impact
They're trying to bring the
to
market down.
the duration on names than I think what the
You're like,
10-year
you
is
won't
doing
do it?
in
Then we'll do it.
Are we getting past the stage as well where the competition elsewhere just isn't that great
share,
anymore?
subscribe.
That it's too
Share,
risky in some sense to be out of the equity market, whereas before there was too much risk in. You go money market 5%, treasuries 5%, at the shortest end of the curve, you were getting that. What about now? Risk reward for equities versus elsewhere.
So for a long time there we had this idea of TINA, where there was no alternative to equities because the bond market. I do think that there is more competition for each dollar now in terms of equities and bonds.
Oh no!
Bondholders got taken out last year, and I think it's making them rethink their exposures. That said, with equities, if you look at the free cash flow yields, a lot of these businesses, it isn't.
Good thing we liked, shared, and
It's
subscribed.
pretty high still.
Because
The
that thing would have
cash
been
flow yield
dead.
on the market is 2.5% to 3%.
Come on.
So, there is
So it's
compelling
3
risk reward in
o'clock.
the market, and I
Just
think
trying to see where we can go. Like these are my targets. I mean, there's your tail.
And maybe we're in it now. You tell me,
56.79.
this FOMO market, where too
55.
many people were offsides. Bad
What's the
positioning.
price right now?
And
154.
Now some of that money is finally coming into the market, and that's the real sort of engine behind. what
Okay,
could
and
be
this
the
is what
next
we
leg
have
if
right
we in
there.
fact have
That's it. That's all I'm doing.
I do think that is happening. Funds had a lot of cash. There was a lot of retail money on the sidelines, and that is coming into the market as the market goes up every day. Again,
Every
if you
day.
look at the ping pong, we talked about this ping ponging range of the market, 3,600 to 4,200. Well, maybe that new range is 4,000 to 4,800.
Well, that's the thing. It's
Oh,
like the
yeah.
range keeps moving higher. The market is taking the range higher. People are raising their targets as a result of maybe a better late than never, but people are raising their targets.
Well, when the numbers are moving higher, the market will move higher. Right, that is just a natural phenomenon. If the multiples.
All right, guys.
stay the
I
same.
will be right
So,
back, Jack.
I do expect that the market could very
Come
well
on.
miss the previous highs
Look at this run.
This year?
this year.
Wow, we could get
Unbelievable.
new highs this year. S&P 4,800 north of that.
See, look. Now I feel like we can get new highs. We all feel like we can get new highs.
Again, numbers are moving higher.
The bear market's getting ready to show its face. Watch, guys. Watch. I am not even joking.
Again, what do you think about that call?
Time to get
The
short.
Enhancement Group stance is that we are in the exact same camp. I would follow all sentiment that as the multiple moves higher, the numbers move
Microsoft
higher.
earnings.
It is the natural phenomenon of the
Huh?
market, and from our portfolio positioning
What?
all year has been, as we see stability regain in the trajectory of where rates are headed, we have a positive outlook. And the really friendly component to all of this that sits below
Alright, so I do have it.
kind of this bifurcation between what we talk about in terms of economic threats and then where the market has been headed is that relative outperformance for being in risk assets versus risk-free at 5 has driven more of
All right,
this
I'm gonna grab
money
some
into
coffee.
the
I'll be right
market.
back.
It's perpetuating this idea that you are paid to be risk up and that it's more expensive to be on the sidelines, which is helping move this money that we knew was parked, waiting for entry into the market. And from our perspective, the faster we get this money to work, the faster we regain stability in pricing and this ability for us to stay sticky in these higher range bands. And all of that is really working towards fruition. And so we see legs to this market forward.
When I hear more people start to get more bullish, I feel like there's nothing like a bull market for people to make people more bullish.
Right.
The big question is it too late to get all bulled up, given the run that we've already had and the risks that still remain?
The interesting thing about the market is known risks are generally priced into the market in good time. And to your point, Scott, there's been a lot of positive narratives that have come to fruition in 2023. The story of AI, the story of tech cost cutting. We think about travel, leisure, the strength and resilience of the consumer. Look at Home Depot, Lowe's. Fine, if I can't switch homes, then I'm going to invest in my current home. This next leg, well, from our perspective, is we start to actually look at consumer goods again. We look at these companies who have been beat up by underperforming sales, the change in the psychology of the consumer to invest in experiences versus goods. But again, the more resilience we see in the consumer, the more we believe that they will start to even out how they spend money. And so there are still these really beat up names, beat up because of inventory, beat up because of consumer spending. The Targets, the Nikes, the Estee Lauders of the world, where we actually see, kind of forward momentum there, which brings us, to the stock pickers market, the narrative of what is still relatively beat up and available out there and on trend as we look forward.
Ankur, Bob Pisani published a piece today in which he said bullishness is rising and that's not necessarily good. And he points to a Bank of America fund manager survey. More than 200 global fund managers, 68% expect a soft landing. Only 10% say they're underweight U.S. stocks. You get the point that he's sort of making, that once, everybody gets in the pool's a little crowded. And it's not necessarily the greatest place to be. What's your opinion of that?
Well, first, everyone has to get in the pool, and then we can decide it's too crowded. So if you look at funds today, I do think they're still underweight some of the big tech names that are moving, that are working against them in the benchmarks. I don't think everyone is overweight the digital advertising names yet. I don't think they're overweight Amazon yet. So I still think there's room to go, but first and foremost, we should look at the fundamental valuations on these names.
Well, let's look at valuations, though, on the whole market. You don't think the current 19 times is too rich for the S&P, which is well above the historical average?
Well, according to 20 minutes ago, the S&P, the street earnings were at 245 for 2024. That's an 18.3 multiple on the market. I don't think that's too rich. Now, is it more fair value? Could we run to 20 times? We could run to 20 times, especially if that 245 is moving up. If I told you next year was 260 and not 245, you would tell me that the market's going up.
Sure, but some people would say 245 looks like a pipe dream at this point. I mean, we're still expecting an earnings decline this quarter. So, I mean, we still have to get to a point where we really think that that's a realistic number. And you do? 245 sounds legit?
What I would say is we have to start with baby steps first. This earnings season, I believe numbers in aggregate for the market will move up. Our 220 or 219 on the street will highly likely move up, and in part off the backs of the earnings for 40% of the market, which is all the digital advertising and the tech names. So given that, will compound into 2024, and that number should rise as well.
What do I make, Nicole, of the fact that, and it's not getting talked about that much because tech has sort of sucked all the air out of the room, industrials, some of these cyclical areas like transports have been at a high. Is that any kind of confirmation to you that this is in fact a more healthy market than some would otherwise have you believe?
Absolutely. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. For us, we led with economic data that suggested that you still had these cyclical and credit-sensitive areas of the market with high demand. We're getting a read-through from the banks that have reported thus far into loan demand. We see some of these incremental costs come down when we think about aluminum, costs of transport. All of that in aggregation together for us supports this short-term, bull narrative where there is a lot of momentum in the market. And so, yes, you are moving towards greater consensus that we have dodged the imminent recession that we have been talking about ad nauseum. So as we start to see more support, and yes, it is not until the pool is completely full that we can discuss if it's too crowded, but we believe that earnings revisions, we are going to continue to see posted better than expected. We're going to see forward guidance that takes the aggregate of this data supporting strength and resilience, not just in labor, but in how the consumer is responding, and then how businesses are adjusting as a result of AI, and then also watching and learning from the narrative of your largest companies cutting costs and seeing incremental benefits that really invest back into the business. All of this plays into there is still room to continue forward.
So, Ankur, lastly to you, I'm looking at the NASDAQ. Can we show the NASDAQ intraday, guys, please? Because it looks to me like we're at the highs of the day. You know, an index in a sector that was sort of lagging the rest of the market today, there you go. It's better than 1%. Let's see Apple as well, because I've just noticed, too, that on an intraday basis, what was a negative stock looks like it's trying to go positive as well. And there you go. It is positive now. So we're going to start really talking about, you know, these companies in the next couple of weeks. They're the ones who really have to live up to the hype.
Right. So I'm gonna point you to what Satya Nadella said today at Microsoft Inspire. Satya talked about how Gen AI was going to add $10 trillion to global GDP. A 10% increase on a relative basis to GDP over the next decade. And I think that's kind of the vision that we have to look to as we think through where these companies can go and the earnings power of these companies and these businesses over the long term.
You don't often see Microsoft with a 5% gain in a day. It just doesn't tend to move like that. And it's in part on what you're talking about, what Satya Nadella had to say today at that event. And that stock really started to take off. So it's at the highs of the day, and then we see tech as well following suit.
Yeah, and I think we were talking about these numbers moving up. One of the big surprises out of the event was they introduced Microsoft Copilot at a $30 per seat per month pricing. The street is looking at $8 to $10 per seat per month. So automatically, that's $20 extra per seat per month in everyone's models. That pushes the numbers up, pushes the stock up.
We'll leave it there. It's a great place to leave it. Ankur, thank you. Good to see you. Nicole, thank you as well. We'll talk to you soon. Let's get to our Twitter question of the day. We want to know which stock is more
AMD doing the damn thing now.
Sell-off, Netflix or Tesla? You can head to @CBC Closing Bell on Twitter. Please vote. The results are coming up a little later on in our. In the meantime, we're checking on some top stocks to watch.
What did he say?
Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. As always, with that, Christina.
Thank you, Scott. Well, Pinterest jumping higher following an upgrade to outperform from Evercore ISI. The analysts predict digital ad spending will stabilize, and there might be indications of a recovery for this stock in the second half of the year, and that's why it's up about 4.5% on this bullish call. You can see it came out just in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Prologis, let's switch to that. Prologis shares are dropping despite the company posting a record quarterly earnings report, and they even boosted their outlook for the year. But investors are focused on the fact that the Industrial Real Estate Investment Trust, which is Prologis, lowered its rent growth forecast. They're expecting vacancies to increase in the second half of this year. Shares are down almost 4%. The Prologis CEO will be on the show in just a little while to talk about the latest quarter and what the company plans to be doing or focusing on going forward. Scott.
All right, good stuff. We'll see that in overtime. Thank you very much, Christina. We're just getting started here. Up next, ruining the rally. Stocks are higher across the board as we head towards the close. Our next guest, though, thinks this next leg higher could be in jeopardy. Schwab's Kevin Gordon is back. He's been cautious. He'll talk to us now about why it sounds like he still is, even in the face of this rally. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Not sure what he said there. He was talking about something being up, and I missed it. But it's all good. I don't care. This is crazy. It really is. This is nuts. I don't even know what to do. I feel like I have no idea what to do. As soon as you get ready to get long, this thing is dumping on you quicker than you can blink. I don't think it's going to do that, but it's still just... It's literally went up all day because of Microsoft. So, and AMD is still red. This is absolutely insane. It really is. I tried to stress this kind of price action. Look at the Qs. Are you serious right now? They're straight up. Look at that. That's QQQ. Shoop. Parabolic. Getting ready to fall back over on itself. It's so damn straight up. Like, what? What? Oh, my God. And they waited until almost lunchtime to run this son of a bitch up off of Microsoft. When's Apple going to get into AI? I'm just curious. When are they going to start doing this AI thing? It seems like they're slacking. It seems like Apple's going to miss the AI boat. Or they're going to let everybody else create it, and then they'll just copy it and put it on some like nice material. They'll hand it over in some nice material, cloth, you know. Here's your Samsung Galaxy, but it's nicer. No, I'm an Apple person, by the way, just so we're all clear. You know, nothing wrong with Android. I just don't know how to use it. And I don't think I want to know how to use it. Is it iCAD? ICAD? Is it still going up? It isn't. It is.
XXII, 22nd century. There's Poppington Highs to go 75 cents.
XXI. India. Hey. I felt like this was like some rated R shit. XXR or XXII. Let's see here.
Welcome back to Closing Bell. Stocks higher so far this month. Investors cheering softer inflation data that could give the Fed reason to pause soon. Morgan Stanley CEO James Gorman giving his Fed predictions on CNBC earlier today.
Another one based on the recent numbers. It's hard to argue for more rate increases, but a counter number could push that. You could get one more after this. I think the odds are definitely.
There goes AMD. God damn it.
Those who are calling for a rate cut this year, that won't happen.
I guess I gotta be long AMD for it to only get knocked back down to earth.
Won't be as quick to as investors to declare victory.
God damn it. That's crazy.
Senior investment strategist is with me now. You know what the first question I want to ask you is?
I wish I could leave this
for
up.
a while since we've been having these conversations. What it's like to be cautious.
What did it do?
In the face of the market, which goes up in your face almost every day, and looks like it wants to keep going that way.
Well,
what's the psyche around that?
The caution has lessened as breadth has started to improve. So over the past couple of months, I think June was a pretty important turning point, if it holds, where you start to get more of a widening out in breadth. I know the last time we talked about this, I had sort of mentioned a checklist that you kind of need to start seeing and checking boxes off of to determine whether it's a healthier bull or a durable bull market. And you started to see that in June. So
I'm sitting here saying the same thing, man.
2-week highs for the S&P.
I know, bro.
Into double-digit
It's all good, man. You guys, nah, stop with that shit. Stop. I don't even want to hear that shit. Should have let them run. Nope. Nope. Just you did your job, man. You did your job.
When you get 9 months off of a major market low, I think that's really the.
You should have did exactly what you did.
You still don't sound like you're fully on board.
I talked about that the other night.
I mean, let's just call it.
I heard it and I'm like, oh shit, that shit slaps. That shit slapped me. I'm like, I see, I feel, but it wasn't explained or anything, and then it was like I just heard it. It was more or less like it was said, and I'm like, I thought about it for some weird reason. I'm like, hey, that person just knew what they just did, and now I'm sitting here thinking about it, and that shit is crazy. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's just that like idea of I should have held or I should have did this, but it's all good, man. You made your money, you know. You had a great day. Like me, I don't have a trade yet because I'm like, you know, I just Mondays, Tuesdays, I understand. Like we have Tesla, we have Netflix, like we're getting ready to have some mean earnings, and I'm getting my levels, and I'm not rushing it because I'm gonna come out this motherfucker swinging. We're gonna get that cake. You know, I'm gonna get me a new watch, something.
I feel like,
And I'm not going backwards, going forwards. Like I wanted to be long AMD so bad, but I could. It's red. How is it red and the market's still going up? It's because it's just, I don't know. I feel like it could hold. See, like you see it now reversing. It's just out of nowhere it decides to reverse at the close yesterday. That's why this stuff is important. But this daily, look at this daily chart. You did a great job today, though, bro. For real. You did really good. That's awesome. So, like, we kept closing on these levels. Like, look at these levels, you know? Like, it didn't look how it closed here. It's closed here at like 115.75, 116. It didn't break below it and close below it. Like it broke below it, but it closed on it. Broke below it, but closed up on it. So they're holding this up. Broke below it, closed up. Broke below it, closed up. So I feel like the buyers are stepping it up. It's just where do these sellers step in at? Because when they step in heavy, guys. They step in heavy. And we did have a short squeeze too. Somewhat today or yesterday. After this day, you probably had a lot of people just cover their position. Man, I guess that is a big move, but today it wasn't so much. I just didn't see big moves today. Now the SPY did. It went almost 1%. Like that's pretty damn crazy. Dude, can it get up here? That's what I'm wondering. Can it get up to 118.50 and hold? I'm really curious how this thing closes.
Access to credit on a small business level, they're taking a broader view.
If it closes with a hammer candle like that, I think it's going higher. But this here shows me that it should go up and then roll back over. So we got to see how this thing closes. Maybe it doesn't give us a hammer candle. And again, it doesn't have to do anything. You know, they can come out with news randomly. Anything can happen.
A little too much euphoria mixed with maybe a miss on earnings in terms of Q2 not looking as good as it was in Q1. Because you have to keep in mind too, for all the moves up in estimates for all of 2023 for earnings, all of that came from just Q1. It wasn't carried through from the rest of the quarters. So if you get that similar trajectory in Q2, I think it's a positive signal. And then if that carries on to the third and fourth quarter, I think that's great too. One of the risks.
Look at GLD. See how well it did or didn't do. Look at it. God damn, what a monster. Look at that gap up. Zoom. It's up. GLD's up over 1%. Just over 1%. It's not bad. Look at that. It's because it's. Look at that gap up, man. That's huge. It's huge for this stock.
Seems reasonable.
I mean, it could be, but I also think it's pretty, that's really far out. I mean, look how much earnings have been adjusted just throughout the course.
I'm so stressed. I can't even think right.
October low, but just year to date. I mean, you've had
I'm so stressed. I can't even think right. Like
tech, you've had significant revisions higher in areas like communication services. So I think you have to kind of take it quarter by quarter because, it's a tough, it's just a murky environment for companies in general. So being able to guide really well a year out, I don't think that's easy at all.
Microsoft reminds us today of what this AI hype machine is all about. Hype, hope, and in some cases backing it up. The stock's up near 5%.
Yeah.
What does that mean just going into earnings for tech? Specifically, given the run in those stocks that we've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I get the hype around AI in general. I think actually one of the mistakes you could probably make in looking out over the long term would be just ascribing it to only the tech sector. I think you can apply it. I mean, clearly the technology is helpful to sectors like ours being financials, industrials. I think it's part of the reason you've started to see breadth widen out a little bit, not just within tech. I mean, tech and industrials have some of the best breadth profiles right now amongst all sectors. So I think the mistake would be just thinking it's only a tech story and not investing in any other part of the market because of that. I think you kind of have to broaden your lens a little bit.
We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, Kevin Gordon.
Thanks.
With Schwab joining us once again here at Post 9. Up next, Microsoft. We just mentioned it. A new record high. We're going to drill down on the details behind that major move, what it might mean for the big tech battle. We'll be right back.
sitting here talking and the mic is off, so. I was just saying that I wimped out on taking Tesla long here when I called it out in chat. I didn't feel as though I was watching it enough to really take it and go back, look at the levels and stuff. I hope you guys had a great day. Mine was poop. I think, yeah, I was watching Marvel last week, bro. It's got a really nice setup on it. It felt like it did. I want to see if Bitcoin can stall out, but it regained its. Man, it did go, didn't it? God damn it. I just felt like this was a nice setup. Let's see, this was Monday.
The S&P 500 tech sector pacing for its longest monthly win streak now since early 2014. That move being driven in part by today's Microsoft announcement, the stock hitting a record high after the company gave new details on pricing for its AI products. Joining me now with his read on all things tech, CNBC
I was just thinking
contributor Lo Tony
something.
of Plexo
Sorry.
Capital. Welcome back. It's nice to see you.
It's not good.
Good to see you as well.
Microsoft, I guess, just reminding us all that they're in the driver's seat.
Might as well just call it a day, man. I'm gonna stay here till the bell. Leave CNBC on. So you said 71 this week or next? Let's find out. Let's throw a Fibonacci up there with some timing measures. Let's find out what time. Put in the work. We're gonna find out what time. Or yeah, when it should get there if it does. So I do not want to correct the bar.
Is Alphabet closer to Microsoft, or does Microsoft just still, with announcements like they did today, just keep telling you why they're ahead?
Yeah, I think when we look back, we saw some of the data that showed that the adoption of Bing had slowed somewhat, and I think that offered a little bit of hope. But look, Microsoft really keeps bringing it. We've heard everyone in earnings calls talk about the promise of AI, how AI is getting incorporated into products. But now Microsoft is showing that they're going to be really aggressive on monetizing. So, this is yet another step ahead that Microsoft is taking in the market.
As the stocks go up, and in many cases, these valuations keep growing too. The multiples get richer. It's largely why we're here, multiple expansion. How do you assess whether
it's at a good spot right now?
A little ahead of themselves, or a lot for that matter?
Yeah, it's really interesting.
It really is.
One of the things that we need to look at, especially if we're going to talk specifically about AI and Microsoft right now, is the adoption that will happen as a result of this new pricing. The Microsoft sales team has always
Jesus
been very
Christ, I swear to God, I'm ready to just fucking...
Like 365. And now we need to see, will
just
the
give
market
up.
adopt this? I think there are some very compelling use cases. And I think one of the things that might have also gone a little bit unnoticed is how Microsoft is using bringing all these services to the cloud as a carrot
There's
to
a double
bring
bottom.
people from the
Pretty
on-prem
nice.
world to the cloud, because those capabilities from the AI Copilot won't be available on-prem. But yes, back to your question, we need to see the monetization happen to justify these ever-increasing prices.
71.
We'll start seeing that, right? At some point, Wall Street says, we'll give you the benefit. We say now, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And that's why the stocks go up,
I
valuations
wonder
are
when
where
it
they
could
are.
get there.
But at some point, the proof has to be in the
I'd have to do it on TradingView. This doesn't have like any it has a fib fan, but this isn't what a fib fan you want to use on a daily. It's when you really want to see a breakout.
Some of these new technologies, specifically AI,
like where you've been in a bear market. Like if I put this Fibonacci, this fib fan right here, even And once you get to like the third,
although you could argue every company is a tech company now.
boom,
I think first we'll want to see the big tech or the Magnificent Seven for the next 2 quarters and see how the performance goes. And then I think we'll look to see what some of the other companies are doing to incorporate these changes in the technology landscape to be able to accelerate their businesses.
The other thing I'd like your take on, because you got such a first-hand look at it, is the state of the
this doesn't have anything to really measure it.
We're closer to a thaw.
Whatever. Who cares? I don't know. I'm sorry, dude. I'm just thinking about a lot of other things right now.
You know, I think I'm going to stand firm that we're going to.
I'm gonna throw up AMD, and then I'm just gonna probably go hang out with Ben Mala for a little bit.
You know, the summer months in full force.
Having me a nice old Ben Mala.
So there'll be a little bit of a window in between the holidays. But I really think that we'll look to see how earnings play out. Look, we also are seeing a much more broad-based rally within the stock market. I mean, you know, at first it was really driven by the tech stocks, and the tech stocks were reacting.
This is so crazy.
To the
like,
data that we're seeing around inflation.
This is
We'll
just
wait and see
proof
how
that
the Fed looks at that. But look,
everybody is so underweight the equity market. It's just, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's a hell of a time.
Overall market and the IPO market thawing a little bit, even though most of the IPO pipeline are going to be those tech companies. I think the market kind of seeing that there is support to be able to increase valuations more broadly beyond tech is a good sign as well.
When startups come to you with their hands out, what's your reaction today relative to, say, excuse me, 8 to 10 months ago?
Yeah, it's a much different environment. I think although there are no hard and fast numbers for those early stages of investing, it's more of a feel for how the company's progress has been. There is no question that we have definitely tightened the ability for companies to be able to raise money as quickly as they had in the past, the amounts that they had raised, and the associated valuations. I think this actually...
See what I mean? See the reversal on AMD. This is why you can't just fucking go out on a limb. Oh, I'm gonna go long. Like, you gotta wait for the setups. If you didn't catch the long, you didn't catch the long. You gotta wait. You gotta wait. Take advantage of when you're ready. Not just because the market's moving, this, that, the third. I'm saying that too much now. Fucking said it once, and now it's all I say.
This is a good situation, and back to that psychology for the founders.
That is a nice pullback to 117.75. I would like to see if it's gonna break though. It's like you know, like Philadelphia, or Baltimore, Wilmington.
All right, you bet. That's Low Tony joining us once again. Up next,
It's
we're tracking the
just,
biggest movers as we head into the
I'm not
close.
even gonna
Christina
say it.
Martinello,
It's like,
of course, standing by. Christina.
you know,
Cracker Barrel gets a new CEO. Novartis
it's gonna break.
strong sales ahead.
Shit.
I'll explain all the details
It's gonna
after
break.
this short break.
You're like, what? I have no idea either. I'm fucking tired. I'm fucking tired all the time. I'm exhausted. But it's whatever. But I love money. I still have so much work to do today. I still have so much shit I have to do. Not even just this live. Like, I have to do stuff for some things. Like, I have to go. I have two LLCs I need to get. Like, I have all kinds of stuff I gotta do this afternoon, and still try to do a live. I need to get Twitter. I need to TikTok, and just have a lot to do. And then I gotta figure out when I'm gonna do research to be able to bring in some cash, you know. But it's all good. If it was easy, everybody would do it. Look at Tesla. Look at Tesla. It feels like the SPY stopped moving. You guys notice that? See how it's like stopped moving? For now. You might have some come in right before the close and then just rip it up.
.com. We got almost 15 minutes before the close. Christina Partsinevelos has the stock she's watching. Christina?
Well, for the second time this year, Swiss drug maker Novartis raised its full-year earnings forecast driven by strong sales and margin expansion. The board also greenlit plans to spin off its generic medicines unit called Sandoz in Q4. That's, of course, pending shareholder approval. The stock, though...
Let's get a vote in chat if there's even anybody here. Who thinks this holds? We broke through it. We pulled back. What do you guys think? All right. You have the 9 EMA. Can it hold? Can it hold in order for us to be able to climb a little higher tomorrow, or if we have a down day tomorrow?
And that's why shares are down. Look at that, over 20% lower. Last but not least, Cracker Barrel shares are jumping nearly 5% after naming Julie Felss-Masino as the company's new president and chief executive officer. The former Taco Bell executive will take over for outgoing CEO Sandra Cochran, who will be departing the role in November following a transitionary period. She was at the company for 12 years, so it is a change. Shares are up almost 5%. Scott?
All right, Christina, thank you very much. Christina Partsinevelos. Last chance to weigh in on our Twitter question. We asked which stock is more in danger of a post-earnings sell-off, Netflix or Tesla? Both up big time this year. Head to @CNBC Closing Bell on Twitter. The results after the break.